Vera was making a gamble. She was betting that with both the Smiths and the Blakes working together, standing here in front of all the cameras, Julian wouldn't just leave her hanging. After all, the 30th anniversary of Apexera wasn't some small occasion. They had intertwined business interests, and Julian was a businessman through and through. Her move shifted the mood in the room. Things got tense real fast. Upper-class circles had no secrets, and it was pretty much common knowledge that Miss Smith had been into Julian since they were kids. What caught people off guard was that, instead of marrying her, the obvious choice, Julian suddenly brought home an ordinary woman. Now everyone held their breath and subtly stepped aside, waiting to see what the young, successful Julian would do. "Julian, how could you leave Vera standing there all alone by the stairs like that?" Charles's words made his stance pretty clear. "Wait for me downstairs, okay? Don't run off. I'll go say a few words and be right back." Julian's expression stayed calm. He didn't rush over to take Vera's hand like everyone expected. Instead, he turned to Anna and gave her a simple instruction. Did he really think she couldn't be trusted on her own? Anna honestly felt like Julian was treating her like a lost kindergarten kid, but fine. She couldn't help warming up a little inside. At least he wasn't blinded by someone's looks. For being this decent, maybe she'd be generous and only take 80% in the divorce later. With her mind made up, she nodded sweetly and flashed a bright smile. "I'm not going anywhere, don't worry." Satisfied with her reply, Julian finally strode off toward Vera. And Anna? She did as promised, didn't wander. Instead, she found a quiet corner, cozied up on the couch, and started sampling the desserts. To be fair, the sweets at this party were next-level cute. There were these little bunny-shaped ones that were so adorable it felt wrong to eat them. She tried a few, and yeah, they were good, but honestly, nothing beat those maple sugar cookies. The moment that thought crossed her mind, the delight in the cookie she was chewing vanished. Holding half a cookie in her hand, she glanced up at the stage. Now that was a good-looking couple up there, no lie. They looked picture perfect. Well, is this the Blake family's infamous young madam? The sharp screech of a chair dragging across the floor made Anna's ears tense. She looked up to find three perfectly dolled-up women sitting across from her. One of them looked vaguely familiar, maybe a B-list celeb, trouble incoming. Sure enough, the taunts came rolling in right after. "I really thought I was seeing things earlier when I saw you next to Julian. I was expecting a showstopper, the kind of woman who could outshine Vera. But this?" Another one let out a mocking laugh and covered her mouth. "Some folks just know how to work their charms. We could all learn a few tricks." The actress type chimed in last. "Tell us, Mrs. Blake, got any pro tips? Might as well let us in on the secret." Were these three trying out a new comedy routine or something? Anna took a sip of her drink, tilted her head slightly, and gave them a casual once-over before shaking her head. "Yeah, not much I can do for you there. I live off my looks. You guys? Might need a full reboot." She smirked. "But don't stress too much. After all, you're chasing those sugar daddy types. They're not exactly picky." That kind of snarky response surely hit a nerve. The three women were already annoyed, but being together gave them some backup. The little celebrity among them, though, was clearly used to playing these kinds of games. She glanced toward the stage and let out a honeyed laugh. "Oh, we didn't mean any harm. We're all women here. It's just, seeing how perfectly Miss Smith and Mr. Blake match, you seem way too chill. We just found that odd. Well, it might rain in Paris tomorrow." The sudden switch-up in topic caught the starlet completely off guard. "So what if I am, or not, worried? What does that have to do with you?" At first, Anna thought maybe Vera had sent them to provoke her, but after a couple of exchanges, she realized the tactic was way too clumsy to be Vera's. She decided they weren't worth the energy and just tossed that line out there. Some people really are something, tearing others down just to feel a little taller, like that makes them any better. At the end of the day, it all boils down to insecurity. They need that kind of petty drama to trick themselves into feeling important. "You," one of them started to speak. "You what?" Anna cut in, raising an eyebrow with a bored expression. "Look, whether I'm staying or getting dumped, right now I'm still part of the Blake family, which means this is still my turf. If I want someone to show you the door, it won't even take an argument." The three exchanged awkward glances. In the next second, they muttered some apologies and made a swift exit. Getting into this event, hosted by the Apexera group, was already a miracle. They'd pulled every string, used every connection just to get in. It was their chance to charm a wealthy heir and maybe lock down a comfy future. All eggs in this one high society basket. Their decision to mess with Anna had come from envy. Her husband was too good to be true. She looked soft and easy to bully, the kind of woman who wouldn't fight back. Only, this rabbit had claws. And once backed into a corner, those claws came out swinging. After seeing how those three got wrecked, anyone else who was thinking of trying something shady just gave up the idea altogether. Meanwhile, the Q&A on stage continued. By now, Vera and Julian had done more interviews than they could count. The questions were getting repetitive, easy to answer on autopilot. Still, since tonight's event was an official one, they both tread a little more carefully. Right after Vera responded to a question, a reporter tried to joke with Julian. She expected him to respond smoothly. But no, awkward silence. Julian's handsome face darkened slightly, and he frowned as his eyes locked onto something off stage to the left. He looked completely disengaged. Left side of the audience. Vera followed his gaze. 4 women stood there, 3 strangers, and one she couldn't mistake, Anna. Her hands clenched around the mic, knuckles going white, though her face still kept that polite, classy smile. "Let me take this one." Before she could finish the sentence, a commotion erupted at the doors. A large group of uniformed police officers burst in, breaking the atmosphere entirely. The room quickly slipped into chaos as guests exchanged confused glances. Just moments ago, the party had been buzzing with laughter. Now it was a mess. "Everyone, please stay calm. Let's quiet down for a moment." Charles, the host of the evening, looked visibly irritated. Still, as someone who'd weathered plenty of storms, he quickly tried to settle the crowd. "Officers, may I ask what brings you to our home this late at night? We're just having a typical gathering. There's no illegal activity going on here. No drugs, no trouble," he said firmly. He clearly thought someone had filed a false report. Given the Blake family's spotless record, even if the police checked things out, they wouldn't find anything compromising. Still, it was a bit humiliating. The lead officer recognized the business tycoon immediately and gave a polite nod. "Mr. Blake, apologies for the intrusion, but this is a serious matter. We're here on urgent legal business. We have to take someone in." "Someone being arrested?" Charles didn't miss that detail. Instinctively, his eyes shot to Anna, his expression darkening. Julian had kept insisting Anna had nothing to do with Hannah's case. And now, look who the police showed up for. Ridiculous. He schooled his face in front of the media and guests and said sternly, "Officers, please proceed as you see fit. Our family respects the law." His focus was entirely on Anna, missing the momentary flicker on Vera's face beside her. From the second the cops walked in, Anna's heartbeat went haywire. It felt like déjà vu, almost identical to that terrifying moment days before. She didn't look at Julian up on the stage. Instead, she silently stood up, back straight, finishing the small pastry in her hand, as if already bracing herself to be taken away. The police officer seemed visibly relieved by Charles' response. He pulled out his badge, flashed it for everyone, then fixed his gaze on Vera on stage. "Miss Smith, you're under investigation for attempted murder and assault. Please come with us to the station." The mood did a total 180. Anna blinked, half thinking she misheard. Her wide eyes locked onto the stage. All around, guests were frozen in disbelief as noise bubbled up again in the room. "Wait, did he just say Miss Smith? Did he actually say attempted murder and assault? No way I heard that right. Maybe it's someone with the same name?" No one could wrap their heads around it. The elegant, poised Vera, the capital's top socialite, being accused of murder. The media folks, they were eating this up. A scoop like this could straight up triple their monthly paycheck. Socialite and suspected killer was the kind of headline that sold itself. Whether the charges held water or not didn't even matter. Lights snapped on again in a blinding white. The whole stage lit up as if it were daytime. After a brief moment of shock, Vera had already pulled herself together. Graceful and composed, she held the mic with her usual perfect smile. Officers, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. Are you sure you're not making a mistake? Miss Smith, we're not mistaken. You're the one we're here for. We're investigating Miss Wilson's injuries, and we believe you might be directly involved. We'll need your cooperation. If you don't have proof, then this is just straight-up slander. Vera's eyes swept across the room before she added, saying that in front of all these guests and reporters, you realize you're damaging my reputation, right? Calm, composed, she didn't look guilty at all. Even those who had been suspicious of her began to doubt themselves, and some even started defending her, questioning the cops, ready to protect their so-called goddess. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Vera felt her racing heart finally settle down. Hannah's dead. No one's going to spill anything. Whatever led them to her, if there's no solid evidence, it means nothing. As for the reporters, a little cash, and those headlines vanish. She and Julian would be together. Nothing could stand in her way. That was the beauty of her flawless plan. In just a few seconds, she had come up with every countermeasure. A soft smile lifted the corners of her mouth. Under the intense questioning, sweat began to bead on the officer's forehead. With nowhere left to turn, he gave his partner a subtle nod. Miss Smith, I think there's someone you'll want to see. The sound of wheels rolling across the floor echoed in the hall. From the shadows, a young woman in a wheelchair was pushed forward, dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown, her long hair slightly tangled and swaying in the wind. She looked every bit like a ghost ripped straight from a horror scene, especially those bloodshot eyes. She locked her gaze on Vera, lips curling stiffly as she forced out a voice that sounded like a busted speaker. Vera, I'm back. Word by word, bone-chilling, nightmares come to life. For a moment, Vera couldn't even tell if this was real or not. Her whole mental wall just collapsed. A scream tore from her throat. You're not dead? Gasps rippled through the room. The media always portrayed Vera and Hannah as inseparably close. But now that Hannah showed up alive and well, and Vera blurted out that maybe the cops weren't wrong after all. Anna stood frozen, too stunned to speak. This was like a drama with the plot dialed up to 11. Close your mouth, it's about to hit the floor. A low, smooth voice sounded next to her. She turned and saw Julian, who had somehow ended up right at her side instead of on stage. Aren't you supposed to be? She had just started when a slender finger pressed softly against her lips, cutting her off. Julian pulled her into his arms, wrapping one arm snugly around her waist. He leaned in and murmured, "Shh, just watch." Just watch? Their bodies were practically glued together now, and she could smell his cologne all around her. Not bad, actually. His breath hit her ear, warm, tingling, sent a shiver right through her. Anna squirmed awkwardly, but Julian let out a quiet warning hum that made her freeze. Mind completely scrambled, she forced herself to stare straight ahead like she was focused. Totally not melting inside, Anna's quiet movements went completely unnoticed. All eyes were glued to the tense showdown between the two women. As Vera stupidly admitted a few things in shock, Hannah's smile only grew wider. Yeah, I'm not dead. If a murderer like you is still walking free, why wouldn't I be alive? Charles was listening in confusion. He had a gut feeling, but he just didn't want to believe it. Helen was even more stunned. She stared at her supposedly vegetative niece, eyes wide open in disbelief. She took a few shaky steps forward and rubbed her eyes, clearly uncertain. Hannah? Miss Davis. The second Hannah saw her, tears welled up instantly, her voice small and choked with emotion. That completely broke Helen. She rushed over, pulled Hannah into a hug, and gently touched her sunken cheeks, her voice trembling with relief. You're awake. Thank goodness. You've lost so much weight. The police officer who was minding the procedure didn't have the time to indulge in emotional reunions. He cleared his throat softly, clearly trying to steer things back on track. Helen came back to her senses, turned to Hannah with a frown and asked, Wait, who did you just call a murderer? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Wiping her tears, Hannah gave a bitter laugh. Aunt, how could I be mistaken? You think I wouldn't recognize the one who tried to kill me? You've all been fooled by her sweet act. Vera's nothing but a manipulative witch. She used me like a pawn for years. Witch, manipulative. Vera's face went paper white. Her usual calm was nowhere to be found. Lips tight, she forced out, Hannah, I've always treated you like a friend. I was just too emotional earlier when I saw you. I really am happy you woke up, even if you don't believe it. But hearing you say this really hurts. We've been friends for over 10 years. Does that mean nothing now? Or is someone forcing you to say all this? If something's wrong, don't be afraid. You can tell us. As she spoke, her eyes subtly darted toward Anna, completely throwing her under the bus. Helen immediately picked it up. That's right, don't be scared. If someone's behind this, just say so. I've got your back. Anna, who was dragged into this for no reason, was absolutely done. She could almost feel a migraine coming. Friend, are you kidding me? Hannah's smile twisted into something fierce, her voice full of sarcasm. You've been using me like a tool from the start. You held petty things over my head to keep me on a leash. I already came back from death once. Do you think I'm still scared of your games? She clapped her hands a few times, slow and sharp. The noise echoed through the quiet hall. Then she turned to the cameras and reporters and said with a smile, everyone always thought she was the perfect socialite, but the truth? She's neck-deep in filth. Back in school, she used to get street thugs to rough up girls who dared to talk back to her. Then she'd show up like an angel to play the savior. She smokes, drinks, picks fights, sleeps around. She's never liked any woman around Julian. Even for group projects, she'd make sure the other girls suffered behind the scenes. Anyone who dared fight back had their whole life ruined. The reporters were already pulling out their cameras and scribbling notes like crazy, all of them barely able to hide their excitement. Vera realized things weren't going her way. Her hands trembled slightly at her sides as she gave a small nod. Instantly, the group of men hidden in the corner in black rushed forward. Sorry, everyone. My dear friend just came around and might still be disoriented. I'll have someone take her to rest for a bit. Hold on a second. Charles, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. He strode over to Hannah, glanced at Vera, then said sternly, "This is the Blake family's home. Who dares to act recklessly here?" "I've said it before, we handle things fairly. No one gets special treatment." Even though he had a soft spot for the younger generation, Charles's voice still wavered a bit with emotion as he spoke. "Mr. Blake," Vera called out softly, but Charles acted like he hadn't heard a thing. He shut his eyes for a moment, then looked directly at Hannah, his sharp gaze like a hawk zoning in. "You're accusing Vera of attacking you. So how did it happen? Where's the proof? Explain everything, one thing at a time. If you lie even a little, I won't go easy on you even if I'm your uncle-in-law." This is about a girl's reputation and dignity. Though Charles had long stepped back from business, the aura he'd cultivated over the years was still intimidating. Under his intense stare, Hannah couldn't help but shiver. "I was at my new apartment that day. Vera was there too. We were chatting about some drama between me and Anna, and she encouraged me to call Anna and rub it in. Then out of nowhere, I felt a sharp pain on the back of my head. It was just the two of us there. You tell me, who else could have done it?" "But you don't have evidence," Charles said coldly. No one noticed Tom entering through the back, followed by a few officers and a thin, nervous-looking young man. I don't have physical proof, but I know it was her." Hannah's voice rose, her face flushing with frustration, her eyes beginning to water. To have suffered so much, yet not be able to prove it, it was maddening. "There actually is evidence," Tom suddenly said, then gestured toward the skinny man. "Miss Smith, you recognize this man, don't you?" "I've never seen him," Vera answered quickly, fists clenched. The man snapped, "Come on, Miss Smith, are you seriously playing dumb right now? You were the one who hired me to finish her off at the hospital." "I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know you." Vera's eyes twitched with anger, face gone pale under the light, and she glared at the guy like she wanted to rip him apart. "Well, since you chose to betray me, I'm not holding back either. Miss Smith, I recorded all your calls. If I go down, don't expect to drag me down alone." That did it. Vera stopped struggling. She knew the game was over. She looked straight at Hannah and coldly muttered, "Why didn't you just die?" If Hannah had died, none of this would be happening. She could have carried on her perfect act without looking over her shoulder. Hannah shook with rage, lips twitching. Well, guess what? Sometimes, even when someone's in a coma, their body knows when their life's in danger. You thought I wouldn't wake up, did you? Fine. Vera let out a dry chuckle, holding her dress and stepping down stiffly. Her steps faltered. The higher she had climbed before, the more humiliating her fall now. Officer, I'll go with you and cooperate with the investigation. Could you please let me say just one thing to someone before I leave? The cop looked a bit hesitant, but finally gave her a reluctant nod. Keep it quick. Vera smiled faintly, casually tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, then sashayed gracefully toward them. Oh boy, is this a showdown? Anna was already half in a fighting stance, ready to hit her with a praying mantis kick if Vera dared lunge at her. A woman who could betray even her best friend? Dangerous. Not someone to underestimate. But Vera didn't even glance in her direction. With her eyes locked ahead, she walked right up to Julian. Julian, she called softly, her tone laced with an affection she couldn't hide, her flawless face as radiant as ever. Yeah. Julian nodded politely, his expression unreadable. Just like always, courteous, distant, and completely unshakable. Everyone expected Vera to burst into tears or go off the rails. But nope. This so-called top society lady simply tipped her head slightly, her red lips brushing close to Julian's ear as she whispered something. Her voice was barely audible. You could only see her lips move a little, so pretty, so damn mysterious, that even Anna, standing this close, couldn't catch a single word. Now Anna's curiosity was fully triggered. If she weren't worried about making a scene, she'd have inched closer just to eavesdrop. Vera pulled back, looked at Julian for a second, long and deep, then lifted her chin and turned away, holding up her skirt as she strode off. The cops had waited a bit already, and seeing her so cooperative, they got going right away. And just like that, all in under 30 minutes, this whole drama wrapped up. Once the guest of honor was gone, the party pretty much lost all meaning. The host said a few awkward lines, the execs nodded along, and it all fizzled out, anticlimactic as hell. Honestly, for a well-hyped 30th anniversary, this was a pratfall ending. But hey, it's kinda hard to outshine the moment when the queen of high society gets escorted out by the police. Charles didn't even stick around. The second Vera was taken, his face dropped like a shutter, aged a decade in a blink. He murmured a few things to Julian, then went upstairs without another word. Hey, Anna couldn't resist tugging on Julian's sleeve once the crowd had mostly cleared. Casual as she could manage, she asked, So, what did Vera whisper to you just now? You want to know? Julian looked down, his voice low and warm. Of course she wanted to know. She was dying to know. But Anna forced a cool shrug, her eyes darting. Not that curious, just making conversation. Perfect, 'cause I wasn't planning to tell you anyway. Anna's eyes went wide like saucers, totally stunned. Was this dude for real? She had never seen someone so shameless in her life. Come on, it's getting late. Let's go home. Julian reached out and naturally took her hand. It was small, soft, kind of chubby like a kid's. Every time he held it, he could wrap it up completely. Anna saw she had no chance. She dropped the question with a pout, let out a quiet yawn, and trudged along beside him, one foot heavy and one light. Their car was parked in the garden out back, a fair distance from the main hall. The summer was almost over, with autumn creeping in. Flowers were blooming in one last burst of color, their scent thick in the air. Under the dim yellow street lamp, crickets chirped faintly. The path in the backyard was empty, wrapped in a quiet and peaceful vibe. Julian tilted his head, glancing at Anna beside him. If she looked up right now, she'd notice the softness in his gaze. Earlier, Vera had leaned in and whispered in his ear that he'd never find anyone better than her. But deep down, he knew he already had. By the time they returned to the Blake family's villa, it was already 10. Anna had taken a quick shower, wrapped herself in a towel, and dashed out without even drying her hair, flopping straight onto the couch. She always joked that Julian sometimes acted like an old man, and seeing him sitting there with his glasses on, completely absorbed in his book, kind of proved her point. "Why haven't you dried your hair?" Julian asked, looking up. His eyes landed on the dripping strands sticking to her cheeks, and his brows knit slightly. Anna waved him off. "It's fine. I always let it air dry at home. No big deal." "So you just let yourself catch a cold for no reason? I don't get sick that often, okay? That one cold was forever ago, and you still remember it?" Julian didn't bother arguing with her. He got up and grabbed the hairdryer. Anna closed her eyes and quietly enjoyed the unexpected pampering, not saying a word. Truth be told, she just didn't like the hassle of drying her own hair, but if someone else was doing it for her, she had zero objections. She admitted this to herself with a mix of resignation and self-awareness. If there's something on your mind, just say it. Don't keep it bottled up. His voice came calmly from behind her, catching her completely off guard. She blinked, then slipped into a sheepish grin. Wow, you can read minds now? I was just about to ask you something. Julian gave her a faint smile. Clearly, he was no stranger to her nonsense. Taking his good mood as a green light, Anna hesitated briefly before saying, "Did you already suspect Vera was involved with what happened to Hannah?" Back at the banquet, everyone had been stunned, but not Julian. She remembered it so clearly. He just stood there, cool and composed, like he'd seen it all coming. A total contrast to everyone else's shock. "Yeah," Julian replied simply, not even trying to deny it. "But how did you peg her? She and Hannah were really close. You, actually, because of something you said that day." "What did I say?" Anna frowned, thinking hard but coming up blank. "You said she's very pretty." "Well, she is," Anna replied honestly. Julian nodded slightly. "True enough, but think about it. If your close friend were in a coma, would you still have flawless makeup on and not a single trace of sadness on your face? Even top-tier actresses can't fake it that well. And yet, Vera did. Looks a bit too suspicious, doesn't it?" Anna sat with that for a second, and yeah, he had a point. It was unsettling. At the same time, she couldn't help but be impressed by Julian's unshakable instinct. She'd just tossed out a casual comment, but he'd picked up the thread and followed it all the way to the truth. "Legendary! Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You just let me worry all this time for nothing." "Tell you?" Julian let out a snort. "With that loose mouth of yours? If I told you that day, I bet by the next morning the whole world would have known." Anna. She was pretty sure she just heard a heap of sarcasm buried in that tone. Still, the guy helped clear her name, and she wasn't heartless. Credit where credit's due. She turned her head, leaned closer, and dropped 2 sparkly kisses on his handsome face. With a bright little grin and a sugary voice, she said, "Thanks." A smile flickered in Julian's eyes. Seeing her hair was almost dry, he turned off the blow-dryer. "Honestly, I still think it's kinda a waste," Anna said with a pout, shaking her head. "A waste of what?" "I mean, Vera is such a stunner. Even I get butterflies seeing her. She crushed on you for years. Even a block of ice should have melted by now, right? If you hadn't married me, maybe she wouldn't have gone off the rails like that. Sure, she's got issues, but it's still kinda sad." "Feelings aren't exactly something you can explain away," Julian said, pinching her cheek with a chuckle. "If you're that into her, why not try some girl-on-girl action yourself?" Just picturing Vera's gorgeous face and thinking about Hannah's mess gave Anna the chills. She shook her head like a rattling drum. "Yeah, no thanks." Not about to dig her own grave. She jumped up and clung to Julian like a clingy little octopus, rubbing up to him like a cat. "Why would I ditch my hot hubby to mess around with girls?" That last shred of shame, she'd clearly chucked it out the window ages ago. "What's that? Can you eat it?" Early in the morning, the meeting room at the Apexera Group was already packed. Sleekly dressed professionals rushed around with files in hand. This wasn't your average company. It rose from a mid-tier family business to a top-tier listed firm in just a few years. No surprise it earned its stripes. "Tom, go check what's taking so long with the presentation files." Julian, dressed in a sharp black suit with fingers laced on the table, sat like a beacon of calm among the room of paunchy execs. He glanced at his watch, 10 minutes before the scheduled meeting time. Though he didn't say much, Tom spotted that tiny flash of impatience on his face. Julian was seriously punctual. He hated anything running off schedule, and yet the USB stick that should have been delivered by now was still MIA. Tom remembered a bubbly intern had volunteered to fetch it. The girl looked sweet, always eager and capable. She was so close to getting a full-time offer. Surely something hadn't gone wrong. Worried, Tom headed out and walked toward the CEO's office. He hadn't gone far when the intern came rushing down the hallway. "Mr. Parker!" "What happened? Can't find it?" "Found it, finally," she puffed out of breath. I had to search everywhere, but I spotted it stuck in a corner of Mr. Blake's desk. Am I too late? Nope, still good. Go get it loaded up. He was in a hurry, too. Didn't even double-check the flash drive, just waved her through. The intern inserted a cartoon-shaped USB stick into the computer, silently wondering, this is Mr. Blake's? Doesn't really match his whole vibe. Julian stood up once the PPT was handed over, straightened his jacket casually, and walked up to the front, facing the company's execs. Today, I want to go over our company's first half performance. Ah. Right after he spoke the first sentence, a bizarre sound came from the back. Everyone looked like they'd just seen a ghost. Julian's face tightened. When he turned to glance at the screen, his usually calm and handsome face turned colder than ice. A man and a woman entangled together. The woman's expression was, let's just say, way too into it. No one needed subtitles to figure out what that video was. Most of the attendees were men, and honestly, it wasn't like they hadn't seen that kind of thing before. A few chuckled awkwardly. They all got the idea. Some tried to ease the awkwardness and piped up, hey, all guys watch stuff like this. Just didn't peg Mr. Blake as the type into Japanese genres. Me, I lean more toward the Western stuff. More free-spirited, and the actors look more built, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I've seen this one. Weird fake moaning, though. I'll send a better one next time. Through it all, Julian didn't say a word. He just walked over and yanked the USB out of the laptop, calm and collected. His eyes, though, were sharp as a blade. He'd been carrying that USB drive around ever since Anna gave it to him. No time to check it out until now. Now it all made sense, why she refused to watch it with him that night, and why she had that sneaky little grin. Lovely. Just lovely. Even with that random mess in the middle, the meeting still wrapped up smoothly under Julian's steady hand. Afterwards, Tom knocked on the office door and stepped in, sweat beading on his forehead while Julian examined the USB. He gritted his teeth and spoke low. Mr. Blake, this is all on me. I'm fine with taking the blame. That new intern, she really didn't mean any harm. Julian looked up, his tone calm as ever. Did I say I was blaming anyone? Tom instantly relaxed, letting out a quiet breath. His gaze drifted to the childish-looking USB. He didn't even have to ask. He was already pretty sure who it belonged to. Pack up. We're heading out, Julian said, gripping the USB and rising to his feet. Where to? Downtown, Anna's place. Meanwhile, Anna hadn't the faintest clue what kind of storm was headed her way. Instead, she was chilling on her couch, munching on a giant apple and watching TV like she didn't have a care in the world. After a whole night of coaxing and sweet talk, she finally convinced Julian to let her come back home this morning. Ah, nothing like home sweet home. From the kitchen, the smell of food drifted out, rich and mouth-watering. She took a deep sniff and sighed. Mom, that smells amazing. I'm literally drooling over here. Seeing her daughter acting all gluttonous, Lucy couldn't decide whether to laugh or scold. You came home just to eat and lounge, huh? Other daughters help their moms cook. You're sitting here hugging an apple, watching cartoons like a 5-year-old. I am your little girl. What's wrong with wanting to stay that way? I'd rather stay young forever if it means you'd always be youthful too. That way I can always be your precious little sidekick, Anna chirped sweetly as she ran into the kitchen and hugged her mom from behind. Lucy laughed so hard she couldn't hold it in. She gave Anna's arm a playful smack. You're cute, yeah, but girls gotta grow up and get married someday. Look at you, don't even have a boyfriend. Ugh, and here we go again. All tricks, just tricks. Anna grinned and said, Mom, seriously, I'm not in a rush, I'm only 21. Not rushed? At 21? You know that girl who used to play with you when you were little? She's already a mom now. I'm not forcing you, but watching you go on like this without someone by your side, ugh, it's stressful. While you still look decent, how about finding someone passable already? For my peace of mind, okay? Still have some decent looks. No way she's my real mom. Anna huffed and plopped herself next to Lucy, giving her shoulder a gentle nudge. Come on now, your daughter's not that bad, right? With this face, landing myself a cute guy would be a walk in the park. Lucy gave her a side eye and checked her out from head to toe like she was scanning a fake designer bag. She practically had "I don't buy it" stamped across her forehead. All right, I won't argue. After nagging for a while and seeing that Anna wouldn't budge, Lucy gave up and started stirring the food again. So whatever happened with that blind date guy? The one from last time? Did he call you back? Oh, that guy? The one who bragged about his family owning like 3 fertilizer factories? Anna's face instantly twisted like she'd just eaten a lemon. She managed to squeeze out a dry chuckle. He was aiming too high. I wasn't good enough, apparently. Lucy, clearly not picking up on the sarcasm, went into comfort mode. That's fine. Just keep trying. You'll find someone eventually. So what? I've still got to keep going on dates like this. Mom, how about you chill on the dishes? I'll give you a hand. Anna quickly shifted the topic, very wisely, but Lucy suddenly clapped her leg like she just remembered something major, shoved the spatula right into Anna's hands and said, "Keep an eye on the pot real quick. I ordered 2 tubs of peanut oil and left them at the shop downstairs." With that, Lucy yanked off her apron and rushed to the door to change shoes. "I can grab the oil for you, Mom." "No need. You don't even know which brand I got. Don't want to risk you getting scammed." With those words echoing through the apartment, the front door slammed shut with a loud thud, leaving Anna standing there, staring dumbly at the sizzling pan, spatula still in hand. This thing better not explode. Thanks to the trauma from trying to show off her cooking skills at Julian's place last time, Anna now avoided the kitchen like it was haunted. Keeping the spatula far from the flame, she inched her way to the edge of the kitchen. The ticking from the wall clock in the living room sounded like torture. It hadn't been long in real time, but to Anna, it felt like she'd aged a decade. How much longer? Right when she was about to give up on life, she heard a voice from outside the door. "Anna, open up." She'd never realized just how angelic her mom's voice could be. Straight up heavenly. Not even caring about the spatula, she darted to the door. "Mom, you're Finn." The words got stuck in her throat. Standing outside was a tall, lean guy, his features sharp and graceful, with those famously unreadable eyes. And yup, there he was, holding a tub of oil and flashing her a polite smile. Julian. Why the hell is he on her doorstep? Was this real life or some kind of nightmare? Anna's jaw practically hit the floor. Her hands shook slightly as she instinctively moved to shut the door in the man's face, until Lucy popped out from behind him. She frowned and gave Anna a mildly scolding look. "Seriously, what's with you? A guest shows up and you don't even let him in. Where are your manners?" Julian just smiled warmly. "You're too kind, ma'am. No need to fuss." Then he turned to Anna and offered his free hand. His voice was polite, smooth. "Hi, I'm Julian." Anna stared at the hand hanging there midair, then slowly reached out with her chubby little paw, managing an awkward smile. "Anna." The moment their hands touched, she felt this faint, ticklish brush in her palm, like a feather tracing her skin. Weird. Before she could process it, he'd already let go. She looked up, and there he was, still looking every bit the charming gentleman, as if what just happened was all in her head. Unbelievable. Just, what the hell? In the kitchen, Anna was scrubbing apples a little too aggressively. She couldn't help but peek over at the living room now and then, where Julian was comfortably lounging on the sofa. He was dressed super casually today, nothing fancy, actually kind of approachable, like that easy-on-the-eyes guy next door. At the moment, he was chatting away with Lucy like they were old pals. Whatever he was saying had Lucy laughing non-stop, which, since all the stuff at home went down, was a rare sight. Anna finally carried the bowl of apples out of the kitchen, deliberately dragging her feet. The second she stepped into the living room, though, she locked eyes with Julian's deep, dark gaze. Her whole body tensed. She froze right in the middle of the room like a deer in headlights. "What's with you? Washing apples shouldn't take that long. Why are you just standing there? Come sit!" Lucy turned her head just in time to see Anna zoned out and couldn't help but complain. "Oh." Anna had no choice but to suck it up. She shuffled over, set the fruit on the coffee table. The layout of their living room had one big sofa and a rattan chair across from it. Lucy had already claimed the chair, so if Anna wanted to sit down, she had to sit. Yep, right next to Julian. Total nightmare scenario. But if she flat out refused, Lucy would flip. She knew that look her mom gave all too well. After receiving several icy stares that could probably freeze time itself, Anna gritted her teeth and plopped down next to Julian, like she was preparing for battle. Lucy didn't look too happy with how weird Anna was acting, but since they had company, she held it in. She turned to Julian, trying to smooth things over. "Julian, don't mind her. My girl's always been a little, well, awkward. She's just shy around new people. Give her time, she'll warm up to you eventually." "No worries, ma'am." Julian glanced at Anna, who was now pretending to focus hard on peeling an apple like her life depended on it. He gave a faint smile and said, "It doesn't bother me. Actually, Anna being like this, it's kind of cute. Hope we get to know each other better." Anna. Fake. So fake. What a smooth-talking fox. Whatever Anna was thinking, Lucy clearly didn't notice. She just kept sizing Julian up and seemed more and more impressed by the minute. Guys like Julian, polite, mature, grounded, were getting rare these days. Anna held it in as long as she could. Eventually, she blurted out, "Mom, how long have you known Mr. Blake?" With mock curiosity, trying to act casual, Lucy wasn't someone who warmed up to people easily. The fact that she could chat this casually with someone meant they'd known each other for a while. "Yeah, it's been a little while now. Maybe 2 months or so." 2 months. Anna's eyes flickered with suspicion. She'd met Julian 3 months ago. Funny how her mom happened to know him for almost the same length of time. A coincidence? Not buying it. Anna glanced at Julian beside her. He had his head slightly tilted, looking her way, face calm and composed, like he was just some random guy she barely knew. Oh, keep acting. She had no idea what game Julian was playing, and her mind was a bit of a mess trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, Lucy seemed oblivious to her daughter's unease. Seeing the two sitting together like this made her genuinely happy. She smiled and said, "Anna, why are you calling him Mr. Blake? It sounds so cold and distant." Anna felt her eyelid twitch slightly, a bad feeling already creeping in. And sure enough, Lucy continued thoughtfully, "Just call him Julian, Jules or something." Pfft. Anna choked on her own spit, coughing, as the apple in her hand slipped and rolled onto the floor. "Jules? What is this, a cheesy rom-com? Seriously? You're not a kid anymore. How do you still manage to drop an apple like that?" Anna let her mom's nagging wash over her. She knelt down to pick up the apple, but Julian moved at the same time, and their hands brushed. Anna pulled her hand back like she'd been shocked, face warming up. Trying to cover her awkwardness, she straightened up and gave a couple of light coughs. "Mom, it's the 21st century now, all right? I'm way past the age of using such cringy nicknames." "What's so bad about it?" Lucy clearly couldn't resist Julian's charm and mumbled, "Didn't you used to call Adrian all sorts of sweet names too? You never thought it was weird back then." That made the air freeze for a second. Lucy glanced nervously at Anna, clearly unsure what to say next. Julian suddenly stood up, cutting through the tension. He picked up the apple and smiled politely. "Ma'am, I'll go rinse this in the kitchen." "You're a guest. I can't let you do that," Lucy said, rubbing her hands, trying to stop him. "It's really nothing," he replied casually. Julian acted like he was perfectly at home as he walked toward the kitchen, that calm and collected demeanor only making Lucy like him more. Anna threw a glance at his back as he disappeared into the kitchen, then leaned in toward her mom, whispering, "Mom, you're not seriously trying to set me up with a new dad, right?" "What nonsense! Don't joke about that." Lucy gasped a little, swatting at Anna lightly. Anna stuck out her tongue playfully. Watching her behavior, Lucy sighed quietly to herself. Gotta admit, Julian could really carry a conversation. Anna had only ever seen his quiet side, so watching him chat so effortlessly, even with a middle-aged housewife, was totally unexpected. He bounced between topics with Lucy like a pro, jumping from social issues to soap operas, making her laugh till she was practically in tears. If this guy didn't have the exact same name, Anna would have sworn he had a talkative twin. She bit into her third apple, cheeks aching from all the chewing. They'd been talking for more than an hour now, and there was no sign of stopping. Outside, night had already fallen. "Mom, it's getting pretty late. Julian probably hasn't had dinner yet, right?" After much insistence, she finally got away with just calling him by his name. If she had to call him Jules, she'd rather drop dead. This was clearly her polite way of saying, "Time for you to go." Julian, of course, had no clue what was going on in her head. He glanced at his watch and gave a sheepish smile. "Yeah, it's gotten late. Chatting with you was so nice I totally lost track of time. I should probably get going now. But Lucy waved him off immediately. No, just eat here. I've already made plenty of food. What's one more plate? No, that was the last thing Anna wanted to hear. Since the second Julian walked through their door, Anna had been on edge the whole time. Trying to play it cool, she jumped in quickly with a grin. Mom, all the food you made is probably cold now. And we're not serving anything fancy, just home-cooked stuff. What if Julian finds it disappointing? Well, you might be right, Lucy said, her confidence starting to wobble. Maybe, finally, that was the end of the drama. But before Anna could even start to relax, the man next to her turned his head and looked straight at her. He shook his head with a smile. Now that's not fair, Anna. Home-cooked meals are the best. Your mom seems like someone who really knows her way around a kitchen. I smelled the food the second I walked in, and honestly, I was more excited than anything. No way would I complain. He managed to compliment Lucy beautifully while also making it clear he wanted to stay. Anna was dumbfounded. Lucy lit up like a Christmas tree, thrilled to hear the praise. Well then, stay. I made too much anyway. Would be a waste if just the two of us ate. What is your deal, Julian? Anna stormed into the bathroom, shutting the door to block out the noise from outside. She glared at him suspiciously as he calmly washed his hands by the sink. Her tone was sharp. Julian didn't flinch. He dried his hands carefully, making sure not a drop remained before turning around to face her. Hands raised slightly, he said, "Nothing really, you tell me. What deal?" Anna blinked, trying to make sense of his dodge. Frustrated, she whipped her hair back and snapped, "Cut the crap, okay? We had a clear rule. You're not supposed to let my family know anything about us. And now what? You're clearly crossing the line." Right then, she looked just like a puffed-up kitten, clearly not that threatening, but trying hard to come off fierce. Julian stared at her for a second, long enough to make her uneasy, then slowly started walking toward her. Crap. Was he seriously thinking of forcing himself on her? It wasn't until now that Anna realized this guy was definitely not someone to mess with. Instinctively, she turned to run, only to bitterly remember she'd locked the damn door herself. The more anxious she got, the more the doorknob felt like it was mocking her. She twisted and yanked, but it wouldn't budge. And by that point, Julian had already stepped right up to her. He grabbed her arm and backed her straight into the corner of the wall. His warm breath brushed over her bare shoulder, and his arm, locking tightly around her waist, felt more like a silent claim than anything else. Anna trembled, thoroughly freaked out he might actually lose it and do something crazy right here. Swallowing hard, she tried to warn him, her voice shaky. "Don't try anything. I swear I'll scream." "Scream?" Julian chuckled, amused. "You really want to let your mom walk in and see the two of us like this? Anna? Julian? Where'd you guys go?" Perfect. Just perfect. Frozen in place, Anna didn't know what to do. Right then, the door cracked open from the outside. There stood Lucy, staring in with visible surprise at the compromising scene before her. Anna felt her heart leap to her throat. Normally, she'd instantly push Julian away and fumble out an explanation. But now, her brain was just blank. "Ms. Young," Julian said smoothly, with Anna still gazing at him in complete disbelief. He shot her a reassuring smile, as if telling her not to panic. "Anna had a leaf on her head," he explained casually. "I was just getting it off for her." As if to back his story, he stretched out his palm, revealing a small pale green leaf resting there softly under the light. Lucy didn't question him. She simply nodded and said, "Come on, dinner's ready. I just reheated everything." Anna could finally breathe again, but even as relief washed over her, a heavier wave of confusion hit. If Julian had really wanted to tell her mom about them, this would have been the perfect moment. But instead, he covered for her. This stuck in the middle, neither here nor there kind of thing, it was driving her nuts. Still feeling all over the place, Anna turned her frustration into appetite. She shoveled down food like she'd been starved for days. Her head was practically buried in the plates. "Slow down, seriously. You look like you haven't eaten in a week." Lucy couldn't help frowning at Anna's chaotic eating, especially compared to Julian's slow, polite table manners. The contrast was kind of brutal, but Anna clearly wasn't taking the scolding to heart. She mumbled, half chewing, "It's not like there are strangers here." Julian, hearing that, looked up, smiling faintly. Then, noticing she was eating plain beef slices, he quietly pushed a small dish of chili sauce toward her. Anna had always been big on strong flavors, especially spicy ones. Meat without hot sauce just never tasted right to her. She hadn't spotted any earlier and didn't want to make a fuss, so she'd been suffering through it, low-key annoyed. Now, watching Julian pass the sauce over without a word, her eyes actually lit up. She didn't even bother with a thank you, just grabbed the sauce and dunked a big piece of beef into it, took a big bite with a satisfied, like that one mouthful just solved all her life's problems. Julian looked across the table at the girl eating with her eyes half closed, and a soft, indulgent smile tugged at his lips. Lucy, always sharp-eyed, quietly took in the whole scene, thoughts spinning in her mind. She kept a calm face, pointed at the braised fish in front of her, and said cheerfully, "Julian, try this one. It's one of my best dishes. And seriously, thanks again for helping me carry that oil upstairs earlier. My back would have been killing me otherwise." "I definitely will," Julian responded graciously, picking up a piece with his fork. Just then, still chewing her beef, Anna suddenly looked up and blurted, "Wait, don't you hate the fishy smell?" The room fell silent for a beat. Lucy's eyes shot straight at Anna, practically burning holes in her. Even with her usual slow reaction speed, Anna realized she'd messed up and gave an awkward little laugh. "Oh, I was just talking nonsense. I mean, lots of people don't like that smell, so I guess I just assumed you didn't either." What a lame cover-up. Julian saw all her discomfort but acted unfazed. "Actually, I really like fish. Ever since I was little, I've loved it." He said it while eating that piece of fish, and then, to prove his point even more, picked up a few more bites and kept eating. Back when Anna had just moved into the Blake's place, Megan had warned her multiple times that Julian couldn't stand the smell of fish. He wouldn't even let it on the table. And after living there for so long, Anna had never once seen fish appear during a meal. But now this same guy who supposedly hated fish was digging in like it was his favorite dish. Anna freaked out so badly she almost peed herself, then bolted to the bathroom like her life depended on it. Dinner was nearly over. Lucy handed Julian a glass of water and casually asked, "Julian, didn't you mention once that you had a girlfriend?" "Yeah," he replied. "That's a pity. If you didn't, I'd totally be trying to match you up with my Anna." As she spoke, she watched his expression closely, but Julian kept that perfect smile on his face, impossible to read. "I just hope my girlfriend's parents could be as open-minded as you. That'd make things so much easier." "Oh, her parents don't like you?" Julian took a sip of water and shook his head, a bit helpless. "It's not that. It's just, she hasn't even told them I exist." Right then, Anna came out of the bathroom, drying her hands. "What are you two talking about?" Lucy threw her a sharp look. "Grown-ups are talking. Don't interrupt." "Anna, can someone please explain what she just walked into?" It was getting late. After hanging around post-dinner for a bit, the clock hit 9 and Julian got up, saying it was time to go. Lucy didn't insist on him staying, but turned to Anna and asked, "Aren't you heading out too?" Since Anna hadn't gotten permission to stay at the Blakes this time, she'd told Lucy earlier that school was tight and she had an early class, so she couldn't stay the night at home. Caught off guard by the question, she froze for a second, then nodded. "Yeah. What kind of game is her mom playing now?" Lucy gave a small smile and turned to Julian. "Julian, where do you live? My daughter needs to head to school soon. If it's on your way, maybe you could give her a lift. If not, no pressure. But you know, all those sketchy ride shares now, having a young girl out alone really makes me uncomfortable." "I live over by Civic Square," Julian replied, already knowing where Anna's school was, and threw out the address on cue. Sure enough, Lucy looked thrilled and gave Anna a gentle push in Julian's direction. "Oh, that's perfect. Thanks so much. We owe you a big dinner after this." Anna. What kind of mom happily drops her daughter into the jaws of a wolf? Anna suddenly slapped her forehead. "Wait, Mom, I totally forgot I still have some luggage to pack." "Julian, go ahead. You really don't need to wait for me. I'll catch up." She grinned sweetly at him. Sure. She knew there was no skipping the visit to the Blake house today, but still, having her own mom shove her out like that? No thanks. She was definitely going to take her sweet time, Let that guy wait outside for a while. In her mind, a tiny version of herself with black bat wings stood with hands on hips, laughing like a villain. What luggage? You barely have anything left to pack. Lucy tore down Anna's excuse without hesitation. She gave Julian an apologetic smile. She'll probably be done in 5 minutes, tops. How about you go grab your car? I'll have her ready and downstairs in no time. Anna. Julian was already out the door, leaving the big living room suddenly too quiet. Just Anna and Lucy now. Her instincts screamed trouble. Before her mom could say anything more, Anna started tiptoeing toward her room, thinking maybe she could sneak away.
Anna! Yes!
Anna winced as Lucy had already grabbed her by the ear and pulled her onto the bench. Mom, can we not? Let's talk calmly, no need for domestic violence, okay? Lucy gave her the kind of motherly smile that sent chills down her back. Anna, you sure you didn't know Julian before today? Anna shook her head firmly. Nope, not at all. For real? For real, truer than gold. Fearing her mom might not buy it, Anna held up 3 fingers and swore, if I'd ever met Julian before, may I forever stay 21. I mean, staying young forever sounds sweet, but never growing up? Total nightmare. Lucy. Lucy thought back to what Julian had said earlier, and things started to click in her head. If they weren't already dating, her daughter was clearly trying to hide something. Such a clueless girl. Anna had no clue her mom was already seeing through the lies. She still thought she'd gotten away with it flawlessly. After a restless night filled with stress, she stormed downstairs, ready to confront Julian and settle the score. But as soon as she reached the bottom floor, she scanned around for that familiar Lincoln, only to be greeted by a lonely old Santana sitting out front. Where was he? You looking for someone? The car, Anna snapped without thinking, then froze. Wait a sec, that voice. She turned around and nearly jumped. Julian was standing there, casually holding a bottle of water, staring right at her. Jesus, are you trying to give me a heart attack? Julian let out a muffled groan, took a swig of water, swished it, and spit it straight into the gutter nearby. Anna noticed there was already an empty bottle by his side. She blinked, then suddenly burst out laughing. Hands behind her back, she grinned and leaned in closer to Julian, mischief in her eyes as she tilted her head and teased. Seriously, though, if you can't handle fish, just skip it next time. Why put yourself through this torture? Julian's temple throbbed. He was this close to wrapping his hands around this girl's neck. He had hated fish since forever, and look where it got him, 100% her fault. And now she's just standing there, mocking him like it's funny. His eyes narrowed slightly. Anna. She instinctively looked up, right into his intensely close face. And then came a kiss, cool, minty, sudden, like punishment. Anna frowned hard. What the heck? This guy part dog or what? Julian straightened up and, as serious as ever, muttered, You deserve to taste that too. Then he grimaced. Fish really is the most disgusting thing on earth, no contest. Anna. And just like that, her train of thought slammed back on track. She clenched her fists, her tone turning straight up business as she demanded, Julian, I seriously think we need to talk. Talk? Julian gave a short laugh, casually ruffling her hair. About dating? Thought we were already doing that. Shameless. Where does he even get the nerve? Anna was nearly speechless. Meanwhile, Julian just took her wrist and led her toward the Santana park nearby. Come on, let's go. He had a little account to settle too. Anna glanced at the half-new Santana with an arched brow. Her eyes narrowed in mock suspicion. Hey, is your company hitting a rough patch or what? Because last she checked, this man was practically glued to his predictable yet flashy Lincoln. Julian raised his eyebrows but didn't deny it. Might be your turn to support me soon, he said flatly. Anna. Once in the car, Anna quickly returned to the issue at hand. She pulled her expression tight, her voice sharp. I need you to explain exactly what happened today. Why do you know my mom? Why were you at my house right when I got back? This affects our agreement. This felt insanely satisfying. For once, she had the upper hand. Usually, she was cornered and outplayed, but now, calmly pressing Julian like this, felt amazing. She half expected to see him flustered or caught off guard, but to her surprise, Julian only smiled. Meeting your mom was pure coincidence. I was in your neighborhood for something else. Then I saw her lugging around a big old container of oil. What kind of person would I be if I didn't help? Gotta respect the elderly, right? You say I messed up our rules, but I never let slip anything about us. Even after I found out she was my future mother-in-law, I still called her ma'am and kept it all respectful. Anna stared at him, dazed. Honestly, the way he put it, there weren't any holes she could poke, but something still felt off. Before she could dig deeper into that weird feeling, Julian pulled something familiar from his pocket and waved it in front of her. Recognize this? We've got some unfinished business to go over. Settle accounts? What kind of accounts? Anna looked at the flash drive in front of her. It looked oddly familiar. After staring at it for a few seconds, she started sweating a little. With a flick, she sent it flying across the seat, then turned to open the car door, clearly trying to make a run for it. Julian, as if expecting it, reached out and easily pulled her back into his arms. Going somewhere? His voice was casual, like warm water, but it still made Anna's skin crawl with nerves. Nowhere. I'm not going anywhere. She shook her head like crazy, quickly denying it while looking up at him with a sweet fake smile. Julian wasn't about to let her off that easy. He shot her a look, then shoved the flash drive back into her hand. Talk. What is this? Anna awkwardly held the thing, lips twitching before mumbling, A flash drive? Julian wasn't fooled by her playing dumb. He knew her too well by now. He didn't say a word, but his hands were already sneaking under her clothes. I'll talk, she squealed, clutching her shirt like some innocent girl being harassed by a rich playboy. Drama queen alert. Hearing her give in, Julian finally pulled his hands back and tilted his chin. Okay, start. Well, they're art films. Even though Anna usually had pretty thick skin, saying that out loud to a guy still made her cheeks turn red. So for my birthday, you gave me this? Julian asked. What? You don't like it? Anna blinked up at him with wide eyes. I seriously spent time picking all kinds, American, Japanese, even some niche ones. I handpicked them all for you. But hey, if you have a preference, just tell me and I'll dig up some more. You really into watching that kind of stuff? Julian's eyes looked like they had a layer of frost on them now. But Anna hadn't picked up on the shift in his mood. She waved her hands, eyebrows raised. Not that much. I mean, not really. But Sam said you hardly ever watch this sort of thing, so I thought maybe it'd be a fun birthday gift. Surprise, right? Surprise? More like a heart attack. Before Anna could finish processing her own words, the next thing she knew, her world flipped upside down. Literally. Julian had pinned her down against the passenger seat. The car was small to begin with, and now they were practically on top of each other. Anna felt like her organs were being squished. Julian's face was so close, they were practically breathing the same air. If either of them moved even an inch, their lips would crash together. No way. Is this going to turn into a car makeout session? Anna. His lips were just inches from hers. Anna shrank her neck back at the sound of his voice and squeaked out a reply, heart pounding like crazy, nervous but also, yeah, kind of excited. She was already spiraling into daydream mode when, bam! Julian flicked her forehead without mercy. What's always running through that messy little head of yours? Less videos, more books, all right? You're still a young lady. After throwing that line out there, Julian turned over and sat up, acting all pure and proper like some monk. Geez, seriously? Anna rolled her eyes and shot him a mental middle finger. She thought the whole thing was over just like that. But nope. Julian suddenly pulled up at a convenience store downtown without a word. Before she could even ask, he had already stepped out of the car and headed inside. When he came back, there was a chill clinging to him from the outside air. What did you buy? Anna, who had always been ridiculously curious since she was a kid, immediately started eyeing him up and down. She noticed something bulging in his jacket pocket. Without hesitation, she reached in. Julian only glanced at her briefly, not stopping her. Seeing he didn't protest, Anna got even bolder. She pulled the mystery item out and started inspecting it with a grin. It was a small blue box. With the streetlight filtering through the car window, she squinted at the words and read them out loud, syllable by syllable. Durex. Durex? The second she said it aloud, she nearly bit her tongue off. She stared at Julian like he'd just turned into an alien. She wasn't clueless. Having watched her fair share of adult films, she definitely knew what this was. Durex? That's a condom. When we go home to watch the birthday gift you gave me, this'll come in handy, Julian said with a smile, like he had no intention of letting her escape the embarrassment. Anna. So he wasn't letting it slide after all. He was clearly just saving it for round 2 back home. The box in her hand suddenly felt like it was 200 degrees. She yelped and flung it away like it burned. Her pretty little face turned beet red and her shoulders trembled, but she couldn't get a word out. Julian's mood visibly lifted. A smirk tugged at his lips as he reached over and gave her cheek a light pinch. Anna squirmed and suddenly looked up at Julian, hesitant. What is it? Julian raised an eyebrow. Her sudden change in behavior set off alarm bells in his head. I think my period just started. Could you maybe get me some stuff? What kind of stuff? No need to say more. So there he was, this tall, super well-dressed guy standing awkwardly in front of the feminine hygiene products in the store, frowning deeply while trying to find You by Kotex. His presence drew curious looks from teenage girls and middle-aged women alike. At this point, he almost looked like a perv on the loose. Julian hadn't done anything remotely like this before. By the time he got back to the car, his whole face was dark like a thundercloud, clearly in a don't you dare mess with me mood. Here. Anna happily accepted her precious You by Kotex pads, flashing him the biggest smile, a smile so sweet that her eyes turned into crescent moons. Thanks. By the time they got home, it was already pretty late. Anna bolted straight to the bathroom, clutching the pads like treasure. Sure enough, her 2-month delayed period decided to show up right on cue. Couldn't have picked a better moment if it tried. If it weren't for the setting, or the fact that laughing out loud right now would seem way too ridiculous, Anna honestly wanted to throw her head back and cackle at fate. But you know what they say, don't celebrate too soon. 30 minutes later, the smile vanished from Anna's face. Having your period might excuse you from certain activities, sure, but the cramps, they're killer. Imagine your lower stomach being shredded with a flaming knife. Yep, that bad. Anna lay curled up on the couch, clutching her belly like she was holding herself together. She let out a soft groan, sounding more like a miserable kitten. Ugh, it hurts. She'd never had it this bad before. Maybe it was because it hadn't come in a while, but this time around, it felt like her insides were staging a revolt. Julian had ditched his usual suit and was in simple white loungewear, which made him look a bit less intimidating. Still, his brows were tightly drawn as he stared at Anna helplessly. Call a car. We're going to the hospital, he told Megan after a short pause. No, no, no! Anna panicked the moment she heard that. She hugged the couch like it was her last lifeline, her face scrunched up in resistance. I'm not going, okay? You try to drag me there, and I'll just die here instead. You're literally in pain and want to tough it out? That's ridiculous, Julian said as he moved toward her, clearly about to pick her up whether she liked it or not. But she was determined. She gripped the couch for dear life, shaking her head fiercely like a bobblehead doll, eyes darting to Megan in silent desperation. Her pitiful look must have hit a soft spot, because even cool as ice Megan couldn't resist speaking up. Mr. Blake, period cramps aren't exactly something you rush to the ER for. How about I make some ginger tea instead? Anna had always found Megan a bit scary, but right now, she was holy level amazing, rescuer of the year. Does that stuff even help? Julian looked unsure, but after glancing down at the miserable figure on the couch, he gave in. Fine, stay here, I'll go make it. But if this doesn't help, you're coming with me. Got it? Sensing the olive branch, Anna immediately nodded like her life depended on it. Julian gave her a careful look, clearly still worried, then turned to leave. The TV buzzed in the background while Anna tried to distract herself from the stabbing pain by randomly flipping channels. Recently, socialite Vera was accused of attempted murder. The case has now entered the official investigation phase. She accidentally stopped on a news channel, and the stiff, expressionless anchorwoman said one word, Vera. That name hit her like ice water. Since the night of that party, no one had brought Vera up again. It was like that wild scene Anna had witnessed was nothing but a hallucination. Yet now, the TV dragged Vera's name back into broad daylight. A photo of Vera being questioned popped up. Gone were the glam clothes and spotlight flare. Instead, she wore a plain shirt and jeans, face bare of makeup. Yet, even like this, the woman was annoyingly pretty. Anna couldn't help but recall how devastated Vera looked that night. It probably only got worse from there. While Anna was lost in thought, Julian walked back in with something in his hands. For some unexplainable reason, Anna kicked the remote off the couch like she hadn't been watching that channel at all. Julian didn't seem to notice. He handed her the bowl and said softly, "Here, drink this." After saying that, he casually added, "If this doesn't help, we're going to the hospital." Just for that one sentence, even if it didn't work, Anna had to pretend it did. She quickly thanked him and took the bowl, gulping down 2 big sips without hesitation. Julian had made the ginger tea himself, so he obviously knew how hot it was. Though it had cooled down a bit, drinking it so fast still stung her mouth. Watching her rush like that, he frowned. "You don't have to chug it down. It's not like someone's gonna steal it." Anna grinned awkwardly and tried to lighten the mood. It tastes really good. You've got skills." The small bowl of liquid was empty in no time. She smacked her lips. It might have been psychological, but her stomach really didn't feel quite as bad now. The TV was still reporting on Vera's case, but the man sitting next to her was staring at her instead. His eyes were making her feel all kinds of awkward. Though Anna didn't really know Vera, from bits and pieces Hannah had mentioned and how Vera had acted, it was clear that this socialite had some serious obsession with Julian, like borderline scary. Normally, having a stunner like that madly in love with you would be something to brag about, but Julian had always stayed indifferent. Childhood friends for over 10 years, yet not even a single spark? Yeah, that's weird. Anna couldn't resist. She raised a finger and hesitated before speaking to him. About Vera. Yeah? She's still under investigation, right? Might end up getting sentenced. He gave her a look, as if he was talking to someone with zero common sense. I know. Seriously? Your childhood friend might actually go to prison. Don't you even feel anything about that? Feel what? You think this is like winning an award or something? Julian squinted slightly, his tone flat. She committed a crime and might go to jail. That's how it should be. If it were anything else, maybe he could overlook it. But Vera trying to drag Anna into her mess, that crossed a line. Well, yeah, technically, but still. Anna, are you jealous? He suddenly smirked, and just like that, the ice in his eyes melted into something warm and inviting. His gaze fixed on her like she was the only one in the world, deep and clear like a still lake under moonlight. Anna had always known he was good-looking. She just didn't know he could be this charming. When he stared like that, it felt like he saw right into her soul. Her heart skipped a beat, and all her top-tier arguments disappeared into thin air. She opened her mouth halfway, probably looking super dumb, not that she needed a mirror to guess, and he kept pressing, not giving her any chance to dodge. If you're not into me, why would Vera's situation bother you so much? If you're not into me, why do you keep testing how I feel? If you're not into me, why did you get wasted at a bar after seeing me and her at a promotional event? Anna's face paled. She moved her lips and muttered, I didn't. Don't lie to yourself. Listen to what your heart's telling you. Julian reached out, his fingers brushing her cheek with a touch so gentle it felt like he was handling something priceless. His expression soft and serious. His voice dipped to a low, tempting note that lingered near her ear. Anna, is it really that hard to say you like me? Is saying you like me really that hard? A soft night breeze swept through, lifting the sheer white curtains in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The air carried a faint floral scent, so relaxing that it made you want to close your eyes and drift. That sentence kept looping in Anna's mind. There they were, just standing across from each other, staring like a pair of confused cats. Time almost felt frozen. Anna blinked a few times. Julian looked at her with this quietly encouraging gaze, clearly waiting for something. She finally opened her mouth, only to blurt out the kind of thing that could make someone want to bang their head against a wall. You like me. And with that, Anna shot up like she'd sat on a tack, tossed out an oops, bathroom emergency, and dashed for the restroom. If a track coach had been there, they'd have immediately tried to recruit her. Julian stared at the bathroom door for a long beat before letting out a soft, helpless laugh. Guess he pushed too hard. Did he scare her? Yeah, she may have laughed it off last night with some silly wordplay, but honestly, Anna barely slept a wink. She tossed and turned like a pancake on a hot griddle. Now staring across the street at a hip little coffee shop, her expression looked complicated. She seriously didn't expect Hannah to call and ask her out. But what was even more surprising, she actually said yes. And now here she was, standing outside like she had nothing better to do. What was she thinking? This was probably a trap. Going in would officially make her nuts. No, she should leave. She wasn't here to meet with Hannah. Nope, just out for a random walk. Totally unplanned. 2 minutes later, "Welcome," the barista called cheerfully. Anna winced. Yeah, that one stung. Right as she stepped in, she spotted Hannah sitting in a corner, wearing a pastel pink chiffon dress that looked almost too soft for the setting, but somehow suited this weird moment. Anna took a deep breath, quickly checked her pocket to make sure her pepper spray was still there, then walked over and sat down across from her. Hannah looked up, gave her this knowing look, and said, "You came." That tone, seriously asking to be smacked. Anna slammed her hand on the table like some gangster boss, throwing Hannah a sharp look. "So why'd you ask me here? If you're planning some epic street brawl, fine by me. My crew's already waiting on the next block." Of course she made that up. Anna didn't have any crew. "I'm not here to fight you, Anna," Hannah said, her tone surprisingly sincere. Her expression was a little awkward too, like she was forcing herself to say something that didn't come easy. "I've actually wanted to say this for a while. I'm sorry." Anna blinked. This woman, who'd always been a drama queen around her, was now apologizing? For real? Once Hannah got started, though, the rest came easier. She bit her lip, tried to smile, but failed miserably, then continued, "I messed up with everything that got out about you and Ethan, and those messages. I crossed a line. I hope you can forgive me." Anna wasn't the type to back down when someone picked a fight. She could go toe-to-toe with anyone. But when someone actually dropped the tough act and showed a bit of softness, she kind of lost her edge. She still didn't like Hannah. Actually, she'd loathed her. But seeing her like this, for some reason, rejecting her apology felt harder than expected. She shook her head impatiently and shrugged like it didn't bother her at all. "I honestly didn't take any of it seriously. Your little tricks don't do a thing to me." It was only then that she noticed Hannah was still sitting in a wheelchair across from her. Her outfit was neat, makeup well done. It was easy to miss at first glance. "I'm paralyzed." Hannah caught Anna's curious gaze and gave a casual shrug, as if it was no big deal. "Guess it takes a brush with death to finally see things clearly. No need to pity me. At least I'm still breathing, right? These past 20 years, I don't think I've done much good. I was like a puppet under Vera's manipulative hand. Whatever she asked, I did it, blindly thinking we were actual friends. And it wasn't just you. I've pulled the same crap on a lot of other girls. Sure, Vera was the mastermind, but I played my part. Hell, sometimes I even took the lead." Anna's feelings were all over the place. She paused, trying to find the right words, and finally said, "So the stuff with Ethan and the plagiarism scandal, all that was her doing?" "Nope." Hannah shook her head. "That was all on me." Anna, whatever shred of sympathy she'd started to feel instantly vanished. If not for basic decency, she might have launched a coffee mug at her. Hannah calmly sipped her drink and went on, "Just like you guessed, I was into Julian way before Vera even took notice. Being close to her gave me a chance to stay near him. That's why I stuck around. Truth is, the only thing Vera really aimed at you was what just happened, framing you." Anna frowned. "You mean the police investigation? That was her doing? What's even in it for her?" They had no deep-rooted grudge, not really. Sure, Vera might have been bitter that Anna married Julian, but Anna had an alibi. It's not like she could be convicted. That was the part that never made sense to her. "Benefit?" Hannah chuckled like it was obvious. "Vera never does anything that doesn't work in her favor." "Ruining your name in high society? That's a solid blow. Charles would never accept someone with a criminal rep as the Blake family's daughter-in-law." Hearing that, Anna felt her stomach drop. She followed Hannah's logic. "So she pinned everything on me. Let the cops investigate. right when the Apexera Corp's 30th anniversary was coming up. With the Blakes needing good press, she figured this was her shot to replace me. Exactly, Hannah nodded. She may have been planning it for ages, or maybe it was a spur-of-the-moment move. She probably thought she'd covered all her tracks, but too bad for her, she slipped. Though she said bad, her tone was almost gleeful. If she hadn't panicked and skipped finishing me off when I was in a coma, no one would have ever found out the truth. And you'd be stuck carrying this murder label forever. Accused of murder for life, even if she wasn't convicted in today's twisted world, that alone could ruin everything. Only now did it truly hit Anna, what a narrow escape she'd had. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead. There's nothing more dangerous than a jealous woman. Hannah finally let out what she had been holding in, taking a deep breath that seemed to loosen some weight off her chest. She glanced at Anna, who clearly looked stunned, and burst out laughing. Relax, no need to freak out. Julian's already sorted everything for you, hasn't he? Who says I'm scared? Anna puffed up her chest, trying hard to put on a fearless front. Watching her, Hannah's smile gradually faded, replaced by a sudden sadness. People always said Julian was cold and distant, but really, what's cold? What's warm? It's just that he was warm to someone else, not her, and not even Vera. Anna, what is it about you that makes him treat you like this? Hannah muttered to herself as the breeze gently swept her face, her eyes full of confusion. By the time Anna stepped into the villa, it was almost noon. The cicadas outside were screaming their last melodies of early autumn. Inside the house, dead silent. Not a soul in sight. You could probably hear a pin hit the floor. What's going on? She had tiptoed in, worried someone might catch her sneaking back, but now that she looked around, the eerie stillness made her hair stand on end. I was only gone for 2 hours. How did the vibe in here get so weird? Wait, she didn't just walk into a horror movie scene, right? Her brain instantly queued up a dozen terrifying scenes from thrillers, and her body started shivering like a leaf in the wind. Hands shaky, she fumbled around in her bag, trying to get her phone, but the more she panicked, the less her fingers cooperated. Rustle, rustle. Some noise came from the kitchen. Anna froze. Her scalp literally tingled. Still, she grabbed a fruit knife off the coffee table and crept towards the kitchen like she was in a spy movie. In her head, she was bracing for some masked psycho, or worse, a trigger-happy lunatic. Maybe even someone dissecting a familiar face with a knife while grinning like a maniac. But what she saw made her jaw almost hit the floor. There, back facing her, was Julian chopping vegetables. He was in a crisp white shirt, sleeves casually rolled up, showing lean muscles on his arms. What didn't fit at all was the flowery apron he had on. It looked ridiculously out of place on him. She instantly remembered it was that gag gift she made him buy at the supermarket for fun. This was unexpected, to say the least. "You're back?" Julian glanced over when he heard the door, and the minute he saw her, his temples started throbbing. But before he could come up with a single word of scolding, Anna totally caught him off guard by bursting into tears. She dropped the knife right there and threw herself into his arms. Warm and soft against him, Julian was stunned for a second, then quickly put down what he was doing and hugged her tightly back. Anna was a mess, no signs of stopping. She cried like the world had ended. Watching her, anyone would have thought something terrible had happened. Julian gently rubbed the top of her head and asked coolly, "Did Hannah give you a hard time?" He knew Hannah had asked Anna out, and even though she thought she'd kept it low-key, he'd been fully aware. He figured it was just time for them to hash things out, nothing to worry about. But seeing her like this now made him rethink the whole thing. Anna hiccuped from crying, her rabbit-like swollen eyes staring at Julian in disbelief. "How'd you know I went to see Hannah?" Julian. Getting caught red-handed, Julian visibly froze for a second, but quickly regained his calm like nothing happened. He gave her chubby cheek a pinch and said, "Don't change the subject." Honestly, Anna had already calmed down by now. The only thing she still felt after that whole crying episode was pure embarrassment. She sniffled, waved her hand, and muttered, "It's really got nothing to do with Hannah." Dragging innocent people into this felt seriously wrong. Julian's deep stare made her shrink her neck a bit, and she mumbled, feeling awkward, I just thought something bad had happened to you. Julian hadn't expected that him sending the staff away to set a romantic scene would end up in such a misunderstanding. It was both funny and frustrating. He gently dabbed her tears with a handkerchief, thought for a second, then suddenly chuckled and said, "Anna, would you be sad if I died?" "Of course," Anna nodded seriously. But before Julian could feel even a little bit moved, she added, "I mean, spend enough time with someone, feelings build up. Like when my hamster died, I cried for over an hour." Wow, so in her heart, he's not even on par with a hamster? Julian finally realized. Getting this girl to say something sweet was harder than climbing Everest. Honestly, it was enough to drive someone nuts. After finishing that lovingly made lunch, Anna locked herself alone in the bathroom. She tilted her head, staring at herself in the mirror. Crying earlier had left her eyes a bit swollen. She hadn't been sleeping well lately, so there were dark circles too. Her hair was pulled back into a plain ponytail. No makeup, no effort. She could stretch a bottle of face cream for half a year. At best, she could pass as a clean-faced girl next door. Nothing special. Totally average. Thinking of Vera, Anna felt a sharp pang in her chest. I mean, that gap between them? It was massive. Gritting her teeth, she yanked her phone out of her bag. She was aiming to call Sophia, but her finger slipped. By the time she realized, Sandra was already lighting up on the screen. Sandra picked up quick, sounding cheerful. "Anna, what's up? Didn't expect a call from you." "Sandra, do you think I'm pretty?" Pfft. Sandra must have been drinking something, because she straight up spat it out. She coughed for a bit, then said, "Girl, are you okay? You sick or something? I'm serious. Am I pretty or not?" Anna pressed on. Seeing how serious Anna was, Sandra had no choice but to answer properly. "Yeah, you're cute, for sure." "Okay, but who do you think's prettier, me or Scarlett?" Scarlett Williams was a top-tier celebrity, known worldwide for her soft, delicate features and undeniable star power. Anna had racked her brain to come up with someone who slightly resembled Vera, but from her perspective, Vera actually had the upper hand. Sandra finally lost it. "Why the heck are you comparing yourself to a celebrity? You trying to make yourself feel bad?" Well, that pretty much said it all. Anna felt a knot in her chest. She might always act like she didn't care, all calm and unbothered, but deep down, she saw everything crystal clear. But when it came to looks or talent, she didn't really have either. So why on earth would Julian be into her? Was it one of those "you're not ugly, I'm just blind" situations? Come on, get a grip, Anna. She wrinkled her delicate brows and mumbled, "Sandra, what do you think love really is?" Sandra had always proudly called herself a love guru. She practically majored in dating since high school. With a resume full of flings, love triangles, cheating dramas, she was like the poster girl for heartbreak and chaos. Guess living that close to the fire, it was bound to singe her at some point. Everyone thought she'd keep her rebellious streak into college, but shocker, Sandra suddenly settled down. People thought she was bluffing at first, but here she was, 2 years deep into relationship bliss. Anna might find Sandra and her boyfriend's roller coaster dynamics exhausting to even watch, but deep down she couldn't help being jealous, enough to come begging for advice. And of course, Sandra lit up at the chance to talk about love. It's like when you don't see him, you just keep thinking about him, like obsessing. Anna thought on it for a second. Nope. Honestly, she kind of looked forward to Julian leaving, so she could chill without being hover-parented. Sandra went on, full excitement mode, and like you used to hate cooking, but suddenly you don't mind doing it for him. Yeah, right. The one time Anna ventured into the kitchen, the stove practically blew up in her face. Since then, she'd just left the cooking to Julian. Way safer. The biggest clue for me is like when you look at him and think no other guy on earth can compare. Like he's just the hottest. Okay, she still thought her favorite celeb was hotter than Julian. So, guess that means she's not in love with Julian? None of Sandra's signs fit her situation. For the first time all day, Anna felt the weight in her chest ease. She smiled wide and chirped, "Thanks, Sandra. I owe you a milk." "A milk?" Sandra blinked. Feeling the awkwardness creeping in, Anna added quickly, Okay, any beverage if you want, but $5 max. Can't spend more." Hey, she was practically paying off emotional debt over here. "Fine, whatever, you stingy gremlin." Sandra muttered before suddenly letting out a screech. Wait, Anna! Are you catching feelings? Is it Julian? Spill! Tell me it's him! Anna winced. That sudden shout buzzed in her ears. Just as she opened her mouth to shoot back, Sandra burst out laughing. Ha ha! I knew it! You're totally whipped! You didn't see how Julian looked at you. Girl, that was full-on hard eyes. Oh, shut up! Sandra got the hint. Anna wasn't someone you could tease too much before she snapped, so she quickly reined it in and broke some news instead. By the way, Anna, there's a high school reunion thing tonight over here. Wanna come? Is Sophia going? Shouldn't you know that better than me? Haven't seen her around lately. You two in a fight or what? Sandra was still going on and on with her wild guesses, so Anna, feeling guilty, found an excuse to end the call quickly. It wasn't like she had beef with Sophia or anything. She was just seriously terrified of facing her now. Guilty conscience really did make people weak. By the time Anna finally dragged herself out of the bathroom, she caught sight of Julian lounging on the couch. He was still in that white shirt, and under the sunlight, he looked annoyingly clean and perfect. His long fingers were flipping through a book, totally absorbed. Hearing a sound, he glanced up at her with a little smirk in his tone. I almost thought you fell in and couldn't get out. Was about to send someone in to save you. You fell in. Your whole family fell in. Anna shot back instantly. Julian didn't get mad. Instead, he just gave her a look with those mischievous eyes of his, half smiling, half teasing, which was even scarier somehow. Anna's voice faded out instantly. Come here. After a short pause, Julian patted the spot beside him. What for? Anna mumbled, reluctant, but she still walked over hesitantly. Julian clearly had zero patience left. The moment she stepped into his hold zone, he reached out and pulled her straight into his arms. Neither of them spoke, only the soft rustle of pages turning broke the silence. Anna stayed stiff at first, but surprisingly, she ended up dozing off in his arms just like that. She didn't wake up until she felt someone gently shaking her. Slowly, she blinked her eyes open, and freaked when she realized it was already dark outside. How long did I sleep? About 4 hours. Anna shifted a little and winced. Her limbs were totally numb. But what really shocked her was that Julian hadn't moved at all, still keeping the same position from earlier. That must have been so uncomfortable. Feeling a little guilty, she reached up and started lightly massaging his arm, grumbling, You could have just laid me down on the bed, you know? Why'd you have to hold me the whole time? Julian looked down at the fluff of hair nestled against his chest, a soft fondness flickering in his eyes. Funny, I don't remember it that way. Pretty sure someone refused to let go and threw a fit every time I tried moving. All right. Julian gave her shoulder a light pat, his voice gentle. Come on, freshen up a bit. I want to take you to meet some people. Meet people? Anna's face instantly showed how not okay she was with that. But thinking back on how nice Julian usually was to her, and how she literally just used him as a pillow for hours, she bit her lip and reluctantly agreed. Half an hour later, Anna followed Julian into a private room at a hotel, and she regretted it the second they stepped in. The room was packed with men, some suited up, some in olive green uniforms, and every single one of them turned to look at her. The curiosity and nosiness in their eyes practically slapped her in the face. What the heck? He said a few people. This looked like a whole freaking army. Anna instantly felt her scalp tingling and tried to back away, but Julian's big hand had already slipped around her waist, holding her firmly in place. No escaping. She felt like her heart, liver, everything was shaking. Julian seemed to notice her tension and pulled her closer, his grip tightening just a bit. Relax, they're old friends. His voice, low and unbelievably soothing, had this calming effect like a cool spring breeze, slowly melting her anxiety away. Anna pressed her lips together, took a deep breath, and, catching his encouraging gaze, looked at the crowd. Hi, I'm Anna. Nice to meet you all. Wow, if Julian weren't hanging onto her waist, she might have gone full Japanese bow on them with a 90-degree bend. Julian glanced at Anna with a faint smile, then turned to the room and said, This is my wife. The room fell silent for a beat before erupting with chatter. So this is your wife, huh? Damn, she's a knockout. Boss, you lucked out big time. One after another, the guys chimed in, grinning, whistling, tossing compliments like they were passing out beers. Anna wasn't exactly shy, but with all that attention, her cheeks still flushed. God, she just wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. "Anna, gotta give you a toast," said a guy in military uniform as he stood up, holding his drink and grinning. Anna blinked and then laughed. "Hey, wasn't that Sam?" Right next to him was a familiar face, Steve, clearly trying not to laugh. Looked like this whole toast idea came from him, and poor Sam was the scapegoat. With all eyes on her and the mood buzzing, Anna felt a rush of boldness. Someone handed her a full glass, and she didn't hesitate to take it. After all, she'd heard guys like their wives to help them save face in public. Seeing everyone here seemed pretty close to Julian, she figured she better step up. "Anna's got style!" "Sam, bottoms up, don't be shy." The excitement spiked. Just as Anna raised the glass, ready to drink, Julian smoothly took it right out of her hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" She looked up at him, confused. Julian didn't answer her, just pulled her slightly into his arms and addressed the group with a casual smile. "Anna's not feeling great. Can't drink tonight. I'll take it for her." Then he downed the drink in one go. From her angle, Anna could see the way his Adam's apple moved as he swallowed. It was kinda hot. His protective move caught everyone off guard at first, but they quickly caught on and started joking around again. Still, the message was clear. Anna definitely had a special place in Julian's heart. Anna didn't really get why Julian had stepped in, but she wasn't about to complain. She didn't even like the taste of alcohol that much. She was only going to drink for his sake. Now that he was helping her out, yeah, her heart was doing little happy flips. Sitting next to Julian, holding a cup of juice, Anna absent-mindedly sipped through her straw while half listening to the ongoing chatter. The conversation shifted from business to military topics. Julian, cool and calm, barely spoke, answering occasionally with minimal words, yet everything still seemed to revolve around him. Anna couldn't help but find it fascinating. She leaned over a bit and tugged at Julian's sleeve, whispering, "Are their ranks like super high?" Julian was in the middle of picking up food. He nodded as he placed it gently near her mouth. Anna bit into it naturally, puffing her cheeks as she chewed, swallowing before managing to say, "Then you must outrank all of them." When she first met him, she'd thought he was just some ordinary office guy. Marrying him, she found out he was actually running a major company. And now this? Another secret identity? Honestly, this could be a blockbuster drama. The more she thought about it, the more excited she got, eyes twinkling as she stared at Julian like he was a walking mystery novel. Julian's eyes flickered slightly. Then, under Anna's curious gaze, he bent down and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "In some ways, yeah, I'm bigger than them." At first, Anna didn't quite catch what he meant. But the second it clicked, her face turned redder than a cooked lobster. She clenched her little fists, glaring at Julian furiously. Seriously, how could he be such a shameless guy? "Hey, what's up with you, Anna? Your face is burning. Got a fever or something?" Someone nearby noticed and casually asked. "Ha! Let's see how you talk your way out of this." Anna was waiting for Julian to get flustered, or at least a little thrown off. After all, that'd be a normal reaction, right? Except, Julian wasn't just anyone. Before the other person finished speaking, he casually pulled out a napkin and gently wiped the corner of Anna's mouth, his handsome face wearing a calm smirk. "She accidentally got something on her face. I gave her a heads up, and she got all shy about it." Flawless explanation. Totally natural move. He was literally lying through his teeth, with a straight face. Julian's whole vibe was so chill that even Anna almost believed him for a second. But really, how could she say what actually happened out loud? She had no choice but to laugh awkwardly and swallow the embarrassment. And when you're embarrassed, it's easy to overreact. Anna, ticked off beyond reason, downed 6 huge glasses of juice, like she had some grudge against it, making Julian glance over in disbelief more than once. Later, she totally regretted it. Too much drink. Bathroom emergency. The hotel was insanely luxurious. Even the restroom felt like a 5-star suite. After doing her business, Anna slowly walked out, shaking her head and mumbling to herself, "So freaking fancy. Just ridiculous." "Anna," a familiar voice called out from behind. Anna froze mid-step and turned around, her expression instantly souring. It was Jessica Green, her cousin on her dad's side, not someone Anna had any fond feelings for. Can you really like someone who constantly trashes you in front of the elders, trips you up behind closed doors, and is always busy comparing herself to you? Yeah, didn't think so. Still, there was no avoiding polite small talk. Anna moved her lips with little interest and greeted Jessica. Jessica was all dolled up today in a classic black Chanel dress, which really made her glow. Say what you want about how stingy her dad's side was, they definitely went all in for their one and only daughter. So it's really you. Thought I was seeing things, Jessica said with deliberate surprise as she walked over. What are you doing in a place like this? You're here. Why can't I be? Anna shot back coldly, not bothering to sugarcoat anything. Jessica obviously didn't appreciate getting shaded like that, and her face tensed. If nothing else, I'm heading out, Anna said bluntly, not planning to stick around for idle chit-chat, and turned to leave. But Jessica wasn't about to let her off that easy, not when she finally had the upper hand. She suddenly put on a flirtatious smile, reached over to hook arms with Anna, and said sweetly, "Don't rush off, Ann. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend first." When Jessica mentioned it, Anna finally noticed the man standing next to her. He looked to be in his early 30s, short, average-looking, a bit of a potbelly, and a thick gold chain hanging around his neck that made Anna's own neck ache just by looking at it. Must be exhausting carrying that thing around. Honestly, there wasn't much that stood out about him. If she had to point something out, it'd be his whole, "look at me, I'm rich" vibe, screaming money from every pore. Jessica noticed Anna's expression and totally mistook it for shock. She cocked her eyebrow smugly and said in a sweet voice, "This is my boyfriend, Noah Brown, CEO of a listed company. He's been in tons of financial mags." Anna was silent for a second. Okay. Jessica had always loved putting her little sister down. Whatever Anna had, she'd try to outdo. Back when Anna dated a wealthy heir, Jessica had nearly lost it. And now that Anna and Ethan had broken up, she was obviously thrilled. "I heard you and Ethan split up. Didn't I say it? A guy like him would never seriously date someone as average as you. He was just messing around." "Jessica," Anna suddenly looked up. Jessica blinked in confusion. "I dumped Ethan, not the other way around," Anna said calmly. "Also, if you're gonna snag a rich guy, at least pick one that's easy on the eyes. He's basically Uncle Mike's twin. You must have really worked hard to make it work." Her tone was sincere, eyes full of sympathy. Jessica nearly exploded. She raised her hand to slap Anna. But Anna wasn't about to just sit there and get hit. The moment she finished her sentence, she darted a few meters away, shooting back with a teasing grin. "Come chase me if you dare." Jessica did exactly that, but she barely got around the corner before a hotel staff member stepped in and blocked her. "Move it! Don't stand in my way!" She could still see Anna waving at her from a distance, clearly enjoying herself. Jessica anxiously tried to shove past the staff member. Despite her yelling, the staffer stayed professional, calmly reached into his pocket and spoke a few words into his radio. In no time, 5 or 6 big guys in black appeared in front of her, all looking like they meant business. Jessica froze, clearly spooked, her earlier attitude instantly deflated. She swallowed hard, then said with a shaky voice, "Why is she allowed in, and I'm not? If you don't let me pass, I'm going to complain to your manager." Just then, she spotted Noah walking over. She rushed to grab his arm, pouting and playing cute. Noah didn't mind the clinginess, especially since Anna's earlier comment had bruised his ego. Annoyed, he turned to the staff and said, "What kind of hotel is this? Step aside now. If this causes trouble later, don't say I didn't warn you." The waiter clearly recognized the regular guest standing before him. Looking a bit uncomfortable, he leaned over and whispered, "Miss Brown, it's probably best not to cause a scene. That area is the VIP section." Noah's expression changed in an instant. Without saying a word, he grabbed Jessica and dragged her out. "Hey, what's your deal? I haven't even settled things with her yet," Jessica protested loudly as she was yanked along. Her normally flawless wrist had already reddened from his grip. "Settle things? Seriously?" Noah suddenly stopped, turned to stare at her, and snapped, "You're gonna get me killed at this rate." "What do you mean?" Jessica blinked, confused. "That's just my cousin's daughter, nothing special." "Bull! Noah's face was like thunder. He gestured sharply toward the hallway and growled, "Let me tell you something. Anyone who hangs out in that VIP section, they're not just rich. Those are the top dogs. The type who'd ruin a company in seconds without breaking a sweat. They could squash someone like you without even trying." Jessica gasped, suddenly a little pale. Noah's tone eased slightly, but there was a calculating glint in his eye. "So yeah, your little sister probably caught the attention of someone real powerful in there." He took a step closer, pulled her into a hug, and gave her a light squeeze. "Look, just be nicer to your family, okay? Maybe when the time's right, introduce me. Don't go blowing things up like today." Jessica's mind went blank. His words barely registered. She stood there, beautiful makeup and all, eyes full of resentment as she stared back at the hallway. Why did Anna always end up with the better cards? Why? To Anna, the whole thing was just a passing joke. After taking a few seconds to enjoy Jessica's fury from the hallway, she practically skipped back to the room in high spirits. Snacks, drinks, laughter, it was all good. Whatever frustration she'd bottled up from earlier around Julian had completely vanished. Her whole vibe brightened. The folks at the gathering were mostly busy people. Julian had rounded them up from all corners of the map. Some hadn't even had time to change clothes. He didn't keep them too long either. After chatting and stuffing their faces, everyone headed out. Anna hummed a goofy tune and bounced ahead, one hand swinging freely. If the timing and place weren't so off, she might have gone full-on concert mode. "Feeling good?" A low, amused voice piped up behind her as a strong arm wrapped around her waist. "Well, duh." Rolling her eyes, she still nodded with a smile. "Yup, feeling great, super great." Of course she was. Seeing someone she couldn't stand get all worked up, that was its own kind of therapy. The lobby was packed with people, and Anna wasn't dumb enough to make a scene. She just sank quietly into Julian's arms, trying to be as invisible as possible. Julian, clearly misreading her reaction, said thoughtfully, "Then I'll plan more get-togethers like this. You can meet more of my friends." "More? Seriously?" Anna's face instantly turned sour. Just as she was about to object, her bag buzzed with a call. She peeked at the screen and froze. Sophia? They hadn't talked for almost 2 months now. Anna had been too scared to call Sophia, and Sophia had gone completely MIA, like she just vanished off the face of the earth. For two girls who'd been glued together since middle school, this total radio silence was seriously weird. Anna was basically living on edge, forever waiting for Sophia to call out of nowhere. Just when she started to think maybe she'd dodged a bullet, caught a breather, bam, a call came in and shot her anxiety through the roof. The phone screen glowed with that cold blue light, buzzing non-stop like it was dead set on making that call happen no matter what. Anna's nerves were ready to bail. Well, whatever. Get it over with. With no way out, she shot Julian a pleading look, then bit the bullet and picked up the phone. "Hey, Sophia." She tried to sound chill, like nothing was off. There was a short pause on the other end. Then came a soft question. "Anna, where are you right now? And who are you with?" "I'm just..." Anna hadn't expected Sophia to come in that direct right away. She instantly started sweating bullets, brain racing. Then she blurted out, "I'm alone, just out shopping. The signal's kinda bad. Hello? Can you still hear me?" As she talked, she even tilted her phone away from her ear like she was losing signal. Her little act left the hotel staff looking totally confused. Julian stayed silent, but mentally made a note. If this ever happens again, don't trust a word Anna says in a panic. Anna, of course, had zero idea she'd already outed herself in front of him. She thought her performance was Oscar-worthy, grinning like she just pulled off some brilliant save. "Seriously, the connection's garbage here. Way too many people, it's so noisy. I'll call you back later, okay?" She was just about to hang up when Sophia's voice calmly floated in. "Anna, turn around." Anna's smile froze instantly. Eyes wide, she turned around in slow motion like in a drama. The lobby had a circular layout, and right there, just leaning on the railing and casually holding her phone, was Sophia. She gave her a half smile, staring straight at her. "Anna." "So yeah, that meant Sophia saw everything?" 30 minutes later, in a cafe near the hotel. Anna sat across from Sophia, looking like she'd seen a ghost. Sophia wore a loose red dress, her wavy hair draped over her shoulders, She looked effortlessly elegant and chill, sipping her coffee like she had all the time in the world. Try it. This place isn't bad. I got your favorite cappuccino. Her tone was way too calm, which honestly freaked Anna out even more. She didn't dare take a sip. Reaching out with both hands, she grabbed Sophia's wrist and tried to cozy up to her. Your Majesty, where have you been lately? I've missed you so much. Sophia just raised a brow, staring at the dramatic mess in front of her. Looks like there's no dodging this incoming storm. Anna's face dropped, and she fessed up quick. Okay, I can explain. Go ahead. We're just friends, seriously. Just some random acquaintance kind of thing. Look into my honest eyes. Anna was dead set on taking this secret to the grave. Friends? Sophia let out a sharp laugh, her tone laced with sarcasm and disbelief. So friends can cuddle now? Anna, do you think I'm blind or just dumb? Why not? I mean, we hold hands when we go to the bathroom together, don't we? Anna leaned in, lowering her voice. Besides, isn't everyone saying Julian only swings the other way? Worst case, he's like my gay bestie. A few feet away, the man in question sat quietly with a coffee in hand. The gentle overhead lighting softened the angles of his face, giving him a calm elegance. Even doing nothing, Julian looked effortlessly charming. Sophia had basically dragged Anna out for a little talk, and of course Julian had tagged along without asking. Now as Anna talked smack about him practically within earshot, even her thick skin couldn't save her. Her face turned slightly red. Guilty as hell. Julian's not right for you. You guys are worlds apart. His family needs connections and status, not whatever this is. Even if he really likes you, his parents would never accept it. Connections and status. The words stung. Anna's chest tightened. She'd seen it all firsthand. How Julian's dad looked at her, how cold and dismissive he was. The Blake family needed a Vera, not someone like her. Still, Anna forced a silly grin. Soph, you're overthinking it. You just won't quit until you hit the wall, huh? Sophia's temper flared again. She was never the patient type, and with Anna dodging the topic like this, she was about done. Without warning, she reached over and yanked Anna's collar down. A patch of pale skin was exposed, painted with faint reddish marks. Unmistakably intimate. Hickeys, Anna's face went ghostly pale. She scrambled to fix her clothes, giving a shaky laugh. Mosquito bites. Summer's brutal. Really? That's your excuse? Sophia's laugh was ice cold. So what? You and Julian live together now? Is everyone looped in except me, your so-called best friend? You kept this from me? Why? Sophia. Anna lifted her head, voice barely a whisper as she stared at her friend of nearly a decade. She didn't want to lie, especially not to Sophia, but how could she bring herself to admit the ugly truth? Was she supposed to say she sold herself to pay off family debt? She couldn't. Sophia looked like she was about to go off again, but seeing Anna like that, so small and clearly hurting, her anger started to cool. Letting out a heavy sigh, she glared at Anna like she wanted to punch her, but couldn't. God, don't give me that wounded puppy face. It's you who lied to me, and now you're making me feel like I'm the one in the wrong. You're not mad anymore? Anna blinked, hopeful. Sophia chugged the rest of her coffee in one go, dropping the last bit of her classy lady act. She frowned at Anna, serious now. I won't dig anymore this time. Honestly, I don't care who you're dating, but not Julian. Sophia couldn't get that scene from 2 years ago out of her head. It was at an auction she'd attended with her dad. Total chaos broke out. A group of guys in black barged in, a gunshot rang out, and boom, crystal chandelier shattered above their heads. The socialites who'd been all poise and grace seconds before were now screaming like crazy. Someone tried to fight back, but then there was blood. So much blood. But right in the middle of that hellish moment, there was this guy. A ridiculously good-looking man just casually swirling a glass of red wine, even smiling a bit, like none of it fazed him. He stood there, calm as ever, completely unfazed. And when one of the gunmen, clearly pissed, shoved a gun to his forehead, he finally put down his glass. A heartbeat later, the thug's arm was twisted in some impossible angle, with a scream that echoed through the hall. She had never seen anyone like that, so elegant yet so ruthless. It was chilling, like he was some untouchable god looking down at mere mortals, or maybe a devil pretending to be an angel. Later someone told her who he was. Julian, second son of the Blake family, just returned from overseas. While all the other women were swooning over him, Sophia's only thought was, this man's dangerous. The kind of dangerous you should avoid at all costs. She never expected that the very friend she thought had zero connection to a guy like him, Anna, would actually get involved with him. Anna, after hearing her out, looked stunned, like Sophia had just dropped a bomb. After staring at her for a good while, Anna cautiously asked, "Wait, you're not into Julian yourself, are you?" Because if that was true, wow, talk about drama. What's going on in that brain of yours? Sophia frowned hard, shooting her a dirty look. Seeing her so quick to deny, Anna gasped, then hugged herself and leaned back against the chair like she was protecting her innocence. "So you're not into Julian, then are you into me?" Her tone got extra dramatic. "I knew it. All this time, you were so nice to me. It wasn't friendship, it was a trap. You just wanted to get in my pants. Well, sorry, girl, I'm straight. Don't try anything funny." Sophia. She glanced at Anna up and down, then let out a snort. "Protecting what exactly? That chest of yours wouldn't even outsize my dog, and he's a male." "And the dog?" His name was Shay. And yes, male. If it were female, maybe she could let it slide, but no. Anna was fed up. She straightened her back and slapped the table. "Sophia, you say one more thing and I won't let this go." "Oh, and what are you going to do about it?" Anna paused for a good few seconds, clearly digging through her brain for anything remotely threatening. Finally, she blurted, "I'll bite you." Silence. Then Sophia snapped, "Anna, are you screwing with me just to dodge the actual topic?" She'd had a weird feeling earlier. Now it hit her. Anna had been steering the conversation away the whole time. "I'm not." Anna's guilty face said otherwise. She quickly grabbed her coffee and pretended to sip, eyes darting everywhere like she was inspecting the ceiling tiles. "We're not done here," Sophia sneered. Her tone turned firm, almost commanding. "Listen carefully. You and Julian have to break up." "And why exactly do we have to break up?" Anna could tell Sophia already believed it all, so there was no point in hiding anymore, even though the whole thing was still a mess in her head. Sophia had never exactly supported or opposed her dating life before. When she was with Ethan, Sophia trashed him all the time, sure, but she didn't act this extreme. Yes, she had kept it from Sophia, that was on her, but Sophia had already said she wouldn't hold it against her. So why was she still so dead set on breaking them up? Was it just because it was Julian? Why? No reason. Sophia's reply came out snappy, clearly irritated. Anna looked up at her, eyes clear and full of trust, which made Sophia falter. She bit her lip, silent for a bit, then finally said with a heavy sigh, "Anna, he's dangerous. He's not the kind of guy you should trust." "He is a good guy," Anna shot back without hesitation, more firmly than she ever had before. She believed what she'd seen. She believed Mrs. Johnson. If a man like Julian, someone who stood up for the weak, didn't count as good, then what kind of people did? "I swear, you've totally lost it," Sophia muttered and stood up, grabbing Anna's arm, dragging her up. "You're coming with me. We need to talk. Seriously, you've been brainwashed." "I'm not," Sophia yanked hard in frustration, not realizing her grip was too tight. Anna's wrist burned, and she winced, brow furrowing. Before she could even say anything, a hand slid between them. With a gentle pinch on Sophia's wrist, Anna was released instantly. "Sorry." His voice was warm like fresh coffee in the morning, calm and comforting all at once. Anna looked up, stunned, and met a pair of deep eyes. Julian? She'd just seen him sipping something across the room. How was he standing here already? Julian gave her a soothing smile before turning calmly to Sophia. As composed and refined as ever, he said, "Miss Jones, I think you might have the wrong idea about me. Maybe we should clear the air." Yes, let's talk. I'll go get a refill in a bit." Anna agreed, nodding quickly, like an eager little bird. Sophia gave Anna a glare full of frustration and snapped, "I don't think there's anything worth talking about, Mr. Blake. Don't think trying to win me over will work. My best friend might be a bit naive, but she really isn't cut out for someone like you. Trust me, breaking up would be best for everyone." She made a move to pull Anna again, but Julian smoothly stepped in her way. "Miss Jones, are you and Anna really close?" Sophia narrowed her eyes, confused by the question, but casually tucked some hair behind her ear and smiled with a hint of defiance. "We've been friends for more than a decade. What do you think?" She was clearly provoking him, But Julian didn't even blink. He treated it like a kid playing games. Having such a strong bond with your best friend, that's admirable, he said evenly. Still, there's a line. He paused for a moment, then added calmly, a relationship is about two people. Bringing in a third party just doesn't seem quite right, does it? He might have phrased it nicely, but the message was loud and clear. This relationship has nothing to do with you. Mr. Blake, you're really something. No wonder Sophia stood no chance arguing with you. Sophia's face went pale and then red at Julian's words. Her voice was laced with sarcasm as she turned her sharp glare toward a clearly flustered Anna. Anna, you tell me, who do you pick, him or me? Huh? Anna blinked, thinking she must have misheard. But then Sophia repeated herself, word for word. Now both of them were staring straight at her, eyes focused like spotlights. Anna just stood there, mentally crashing. On one side was her lifelong bestie, on the other a man who dropped $20 million to buy her. Yeah, not exactly an easy call. She swallowed nervously, forcing a weak smile. Can I maybe have both? The room went dead silent. Sophia clenched her fists, fighting the urge to yank Anna by the ear. Who do you think you are? Some emperor picking concubines? Sophia. Anna mumbled, her voice soft like a kitten's mewl. Sophia stared at her for a long moment. Then came a bitter smile. I thought you'd pick me without a second thought, Anna. She used to believe nothing could top a decade of friendship. No way some guy could measure up. But Anna hesitated, and that pause said it all. Whether she stayed or left didn't matter anymore. The meaning behind everything was already lost. Without another word, Sophia grabbed her bag, looked Anna in the eye one last time, and said something that hung in the air like smoke. Then she turned around and walked away. Didn't even hesitate. She said, Anna, one day when it all comes back to you, you'll regret this. And don't even think about finding me. Go live your lovely life with him. Stunned, Anna bolted after her, but under the night sky, Sophia had already disappeared. They'd been friends for so long, and this was the first time it ended like that. Just then, footsteps echoed behind her, and a familiar warm figure pulled her gently into his arms. She knew that cologne. It was Julian. With strong arms wrapped around her waist, he held her tight, silent but comforting. Anna didn't resist this time. She turned and hugged him back, burying her face against his chest, her voice muffled. Julian, do you think Sophia would do something reckless? She said I'd regret it. Julian lightly rubbed the top of her head, coaxing softly. No, she won't. She's not you. She's not that dumb. I want to raise a dog, Anna sniffled suddenly. That came out of nowhere, but Julian didn't even flinch. Sure. I want a white one. I'll name it Snowy. All right. Anna's shoulder felt a bit damp. Her voice cracked. I'm not crying. It's just windy. Julian looked at the willow branches nearby, completely still, but didn't call her out. He just tightened his arms around her. I know. Time passed in silence. She hadn't moved. Asleep? He gently called her name. She lifted her head, revealing red bunny eyes. Her lips tightened and her face got all serious. Julian figured she was about to say something deep or wise, but instead she blurted out angrily, Julian, how the hell is your chest bigger than mine? By the next morning, Anna's eyes were puffy beyond saving. Total disaster. She already wasn't winning any beauty contests. Now the swollen eyes just made it worse. Woof woof. Just as Anna was debating whether to yank down part of the curtain to cover up the mess on her face, she heard barking from downstairs. A dog? There shouldn't be any dogs at the Blake house. Could it be her Samoyed finally arrived? Just thinking about it made her heart race. She totally forgot about her blotchy face and bolted out of the room, practically flying down the stairs. Mr. Blake, this dog. Megan stood there with a tight frown, staring at the odd little creature by Julian's feet like she'd just seen snow in July. After working for him so long, she knew all his preferences like the back of her hand. Julian had mild allergies to fur and some nasty run-in with a dog before. There was never a single pet in the house. Maybe it belonged to Sam and Julian was just dog-sitting? Megan's theory was squashed a second later when Julian glanced at the puffball at his feet and calmly said, It's not someone else's. We're keeping it. But you... Megan was about to protest politely when the sound of light footsteps came from the stairs. Julian lifted his gaze. When he spotted Anna, a rare smile crept onto his face. You're up? Anna, wearing a cotton nightdress, clearly didn't care that his eyes lingered a little too long on her chest as she practically bounced down the stairs. Snowy. Her words stopped cold. She rubbed her eyes and looked down at the furry black pup snuggling up against her ankles, closed her eyes, opened them again. Yep, still black. Was she hallucinating? She pinched the inside of her thigh. Ow, she hissed. Nope, not dreaming. She turned to Julian with a confused look. Is this like some new kind of Samoyed? Anna tried to convince herself. Maybe it was a rare black variant, but it looked way too much like a husky. Julian thought for a second, then replied under her hopeful stare, They told me it's a husky. Woof woof. The black fuzzball wagged its tail energetically, as if it knew they were talking about it. That's not what I asked for. Anna sighed, the disappointment hitting hard. I said I wanted a Samoyed. She'd been dreaming about that fluffy white angel for ages, and now she got a husky? Julian was cool as ever. I was going to get you a Samoyed, but this one kept following me. Plus, when I looked at it, I thought it kind of reminded me of you. He gave them both a once-over, one human and one dog, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Actually, yeah, quite a match. Anna, did this man just compare her to a dog? Whatever. The Blake house now had a new member, a black husky named Snowy. Anna once chatted with Sophia about something like this, how the two of them would each raise a dog one day, one black, one white, walking them together like total queens. But her place back then was too small for pets, so the plan got shelved. Now she had the space, the dog. But Sophia had basically vanished. Not a word in weeks. No calls, no replies to texts. Even when she went to Sophia's house directly, Mrs. Jones just said Sophia was on vacation overseas. It felt less like a trip and more like a clean break. Like Sophia was cutting her off completely. If Anna had thought Sophia was just saying things out of anger before, now she was officially freaking out. Lately, Julian had been noticing something off about Anna. When she accidentally yanked out another piece of fur from their dog Snowy, sending the whole house into chaos, Julian finally sighed and gave in, agreeing to let her go stay at her mom's for a bit. He drove the same old Santana, dressed casually, with that clean, scholarly vibe, like some university professor. Even though Anna was feeling pretty moody, she couldn't help stealing a couple more glances at him. Say what you want. Julian might be a stingy, sharp-tongued guy, but man, that face really could fool people. While she was silently roasting him in her head, the car had already pulled up in front of her apartment. Want me to come with you? Julian asked while helping her unbuckle her seatbelt, looking at her with a smile. No, it's fine. Anna panicked at the thought of him going upstairs with her and quickly shook her head like crazy. Realizing the reaction was way too obvious, she tried to make it up by playfully massaging his shoulder. Come on, you're swamped with work. No need to waste time on little old me. Julian smirked, easily seeing through her act. He leaned in and gently pinched her cheek. Don't be so dramatic, and work isn't more important than being with you. Anna blinked. So, he really was planning to come up? She instantly thought of the last awkward time the three of them were all together. Just the memory made cold sweat break out across her forehead. All right, relax. I'm just messing with you. Julian chuckled, letting go of her cheek and settling back in his seat. Go on. Wait, just like that? He's letting her go? Anna looked suspicious, eyes wide. She pointed toward the building. So, I'm really leaving now? Yeah. I'm really going, she asked again, still unsure. Julian's fingers casually tapped the steering wheel, a faint smile in his eyes. If you keep saying goodbye, I'm going to start thinking you can't bear to leave me. Heh, goodbye. More like good riddance. With that, Anna flung open the door and leapt out like a startled bunny. Julian watched her dart away, that gentle smile lingering on his face until her figure disappeared from view. Then the warmth faded from his expression. Reaching to the side, he picked up his phone and made a call. I need you to help me look into something. Anna was in a much better mood finally being back home. She even skipped a little on the stairs, humming to herself. Anna? A few elderly ladies were making their way down. Long-time neighbors, they'd pretty much watched Anna grow up. She greeted them sweetly. Look at her. Grown up so fast and so pretty. I know, right? Lucy's a lucky mom. Anna, thick-skinned as she was, still turned a little red from all the praise. She smiled shyly and waved. Anna, haven't seen you around much lately, one of the kind ladies said with a warm smile. I've just been swamped with school stuff this term. Haven't had time to come back. The aunt nodded in understanding and looked like she wanted to say more, but another woman tugged her arm, reminding her they had a party waiting. The group shuffled off together, chatting and laughing. Anna noticed a few middle-aged women whispering while throwing glances her way. Did she spill something on her clothes? Perplexed, Anna tugged at her dress and glanced behind her, trying to see if anything was off. Nothing stood out. She stuck out her tongue, shrugged it off, and headed home. She hadn't told her mom she was coming, hoping to surprise her. She pulled out her key, unlocked the door, and had just stepped in when, bam, Lucy was already sitting on the couch, staring right at her. Jesus, Mom! Totally caught off guard, Anna gasped, face scrunched up in shock. Mom, seriously, you were just sitting there like a statue! You nearly gave me a heart attack. But Lucy didn't seem the least bit sorry. She frowned slightly and said bluntly, You showed up out of nowhere. I could say the same thing. You scared me first. Right. Whatever Mom says is always right. Anna plopped down next to her with a grin and clung to her arm, her tone playful. I wanted to surprise you. Aren't you happy to see me? Where's Julian? Why are you by yourself? Oh boy. Looked like Mr. Blake had won Lucy over already. Anna let out a dry laugh and played dumb, pretending not to catch the drift. Her eyes darted. What are you talking about, Mom? He and I aren't even that close. How would I know where he is? Anna, are you short on money lately? That question came out of nowhere and made Anna's heart skip a beat. Did she find something out? Trying to sound chill, Anna grabbed an apple and started to peel it casually. Nah, I'm doing fine. I've been picking up some part-timers here and there. Totally manageable. Lucy looked at her for a few seconds, her gaze sharp and a bit unreadable. Anna tried not to panic. You know, not everyone's that generous. Owing $20 million and no one chasing us for it. There's still good people out there. Anna rushed to cut her off. Didn't I tell you? They like that I'm young and capable, so they gave me a chance to work it off. No pressure, just step by step. Lucy went quiet. She stared at Anna longer than was comfortable, and Anna could feel her scalp tingle under the weight of that look. The only sound was the ticking of the clock. Anna, Lucy let out a sigh and patted her shoulder gently. I've never asked for you to be rich or anything. Just want you safe, living properly. Find someone decent and settle down. Don't go messing with shady stuff. Then she added, a girl's reputation really matters. Anna's face turned pale. After that talk, the vibe got weird. Dinner was quiet, almost awkward. Anna had too much swirling in her mind. Was Lucy dropping hints on purpose, or was it just mom talk? If Lucy already knew something, how much did she know? So many unanswered questions, it felt like her brain was stuck in a microwave. She couldn't even bring herself to ask, felt too on edge. That's when her phone rang. Sandra's caller ID flashed across the screen like a lifeline. Clinging to the excuse, Anna bolted out of the room, clearly flustered. Hey Anna, are you there? I'm here. It's pretty late. What's up? There was some background noise on Sandra's end, but her voice still came through. It's nothing huge. I just thought you should know. Your mom came by the dorm today looking for you. Her mom came to the dorm looking for her? Anna couldn't stop the buzzing in her head. It was only early autumn, yet she couldn't help but shiver. Lucy had always gone for the hands-off parenting style. She cared, sure, but pampering? Never her thing. A ton of parents in the city liked to show up at their kids' dorms with snacks and goodies. Anna used to envy that when she was younger and had even dropped a few hints before, but Lucy never budged. Over the years, Anna got used to it. Being independent wasn't so bad after all. So when she moved into Julian's place, she figured, knowing her mom, there was no way she'd find out. She just kept pretending to live in the dorm. But seriously, why would Lucy suddenly come by out of the blue after over 10 years of not bothering? Anna, don't forget to visit your mom sometimes, even if you're super busy. I saw her today and she really looked worried. When someone mentioned you'd moved out ages ago, her face kind of dropped. Maybe give her a call, act a little sweet, say something nice, yeah? Sandra's voice on the phone was filled with honest concern. Anna forced a smile, said thanks, and ended the call. Never thought staying home could feel this suffocating. After eating and watching a bit of TV with her mother, Anna couldn't handle it anymore and made an excuse to slip out. She called Julian, then waited at the community gate, squatting on the ground and aimlessly doodling circles. At this point, Anna was pretty sure her mom had caught wind of something. She just couldn't figure out who spilled. But she had a bad feeling. Could it have been Sophia? Ugh, so annoying. Julian drove in just in time to spot her squatting there, and a smile tugged at his lips. He parked and got out. "Miss, are you trying to destroy public greenery?" Startled, Anna whipped around, hand still clutching a wildflower she'd been absent-mindedly plucking. She quickly tossed it like it was on fire and stood up, nudging it aside with her toe while saying, like she had a mission, "I'm just doing my part. Gotta stop all those guys out there from picking flowers for the wrong reasons." Smooth, very smooth. Julian narrowed his eyes at her before chuckling, his smile all kinds of trouble under the moonlight. "Anna, if you're worried about me picking wildflowers, you really don't have to be." As if Julian actually went for someone else, she'd be the first to applaud. In her head, of course. No way she'd say that out loud. Julian stepped forward and gently took her hand, leading her toward the car. "You're out kinda early tonight." Normally, Anna would drag things out till the last possible minute. Yeah, today was definitely early. His words made her heart skip a beat. But seeing that he sounded casual, like it was just small talk, she raised her head, grinned, and looped her arm through his. "Just missed you all of a sudden." "Oh, really?" Julian let out a low laugh, those eyes locking onto her. Then he pinned her hand to his chest. "Funny, I missed you too. My heart. And here too." He guided her hand downward, that mischievous grin still dancing on his ridiculously perfect face. "Julian, you're such a freaking perv." Anna snapped back to reality, face flushing an alarming shade of red. Her fair, porcelain-like cheeks looked like someone had dabbed rouge on them, ridiculously eye-catching. Julian just grinned, not the least bit offended. He leaned down and dropped a kiss on her forehead. "Thanks for the compliment." "Seriously? Could this guy be any more shameless?" "Your period's over, right?" he suddenly asked. "It ended days ago." "Good. What the hell did that mean?" Anna was totally puzzled. It wasn't until they got back that the meaning hit her like a brick. Julian had practically devoured her, over and over again, totally relentless. And to top it off, he even had the audacity to claim he was showing her what a true perv looked like. By the time he was finally done, it was already past midnight. She was so worn out she could barely lift a finger. Every joint screamed from exhaustion. Normally, she'd have passed out the second her head hit the pillow. But tonight, she just couldn't sleep. For someone who could usually knock out in seconds, this was unheard of. Between what Lucy and Sandra had said earlier, Anna was now almost certain that her mom had caught wind of something, but not everything. Just enough to give her a vague warning. But she'd been so careful. Who could have possibly spilled the beans? Sophia, her name was the first to jump into Anna's mind. The fight they had that night was still fresh, and Sophia knew her mom well. If she really wanted to stir the pot, she'd barely have to try. The timing, the situation, it all added up too damn well. Logic screamed it had to be Sophia, but emotionally, Anna wavered, hard. That angry email she'd written was still sitting unsent on her laptop. She winced as she carefully rolled over, achy and sore, and saw Julian still fast asleep. He didn't budge. She let out a breath of relief. Trying not to make any noise, she tiptoed barefoot off the bed. Damn, the floor was freezing. The shock sent a shiver right up her spine, but she ignored it, grabbed her laptop, and headed out. The room was pitch dark, but there was a faint glow in the hallway. The door slowly shut behind her, the sliver of light shrinking until it vanished completely. Back in bed, the man she thought was in deep sleep cracked open his eyes briefly, then slowly shut them again, like he'd noticed nothing. It was already the middle of the night, and Anna was only wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown. To avoid running into any house staff, she headed straight for the garden. In her mind, she figured being surrounded by flowers and moonlight would make for a poetic scene, maybe even make her feel like some artsy soul. Well, all she got were mosquito bites and the cold breeze hitting her like a low-budget commercial for Icy Fresh. So much for ambiance. What a disaster. But since she made the mess, she had to deal with the fallout. Trying not to grimace at the chill or the itching, she sat down and opened her laptop. That accusing, half-written email was still there, waiting. The bluish screen glow cast shadows on her face, making her expression hard to read. Her hand hovered over the mouse, hesitation flickering across her features. The whole email had been born of pure, boiling rage, loaded with over-the-top emotional rants, complete with a dramatic retelling of their friendship and a scathing accusation about Sophia's betrayal. To sum it up, Sophia, we're done. All she had to do was tap the mouse, and that email would be gone in a second. When it came to their friendship, Sophia had always been the dominant one. That girl had bossy written all over her since forever. While the other girls were crying because boys were pulling their pigtails, Sophia had already taught the notorious thug from the trade school next door a harsh lesson, had him crying for his mama. Compared to the unstoppable Sophia, Anna before middle school was basically a delicate little cabbage. Back then, Anna had a weak constitution and a soft personality. That combo made her the prime target for all the boys barely figuring out what a crush was. Nowadays, she'd probably be surrounded by suitors and laughing in her sleep, but back then, not so fun. Boys that age didn't know how to show affection except by being jerks. Her lunchbox would sometimes have a cockroach waiting inside. Her homework went missing and later turned up in the trash. Even her drawer once popped open with a defanged venomous snake in it. Pretty standard day. Now, Anna wasn't the type to sit back and take it. She tried to get back at them, and she did pull off a few wins. But the more she fought back, the more fired up those boys got. Eventually, she was outnumbered and out of steam. One quiet and windy night, after finishing her homework, Anna sat there eating a pudding she'd rescued from the kitchen, looking like she was thinking about some major life decision. The next day, she bribed Sophia with a peach-flavored lollipop. That's how this unbreakable bond began. Even though Sophia always grumbled that peach was the one flavor she couldn't stand. Funny how memories hit out of nowhere and all at once. By the time Anna snapped out of it, her face was already streaked with tears, even though she was smiling. Sophia. She wiped her face with her sleeve, then slammed her finger on the mouse. Click, closed. Sophia, I'm choosing to trust you, so please, don't let me down. This whole emotional episode left Anna not just with mosquito bites all over her legs, but also with another cold. If it were just a cold, she wouldn't have thought much of it. Some medicine, a little rest, and she'd be fine. But of course, things never go that smoothly. The worst part, she gave it to Julian. The family doctor, with his cold blue eyes, stood next to Julian, frowning, sighing, frowning again, each reaction making Anna want to crawl under the bed and hide. When he finally put the stethoscope down, she tiptoed over to him, still sniffling, nervously glancing at Julian lying in bed. Doctor, is it really bad? He's not, dying, right? Sure, it was just a cold, but Anna had read those weird newspaper stories before, people catching a cold and just never waking up. So the doctor's dramatic expression had her freaked out. Julian lay there in a beige sweater. His face was a little pale, thanks to the cold. But somehow that just made his features even more striking. Anna glanced at herself earlier and could only sigh. Life really wasn't fair. Now, looking at him lying there, she started panicking. What if he actually got really sick because of her? The thought alone made her feel like her whole body was hurting. Ma'am, your imagination's kinda wild, huh? The blue-eyed doctor twitched his mouth, his fluent Beijing accent totally throwing her off. Mr. Blake's fine. It's not a regular cold, though. Might take a bit longer to recover. Phew, thank goodness. Hearing that, Anna finally let out a breath of relief. The doctor wrote out the prescription and followed Megan out. As he walked off, he shook his head and muttered, "He's usually in great shape, and the weather ain't really flu season either. Odd, real odd." Feeling guilty, Anna shuffled her feet, ready to slip out quietly. "Come here." Before she could take a proper step, a low, husky yet sexy voice came from behind her. Anna froze on the spot. When she turned around, she had on her brightest fake smile. "Hey, need something? Just say the word. I'll run through fire for you." Julian narrowed his eyes slightly, his lips curling. "Try a different title. And sit down." "Different title? What title?" Anna was fuming inside, but considering this was kinda her fault, she gritted her teeth and said sweetly, "Honey," then scurried over. Even she cringed at how sugary her voice sounded. Julian, on the other hand, looked pleased and gave an approving nod. Good girl. Now that they were alone and sitting this close, Anna was trying to figure out if Julian was going to scold her or do something else. Maybe she should apologize ahead of time. Just as she opened her mouth, the man stared right at her and suddenly reached for her dress hem. Wait, what? In broad daylight? Her legs were still sore from yesterday's situation. Doing anything now would be a death sentence. Her already pale face turned ghost white. Before she could blink, he had pinned her down, lifting her dress to her thighs. Seeing her dignity in danger, Anna panicked and cried out, we're both sick, not the right time for intense activities." Julian paused, his deep eyes fixed on her. "What the hell are you thinking?" Before she could wrap her head around that, he leaned over to grab a white ointment tube off the bedside table and calmly started applying it to her mosquito bites. His fingers were cool to the touch. The ointment smelled faintly medicinal, surprisingly soothing. So he was just putting on some cream? Anna felt her face burn. Thinking back to the struggle and everything she just said had her wanting to crawl into a hole. 3 times a day, Julian said as he gently finished applying it. Glancing at her blotchy, swollen legs, he added with a grimace, "You seriously think I'd be into a couple of carrot sticks? I'm not that desperate." Carrot sticks? Anna looked down at her reddened legs and fell silent. She'd been too distracted last night to care much about the mosquito bites. Turns out they were mutant-level bugs. Her legs were now puffy, swollen, and just tragic to look at. Carrot stick? No joke. Painfully accurate. Unbearable. Absolutely unacceptable. Anna raised her little fist, tilted up her pretty face, and then broke into a dazzling over-the-top grin. "Wow, your literary skills are next level. That metaphor just now, amazing. I feel downright ashamed of myself." She even gave a dramatic thumbs up as she spoke, putting on a full performance. Julian glanced at the bootlicking girl in front of him. A trace of amusement flickered in his eyes, and he chuckled softly before flicking her forehead with a smirk. "You sure you're not in the wrong profession? Acting suits you." Anna lit up. "Right? You think I've got star quality too? I've always thought I had the look. Should I go for TV or the big screen? I mean, movies pay better, right?" And just like that, her little dream bubble burst. Julian said calmly, "If you go into acting, people might finally stop complaining about those actresses' terrible performances. Anna, you can leave now, thanks." Looking at the gorgeous man in front of her, who she probably gave the flu to, Anna felt the mood crash. She quickly made an excuse about checking in on Megan and her herbal brew to escape the room. As she neared the kitchen, the strong, bitter scent of traditional medicine hit her. Anna wrinkled her nose instinctively. She'd never liked this stuff growing up. "Mrs. Blake, what brings you down here?" Megan looked surprised to see her. No way Anna was going to admit she came down to dodge Julian. She walked over with a casual grin. "Just bored, wandered down to pass time. Hey, why don't you go do something else and let me keep an eye on this?" "That's all right, ma'am. Just a bit longer and it'll be ready." Megan clearly hadn't forgotten what happened last time in the kitchen. At Anna's offer, that usually poker-faced expression of hers shifted ever so slightly into panic as she quickly refused. Wait, was she really that destructive? Left awkwardly standing there, Anna scratched her nose and resigned herself to just sniffing the awful smell in silence. "You've been with the Blake family for ages, haven't you?" Anna couldn't keep still for long, tilting her head toward Megan while watching her tend the simmering pot. "Over 30 years, yes. That long?" Even though Anna had sort of guessed it would be a while, hearing the number still made her eyes widen. "So you basically watched Julian grow up?" Megan only looked around 40-something, making her resume feel hard to grasp at face value. She seemed to get lost in thought for a moment. Her face softened as she focused on the bubbling herbal concoction. "That's right. I was already working at the Blake house before Master Julian was born. Saw him come into this world myself. He was just a tiny thing back then. Adorable." "Adorable?" Anna shifted uncomfortably, her legs a little sore from standing, and tried hard, but failed, to picture a cute version of Julian. "Megan, Can I ask you something? About Julian's mom. I mean, my mother-in-law. Anna hesitated, voice dropping a little. She knew Helen was Julian's stepmother, but no one had ever mentioned his biological mother, not once. It was like the woman never existed. She'd been dying of curiosity for a while, and now that Megan mentioned seeing Julian grow up, she couldn't stop herself from asking. Megan gave Anna a strange look, her brows knitting together slightly as she lowered her voice and said, "Ma'am, it's really better if you stop asking about this. Knowing too much won't do you any good." Her tone was firm, with a hint of warning. Anna blinked, a little startled, then gave a small nod. Everyone's got stuff they'd rather not talk about, and clearly, Julian's birth mother was one of those off-limits topics. Seeing her take the hint, Megan finally relaxed and exhaled. She turned off the stove and poured the steaming medicine into a porcelain bowl. "Mr. Blake really cares about you. He used to never smile, but now, he actually does sometimes. I hope you'll be good to him too. It's not that I don't want to tell you, just that I really can't." Anna nodded again, not wanting to push it. "Ma'am, I've got some things to take care of now. Could you bring this to Mr. Blake?" What could Anna even say to that? Obviously, she had to agree. So much for dodging Julian. Less than half an hour later, she was back in the room, trailing in with the sharp scent of herbal medicine clinging to her clothes. Ugh, what a mood. Julian was on the bed reading, bathed in sunlight that made his whole vibe look pretty angelic. When he heard her come in, he just lifted his eyes slightly and said, "You're back." He said it so casually that it weirdly gave Anna the image of a husband waiting at home for his wife to return. The thought made her heart skip a beat, but she didn't let it show on her face. She took a few steps forward, holding the bowl. "Megan just finished cooking this. She asked me to bring it up for you. Just leave it there." Anna did as told and placed it on the bedside table, then grabbed a book herself and flopped down next to him. But while he was reading some foreign paper on economics that looked like it belonged in a university library, Anna was flipping through a kid's edition of the Odyssey, complete with colorful illustrations and oversized fonts. Hey, it's still a classic, okay? Still, she didn't last long. The medicine had stopped steaming, and Julian hadn't even glanced at it again, just kept going through his book like he couldn't care less. "Don't forget your medicine. It'll get cold," she reminded him, remembering Megan's words that it needed to be drunk while still warm. Julian gave it a quick glance and finally said, "Not drinking it." "What? Are you kidding?" Anna frowned. "The doctor made this especially for you. This flu isn't the kind you can just sleep off. You'll get better way slower if you skip it." "Don't want to," he replied calmly, flipping another page. "Why not? What a brat. Why should I?" he shot back without missing a beat. Before she could argue, he added, "And don't even try to convince me. You don't even go to the hospital yourself. You always act like it's a life or death thing." That shut Anna right up. She could only mumble, "But if you don't drink it, it'll take longer for you to get better." "It's not that I won't drink it at all," he said, just when she thought she was out of options. "What do you want, then?" Something about this felt off. Julian nodded toward the bowl. "Feed me." That's it. Anna had fed him before, especially when he'd faked an injury to get out of things. Remembering that, she just sighed, picked up the bowl, and got ready to feed him with a spoon. But the guy leaned away from the spoon, a mischievous look in his eyes as he stared at her flushed lips. "With your mouth." "With my mouth?" Anna nearly choked on her own saliva. She never imagined such a bold and shameless sentence would come out of the mouth of someone who always looked prim and proper. Does this guy even have a sense of shame? Her whole face turned a bright shade of red, seething internally, but too embarrassed to argue back. Little did she know, in Julian's eyes, she looked absolutely stunning like this. He swallowed lightly, voice as gentle as ever. "Anna, this cold? You gave it to me. Now you're pretending to be innocent with the patient." Anna froze. Hit exactly where it hurt, she lost a bit of her fire. Her clenched fists loosened slightly, expression wavering. Still, she tried to struggle. "But isn't it better to avoid that stuff when you're sick? What if it makes it worse? Experts say kissing doesn't spread colds." She was speechless. "Seriously, which so-called expert said that? Come forward now. She just wants to talk, won't beat you." "Probably. Even though she was 100% not okay with this, the conversation had come this far. She couldn't back out now. Gritting her teeth, she did what Julian said. She took a small sip of the bitter liquid and, under his direct gaze, inched closer slowly. His lips were naturally pale, a bit lighter today, but still had a kind of allure. She remembered someone telling her thin lips meant a cold heart, and now she was about to lean in and touch that exact pair. Warm breath brushed across her cheek, setting her skin on fire. The heat reminded her of that crazy moment in the closet. Wait, was that damn drug still messing with her system? Anna's mind blanked out. She was dead sure Julian was going to take advantage of the situation, but nope. He just calmly took the medicine from her mouth, all while locking eyes with her, those flirty eyes sparkling with amusement. Her hands were sweaty. She stopped looking at him entirely. She couldn't. Only the strange chilled sensation in her mouth lingered in her brain, like a delicately wrapped ribbon floating on clouds. After a few more rounds, the bowl was finally empty. As Anna set it down and let out a breath of relief, she was surprised to feel a teensy bit disappointed. "This stuff tastes horrible," Julian muttered under his breath, frowning. That snapped her right back. She looked up and cracked up instantly. "Wow, you? Afraid of a little bitterness? Should I ask Megan to get you candied plums or something next time?" She barely had time to enjoy the moment when she suddenly felt the world flip around her. Next thing she knew, she was flat on her back on the bed, and Julian was above her, arms propped, staring down with that irritating smirk. Totally hot. And also, seriously dangerous. Her lips trembled as she nervously licked them and stuttered, "You better not try anything weird." He didn't say a word. His long fingers skimmed along her shoulder, every touch igniting sparks along her skin. Funny how only hours ago he'd been making fun of her carrot legs. Now apparently, carrot legs weren't a deal breaker anymore. Things were escalating, fast. Realizing she probably wasn't getting out of this, Anna finally squeezed her eyes shut and looped her arms around his neck. If you can't beat 'em, may as well enjoy it, right? Getting cozy while sick? Weird flex, but okay. Knock knock. Just as the tension reached its peak, a knock on the door shattered the mood. Anna jerked in shock, clutching the blanket to cover herself. "Get lost!" Julian was clearly pissed after being interrupted. His face turned cold in an instant, and he snapped toward the door with a single frosty word. "Sir, I'm really sorry, but something urgent came up." Tom's voice trembled the moment he heard the noise from inside. He instantly knew he had barged in at the worst possible moment. Julian's temple pulsed visibly as he swore under his breath. His eyes gradually cleared up as he let out a deep breath, straightened his shirt, and said coldly, "This better be something serious. Otherwise—" He didn't finish, but the warning was all too clear. Anna, startled by the interruption, turned to look at Julian. Seeing him try to keep his cool, she couldn't help but feel a little smug about the whole thing. Still lying sideways on the bed, Anna gave him a lazy, cheeky grin and whispered, "Good luck." Julian let out a low chuckle, tugged the blanket up to her shoulders, then kissed her gently on the forehead. His voice was low and firm. "Wait right here. We're not done." With that, he turned and walked out. The room fell silent as soon as he left. Anna rolled around on the big bed, still hugging the blanket. That familiar scent of his cologne was everywhere. It was maddening. Seriously, what the hell? Buzz, buzz! Just as she lay there, blushing and zoning out, her phone suddenly buzzed like crazy. Anna reached over to grab it, and seeing the caller ID, her eyes widened in surprise. It was her uncle. She and her uncle had never really gotten along. He always acted like he was above everyone else, and loved to boss their family around. After that whole house-stealing mess, they were done for good. So why was he calling now, out of the blue, after years of no contact? Was he trying to go after the house again? That thought made Anna sit up straight. She quickly answered the call. "Hey, Anna," her uncle's voice came through, sounding rushed. "I'm here. What is it?" Her tone was cold. There was no warmth or welcome in her voice. She honestly couldn't care less about being polite. "Geez, what happened to your manners? Can't even greet your elders properly? Must have been raised poorly, huh?" Barely had she spoken when he launched into a full-on lecture, riding the high horse of being family. You didn't seem too worried about manners when you bullied a single mom and her kid for a house, did you? And let me ask, have I ever eaten your food, drank your water? What business is it of yours how I was raised?" Anna didn't hold back. Truth be told, she could barely stomach him. Sneaking into their place and trying to take it while she was gone, he really had no shame. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Her brow furrowed. "If you're still eyeing that house, let me save you some time. Not gonna happen. If that's all, I'm hanging up." No, wait," her uncle cut in, clearly panicked. His tone softened real quick. "Anna, don't be so hot-headed. I didn't call about the house." Then he rambled, a bunch of disconnected nonsense, never getting to the point. Anna had been brushing it off at first, but the longer the call went on, the weirder it felt. Her stomach dropped a little, and she tightened her grip on the phone. "What are you actually trying to say?" "Well, you see, Anna." His voice trailed off awkwardly, clearly stalling. "Just spit it out." Anna felt a growing sense of dread building in her chest. Something was definitely off. "Your mom had a bit of an emergency. She's at the hospital now. You should come have a look." The voice on the phone started to blur, and Anna felt like her head was buzzing. She held the phone to her ear, but somehow the voice felt really distant. Her mom, in the hospital? She was still full of energy just a few days ago. How could this? Her chest tightened and a sting hit her eyes, tears threatening to fall. Anna bit her lower lip hard, forcing herself to stay calm. Which hospital is she in? Now wasn't the time to panic. Near City Hall, emergency department, 3rd floor. Anna repeated it under her breath, barely audible, then suddenly threw her phone aside, jumped into her shoes, and dashed down the stairs. Megan was still managing the maids cleaning the living room. When she heard the mess of footsteps, she lifted her head. "Ma'am, you." But her words stopped mid-sentence. The girl in front of her had tear-streaked cheeks and red eyes. "Megan, is Julian home?" "Mr. Blake just stepped out. He probably won't be back soon. What happened? Are you okay?" Megan hesitated and reached out, patting Anna's shoulder lightly. Mr. Blake had told them again and again to keep a close eye on Anna. And now, barely after he left the house, she already looked like this. How were they supposed to explain it? Julian wasn't around. Anna's heart sank even more. She clutched Megan's arm like it was her last hope, her voice low and urgent. "Megan, could you help me? It's important. I need to get to the hospital. Can you arrange a ride for me?" Getting from the Blake estate to the hospital near City Hall wasn't exactly quick. Going by foot or waiting for a cab could easily waste half a day. But her mom couldn't wait that long. Megan didn't know the whole story, but seeing Anna's panicked face, she didn't hesitate. She got on the phone instantly to arrange a car. The usually hour-long ride got cut in half with Anna's non-stop urging. The second the hospital came into view, before the car even stopped, she popped off her seatbelt, flung the door open, and bolted. Hospitals were never her favorite places. The corridors reeked of disinfectant, filled with the occasional crying of kids and adults, and the loud arguments between patients and doctors. Anna had forced herself into a kind of emotional numbness during the drive. Aside from slightly red eyes and a pale face, she looked surprisingly composed. Emergency department, 3rd floor. Jessica sat on one of the hallway chairs, clutching a Chanel purse. She glanced anxiously toward the room behind her, brows drawn tight. "Still not awake? Dad, did you call Anna or not? She's taking forever to get here. I've got an auction to attend later, can't be wasting time like this." I called, the middle-aged man said, glancing at his phone. "Relax, I just called her half an hour ago. She'll get here." Jessica rolled her eyes and muttered, "Probably still passed out at some club somewhere. Typical." Before she could finish her sentence, Jessica got a light smack from her dad. She looked up to see the very person they'd been talking about coming their way, and instantly shut her mouth. "Anna, you got here fast!" Her uncle stood up with a grin, rubbing his hands together like everything was fine. Anna wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. She completely ignored him and turned toward the hospital room. Through the glass, she saw Lucy lying on the hospital bed. Just a few days ago, Lucy had been full of energy, even scolding her fiercely. But now, white walls, white sheets, everything made her look even more pale and fragile. Lucy's eyes were tightly shut, lips drained of color, She looked like a dried-up autumn leaf clinging to a dying tree, just waiting to fall. If not for the subtle rise and fall of her chest, Anna might have thought, "What happened to my mom?" Her voice came out rough, tinged with worry. Her uncle scratched his head awkwardly, looking a little unsure. "I don't think it's too serious. She fainted, that's all. The doctor ran some tests, but we don't have the results yet. So we're just waiting here." "Anna, sweetie, don't stress yourself out. Did you eat? Should I grab you something? If that were your wife lying in there, would you still be thinking about food?" Since arriving at the hospital, Anna had purposely ignored this middle-aged man, but now she finally looked him straight in the eye. She took a deep breath, her tone sharp. "Care to explain? Why did she faint out of nowhere, and why are you two even here?" As she spoke, her gaze flicked toward Jessica, who stood just a few steps away. Her face was pale, her features delicate, but those dark almond eyes had turned cold and piercing. Her uncle broke into a nervous sweat, not knowing when his niece had become so commanding. With a forced smile, he stammered, "Well, I mean, old people get all sorts of health issues. We just happened to be nearby, saw her." "Happened to see her?" Anna sneered, expression turning colder. "You haven't stepped foot in our place for years, and now suddenly you just happened to see her fainting? Let's wait till my mom wakes up. If your story changes then, things might get ugly." Her uncle was completely at a loss, face turning red and white by turns. His lips moved, but he couldn't come up with anything convincing. Jessica couldn't sit there anymore. She stood up abruptly, heels clicking against the floor, and marched over, chin lifted high. "Anna, what kind of tone is that? Yes, your mom fainted. I get that you're upset, but don't go pointing fingers at us like we caused it. If you want to blame someone, look in the mirror. She passed out because of you." "What's that supposed to mean?" "I know all about the shady stuff you've been hiding. Your mom worked hard all her life. We Green family folks might not be rich, but we still care about dignity. I was worried your mom didn't know, so I just told her the truth, that's all." Jessica paused dramatically, cleared her throat, then straightened with pride. "So yeah, this is all your fault. How was I supposed to know she'd take it that badly?" "What did you tell my mom?" Anna lifted her head, eyes locked on Jessica, her gaze growing colder by the second. Jessica didn't sense anything off. She casually blew on her freshly done nails and said with a smug air, "Nothing major, just told the truth, that you've been clinging to some rich guy." Smack! A loud slap cut Jessica off mid-sentence. Anna didn't hold back at all. The force stung her own hand. She showed zero mercy. A red-hot palm print immediately bloomed across Jessica's perfectly made-up face. "Anna, you actually hit me?" Jessica froze on the spot, stunned. She clutched her cheek, disbelief flooding her face as she stared at Anna. To her, Anna had always been soft and easy to push around, cute like some storybook kid, always smiling sweetly with not a hint of sharpness. Since Anna's mom was the quiet type, Jessica never saw them as anyone worth her attention. Who would have thought this girl she always saw as a pushover would turn around and slap her out of nowhere? Anna's hand lingered in the air, and under Jessica's outraged glare, she didn't flinch at all. Her expression was cold, lips twisting into a half-smile as she said, crisp and clear, "Yeah, I hit you." Almost before her words finished, she threw out another slap from the other side, this time giving Jessica's face a perfectly symmetrical match. The commotion was impossible to ignore. Curious patients peeked out from their rooms, some even rushed out. A couple folks had their phones out, already recording. When Anna dealt the second slap with such boldness, whispers flared up all around. "Good one, girl. That lady totally had it coming. Did that skank steal her boyfriend or something?" Jessica shook with rage, while Anna stayed calm, tuning out every voice around her. "You're here spreading trash with zero proof, making stuff up just to mess with people. Classic case of the guilty pointing fingers. You think everyone's as low as you?" Every word landed heavy, sharp, and clear. Anna didn't spare a single ounce of politeness. Politeness? She was already restraining herself by not pulling a knife. That was her idea of mercy. Hearing her say all that, Anna finally connected the dots. Lucy acting weird before, it had to be linked to Jessica. And knowing her cousin's style, it wasn't just some side comment about her being with a rich guy. Jessica certainly wouldn't stop at something that mild. "You damn bitch, I'm gonna rip you apart." Jessica had always been pampered like a princess. In school, she was the girl surrounded by guys who swooned over her. 20-odd years of smooth sailing. This was her first time getting slapped in public, and twice, no less. There was no way she was swallowing this. Seeing red, she charged at Anna, swinging her Chanel purse straight for her head. But Anna wasn't stupid. She dodged fast. Still, completely out of the blue, her uncle stepped in from behind and yanked her back into his grip. "Calm down, Anna. What are you doing hitting your cousin over your own mess? You should be ashamed of what you did. Why blame someone else for calling it out?" His words stung more than anything. He sounded like he was trying to play peacemaker, but in reality, he had her locked in a tight hold, keeping her pinned. Caught off guard, Anna struggled hard, and in that moment, Jessica landed several nasty blows to her head with the heavy purse. Jessica's handbag was made of crocodile leather, sturdy to begin with, and she deliberately swung the metal-studded part right at Anna. Honestly, it hurt like hell. The shameless tag team between this father and daughter made Anna's teeth grind with rage. No one stepped in to help. They were just there for the drama. Who won or lost didn't matter to them. Watching a spectacle was enough. Holding her aching head, Anna stopped caring about what was fair or not. She raised her leg and kicked straight back, aiming exactly where it hurt most. Back in high school, there had been a string of assaults near campus. A few female students got attacked walking home, and the whole city was on edge. The principal brought in some SWAT officers to train the girls with basic self-defense. Anna might not have remembered most of it, but this particular move, she'd mastered it. And now was the time to use it. Sure enough, a muffled grunt echoed behind her. The man who'd just been wrapping himself around her waist like a human lock dropped to his knees, shaking and gasping through the pain. That had to really hurt. The men in the crowd all instinctively winced and took a step back, hands reflexively dropping to cover their own vulnerable spots. One down. With her uncle seriously out of the fight, Anna turned toward Jessica, who was still swinging that damn bag at her like a madwoman. Jessica was tall to begin with, and those 10-centimeter heels made Anna look almost child-sized by comparison. Without hesitation, Anna thrust her leg out and kicked Jessica straight in the stomach. Ideally, Anna had hoped that one kick would take her cousin down for good. But yeah, she'd misjudged. Her head was already spinning from all the smacks earlier, and while Jessica did stumble and fall, she grabbed Anna on the way down, dragging both of them to the floor. The tiles were icy cold, and with Anna already nursing a nasty cold, the jolt of the fall sent pain shooting through her entire body, her brows scrunching up tight from the discomfort. Jessica wasn't in great shape either, but she reacted quicker. Catching her moment, she lunged at Anna and grabbed a fistful of her hair. "Think you can slap me and get away with it? Feeling brave now, huh?" Hair pulling. Every girl knows that's a dirty move with deadly results. Jessica had a firm grip and wasn't backing off, yelling as she tugged as hard as she could. In just a few seconds, strands of hair were all over the floor, scattered on the shining tiles like fallen feathers, brutal and shocking at the same time. Anna felt like her scalp was being peeled off, her face twisted in pain. It hurt, really hurt, worse than anything she'd felt before. For the first time in her life, Anna truly felt alone. Surrounded by cold eyes, nobody moved, not even to say a word. No one. The cold medicine she'd taken earlier was kicking in. Her head was pounding, nearly exploding, and with Jessica yanking her hair mercilessly and her twisted, furious face looming in front of her, Anna was falling apart. "Julian," she suddenly murmured, lips moving almost soundlessly, so quiet even she couldn't really hear it herself. That was the person who flashed through her mind in this moment. "You want to hit me? You filthy bick." Ah! Jessica didn't get to finish that last word before it turned into a scream. Anna, who looked like she couldn't even lift a finger a second ago, suddenly lunged forward and clamped her teeth down on Jessica's finger. Her eyes burned with a wild light, like a starving wolf going in for the kill. "Anna, what the hell are you doing? Let go, just let go of my finger." Jessica was in so much pain that her whole body curled up instinctively. She didn't even bother to pull Anna's hair anymore, and instead used both hands to pry open Anna's jaw, desperate to free her finger. But Anna didn't respond at all. She looked like she couldn't even hear her. Her teeth were clamped down hard with no sign of letting up, like she wouldn't stop until something broke. Bright red blood kept oozing out from where their skin met. At first just a trickle, but in a blink it was gushing out, splashing onto Jessica's face. She could literally hear her skin tearing, flesh splitting. The sound of teeth grinding against bone echoed horrifyingly in her ears. Crunch. Crack. The horrible crunching started reverberating down the quiet hospital hallway, making everyone around freeze. It was the sort of sound that made your scalp go numb and your stomach drop. Ah! Jessica finally snapped. Her strength wasn't enough, and the double hit from pain and fear made her completely lose it. She burst into tears, screaming hysterically. That scream was like hitting play on a paused video. Everyone else around them seemed to suddenly wake up. Doctors, patients, everyone rushed forward. People were shouting, pulling, trying whatever they could until finally someone managed to wedge Jessica's hand out of Anna's jaw. But was that still a finger? Everyone instinctively gasped when they saw it. Jessica held up her hand, and her index finger looked like something out of a horror movie. The skin was shredded, blood was clotted in some spots and still pouring in others, and the worst part, the bone was fully exposed. The joint looked like it might have snapped clean through. Anna had actually chomped her finger half off. "Somebody help me, please. It hurts so bad. Is my hand going to be useless?" Jessica was in full meltdown mode now, clutching her mangled hand and sobbing out to anyone who'd listen. She used to be a pro-level pianist, which had brought her a lot of attention and more than a few rich boyfriends. "Jessica!" Anna's uncle had just come back to his senses from the chaos and spotted the mess. He bellowed at the nearest doctor, sounding half-crazed, "Do something! Damn it, that's her piano hand!" The doctor definitely didn't love being barked at, but he tossed a glance at Jessica's finger and replied coolly, "No, it's not disabled. It's a nasty injury, but with proper care she'll recover. Piano playing will have to wait a bit though. You should bring her to surgery right away." Only when he heard that Jessica's music career wasn't over did Anna's uncle finally breathe a little easier. He urged, "Jessica, go now. Don't waste any more time." Jessica's face had gone completely pale from the pain. Holding her bleeding hand close, she turned to glare fiercely at Anna, her eyes filled with hatred. But just as she opened her mouth to curse, her eyes locked with Anna's. "Jessica, you better hope my mom pulls through. If even one thing happens to her, I promise you I won't let it slide." Anna didn't have a dramatic expression. She looked anything but composed, hair a mess, blood at the corners of her mouth, but her voice was eerily calm and her stare was ice cold. That kind of calm wasn't comforting, it was downright chilling. Jessica's insult caught in her throat. Under that look, her anger fizzled, and she bit down on her lip instead of saying another word. She clutched her hand and followed the doctors down the hallway. Anna's uncle was pretty badly hurt too. With some help, he finally went to lie down. Now that the main players were gone, the rest of the onlookers lost interest fast. Patients and doctors just shook their heads and went back to whatever they were doing. Within moments, the wide hallway was left with only Anna. If it weren't for the smears of blood on the floor and a few stray hairs, anyone walking past would think nothing had even happened. She forced out a sarcastic smile, ran her fingers through the mess that was her hair, and slumped forward, her face pressed against the glass, staring at Lucy, who was still unconscious inside. That's when Julian showed up and caught sight of her like that. At the edge of the dim corridor, the girl who had been glowing just this morning, full of energy and sharp quips, now stood frozen at the window, lifelessly staring inside. Her once white dress was grimy, torn in places. Her hair looked like a bird's nest, and her forehead was dotted with faint bruises. His heart took a hard hit, as if someone swung a crowbar straight into it. It hurt. Bad. Julian's face darkened. His fists clenched so tight the veins on his hands stood out, rage simmering beneath the surface. Tom flinched when he saw his boss like this. Honestly, if the one who hurt Mrs. Blake was in front of Mr. Blake right now, he had zero doubt Julian would throw hands on the spot. Thinking of what had happened earlier, Tom mentally lit a row of candles for the poor soul who'd triggered this. Julian didn't want to scare Anna, so he took a minute to steady himself. He made his expression soften into his usual gentle look, though his eyes were still ice cold. He walked over and gently pulled her into his arms. "Hey, what happened?" At first, holding her didn't seem like much, but the second she settled against him, Julian realized she was freezing cold, like no warmth at all. He instinctively pulled her tighter into his chest. It took a moment, but Anna slowly seemed to come back to reality. She blinked, forcing a crooked smile onto her face. "Why are you here?" When she caught Julian looking her over, she suddenly remembered the mess from her scuffle with Jessica. Her face must have had bruises or something. Yeah, sure, she did more damage, but still, being the one who got hit wasn't exactly fun either. Anna coughed awkwardly, ruffling her hair a bit, trying to play it off with a grin. I kind of tripped on my way here. No big deal. I'm basically indestructible like a tank," she joked. "If you don't believe me, poke me. For real, I've got muscle. Feel this," she added, jabbing her own arm for effect. Except she accidentally pressed on a bruised spot and nearly yelped, but she forced herself to hold it in. The result? A face that couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. Awkward as heck. "All right, that's enough now. I believe you," Julian said with a small frown, carefully stopping her from poking herself again. Anna stilled, and her expression slowly fell back into sadness. Her hand clutched the front of Julian's shirt, her eyes flicking toward the room. After a long pause, her voice trembled as she whispered, "Julian, I'm scared. Julian, I'm scared." Anna's voice was barely above a whisper, soft and warm like a little kitten. Normally, Julian might have found that incredibly cute, but right now, all he felt was a gut-wrenching ache for her. No matter how tough or easygoing she usually came across, she was still just a 21-year-old girl, a delicate flower who'd been living a sheltered life with barely any hardships. To most parents, she was still just a kid. Now her mom was lying in there. Of course she was scared. Hell, who wouldn't be? Julian pulled her tighter into his arms, trying to pass her some warmth through his own body. His voice was calm and steady, like an anchor in a storm. "Don't be scared, I've got you." His warm hand gently patted her back, and somehow that anxious heart of hers began to relax a little. She nestled closer into his chest, gave a small, tired nod, and breathed out slowly. Downstairs in the surgical ward, "That damn girl actually hit me!" Jessica was fuming. She had a thick bandage wrapped around her index finger, and her face was so swollen she looked almost ridiculous. Holding up her compact mirror, she stared at her reflection and nearly screamed. Her hands were shaking from sheer rage. Her once pretty face was now a mess. The sight of her had even made strangers turn their heads, trying not to laugh. "Keep it down, Jessica. Everyone's staring. This is embarrassing," her dad muttered, though the way he looked at her screamed how heartbroken he was. He mumbled, "When Lucy wakes up, we're definitely going to make her teach that Anna some proper manners. Who raised her to act like that?" "Exactly. I was just telling the truth, and she got all worked up like we were the villains. She was the one who pissed her mom off so bad she passed out, but now she's blaming us? And look at me now. My face and my hand are ruined. How am I supposed to show up at that auction tonight? It's a complete disaster." Jessica was trembling as she spoke, tears flowing uncontrollably again. The way she and her dad talked, you'd think they were completely innocent. Not an ounce of remorse about Lucy collapsing. Every bit of blame was pinned on Anna. Some of the onlookers who knew the real story just couldn't stay quiet anymore. One of them pointed straight at the shameless father and daughter, loudly filling in the blanks for the clueless crowd nearby. That really struck a nerve. Jessica jumped like she'd been electrocuted, flailing like a pissed-off cat. "You, and you too. What the hell are you yapping about? Don't think I didn't hear you." Most people didn't want to get dragged into drama. Seeing her lose it, they just muttered, "What a whack job," and backed away fast. "This is a hospital. Keep your voice down or take it outside," the nearby doctor, who was in the middle of consulting other patients, said coldly. No patience for theatrics. Jessica was stunned, not expecting the doctor to clap back like that, and snapped back right away. "Do you even know who my boyfriend is? He's the CEO of a listed company. He could buy out this hospital with a wave of his finger." That set everyone off. People burst into laughter, staring at Jessica like she was delusional. Seriously, this was a publicly funded hospital, not some lemonade stand someone could just snatch up on a whim. And with the way she looked, talking about some powerful CEO boyfriend, girl, at best, you're just his side chick. Who's buying a whole hospital for you? Get real. Miss, please stop causing trouble here. If this keeps up, we'll have to call security to take you out. Please no. Jessica's father instantly panicked when he heard that. He rushed to smooth things over, smiling awkwardly. My daughter just lost her temper a bit. Can we all be a little more understanding? Then he tugged Jessica toward the door. Jessica clearly didn't want to leave, but even she knew that staying any longer would only make things worse. She kept a stiff expression and reluctantly followed her dad out of the room. Dad, I can't accept this. As soon as they stepped out, she yanked her hand away, her voice full of bitterness. Anna said it's not over. I wanted to tell her the same thing. I'm her older cousin. What gives her the right to hit me? All the times Jessica ignored their family ties never bothered her, but now she was shamelessly clinging to the fact that she was older, acting all high and mighty. Sweetie, we're definitely not letting this go. We'll get an explanation, just maybe not today. No way. The more Jessica thought about it, the angrier she got. Anna had beaten her up, and now she got humiliated in front of everyone. For someone used to getting her way, this was way too much to swallow. This doesn't end here. I'm going to find someone to beat her up good. She stormed off in her heels to a quiet spot, phone in hand, and started making a call. It took a while for the other side to pick up. Noah was wrapped up in some fun with a pretty girl when the call came in. Annoyed, he finally answered, clearly not in the mood. Jessica had gotten used to his gruff tone. Normally, she'd try to sweet-talk him, but today wasn't about that. She pouted and burst into tears, loud, pathetic sobs. Why are you crying again? Cry one more time and I swear I'll hang up, Noah snapped, already irritated and now on the edge with her crying in his ear. Babe, someone bullied me. Who the hell touches my woman? They got a death wish. Noah may not have been all that serious about Jessica, but his macho pride was real. The moment she said she got bullied, his tone flipped. Hold on, I'll send over some bodyguards. Do whatever you want, just don't kill her. Jessica's mood flipped instantly. Wiping her tears away, her voice turned soft and sugary. Thank you, babe. I don't know what I'd do without you. That cousin of mine's a total savage. I was trying to help her, and she bit me. Her mind was already racing with ideas to take Anna down. Start with some toothpicks straight under the fingernails. Want to bite hands, huh? Let's see how that feels. Then have some big guys beat her up, stomp all over her face. Jessica's own face and hands still ached, but the image of Anna's misery later was enough to make her want to laugh out loud. If she wasn't on the phone, that is. You said it was your cousin, the one I bumped into at the hotel? Noah suddenly asked. Yeah, that's her. Don't move. Stay where you are. I'll come to you. His voice dropped, serious now. Before Jessica could react, he hung up. Anna didn't care what was going on with Jessica. Right now, her entire focus was on Lucy lying inside the hospital room. Maybe Julian had given a heads up because the test results that were supposed to come out at night got delivered early, and even by the hospital director himself. The report was filled with a bunch of medical jargon that went right over Anna's head. After glancing at it briefly, she turned her eyes to the chubby hospital director. Director, I just want to know, what's wrong with my mom? Her voice trembled slightly. Ms. Green, the exact diagnosis isn't confirmed yet. We need to run more tests. But don't worry, it probably isn't anything serious. If it wasn't serious, then why hadn't her mom woken up yet? Why the further testing? Anna felt like her heart had just been dunked in ice water. She was freezing from the inside out. But the next second, a warm hand gripped hers tightly. Anna looked up and met Julian's steady gaze. Their eyes locked for a brief moment, both stunned into stillness. Then Julian gave her a soft smile meant to reassure her. That usually aloof face of his softened instantly. His eyes seemed to carry calm waves, quietly reflecting her face in them. It's okay. Just wait for the next round of tests. The director's really experienced. He wouldn't lie to you. Hearing that, the director quickly chimed in with a cheerful nod and smile. Anna felt a bit of warmth against the chill. She bit her lip gently and murmured that she needed to go to the bathroom before slipping out. Tom, Keep an eye on her, Julian said casually as soon as she left the room. Tom froze for a second and muttered uncomfortably, "But Mr. Blake, that's the ladies' room." "Next month's paycheck," Julian said nonchalantly, tapping his fingers on the table in a laid-back way. I'm going! Tom panicked the second he heard that. He bolted out the room like his life depended on it, afraid he'd lose track of Anna. Damn this man. Using salary as a weapon, totally unfair and absolutely effective. The hospital director wiped the sweat off his forehead with a tissue, sneaking a glance at the man in front of him. This was no ordinary guest. With someone like Julian at their hospital, they had to roll out the red carpet. Thinking that, he adjusted his posture and spoke with extra respect, almost groveling. "Mr. Blake, it's truly an honor to have you here. Honestly, you should have given me a call in advance. We would have moved Miss Young straight to a VIP room." Director. Julian's smile vanished the moment Anna left. In an instant, he switched back to that distant, refined demeanor, completely different from the gentleman seconds ago. He flipped through the medical file and said in a low voice, "Now that she's gone, tell me the truth. What's my mother-in-law's actual condition?" Mother-in-law? The director couldn't hide his shock. He had heard that this business giant was married. Married to an ordinary woman, no less. But those high society stories were a world away from his daily life. Plus, Julian guarded his private life so well that hardly anyone had seen the mystery wife. He had assumed Ms. Green was just someone close to Mr. Blake, not his legal spouse. Judging by the way things were going, it was obvious the lady meant a lot to him. The sweat he'd just wiped off came back in full force. He cleared his throat and steadied his voice. "We haven't got a confirmed diagnosis yet, but based on the test results, our initial guess, it's a brain tumor. Brain tumors develop in the brain and can cause nausea, dizziness, anxiety, confusion, even seizures and coma. They're aggressive and usually come with a range of complications. Over time, memory can fade, and in serious cases it might be completely lost. The worst part, whether it's benign or malignant, it puts pressure on the brain tissue, which can damage the central nervous system and threaten the patient's life." Julian clearly understood what that meant. His face hardened as soon as he heard it, brows furrowing tight. "Don't panic too much, Mr. Blake. Nothing's set in stone just yet." The director tried to sound reassuring. Julian lifted his eyes, his voice steady and deliberate. "How likely?" 9 out of 10, the director stammered under that sharp gaze. He didn't dare lie. Julian gripped the report tighter and said calmly, "Contact Professor Charlie in the U.S. Get his team here." Charlie was one of the top experts in oncology, and his team was world-renowned. At the sound of his name, the director was first surprised, then hesitant. "Mr. Blake, Professor Charlie's in the middle of a major research project. He hasn't taken on any outside cases for the past 2 years. I'm afraid it's going to be. Call his assistant. Tell him my name. He'll take the call." Julian was already getting up. He checked his watch, then paused at the door to add, "Don't tell her about this." Who her was needed no explanation. Anna rested her forehead against the window pane, staring silently at the woman on the bed. Her expression was full of sadness, like a wounded little creature huddled in silence, so fragile you'd want to reach out and gently pat her head. Which was exactly what Julian did. Anna hadn't expected Julian to follow her. She flinched, caught off guard, then smiled awkwardly and turned her head. "I passed by here on the way from the restroom, just wanted to take a quick look. I was about to head back to find you." "The restroom?" Julian glanced at the sign at the end of the corridor, pretty far from Lucy's room, and his office was actually closer. But instead of calling her out, his tone stayed gentle. "It's okay. Everything's been discussed anyway. Can I talk to you about something?" Anna lightly tugged on his sleeve, looking more bashful than ever. She bit her lower lip, making her look adorably shy. "Of course, go ahead." His encouragement gave her some courage. She took a deep breath, finally speaking up. "Can I stay with Mom tonight instead of going back? She didn't want to leave?" Julian paused, glancing her way. The full results wouldn't be in until tomorrow or the day after. He understood where she was coming from. Anyone would want to be close to family in a time like this. But Anna wasn't well either. She looked completely worn out, barely even holding herself together at this point. If she insisted on staying the night, he feared she wouldn't make it through. Julian steeled himself, then shook his head under her hopeful stare. His tone was firm. No, but... Anna panicked the moment she heard that and quickly grabbed Julian's arm, trying to make him change his mind. But before she could say anything, Julian turned his head slightly, his eyes narrowing as he stared down the hallway. What's wrong? She instinctively followed his line of sight, but there was nothing there, just an empty hallway. Nothing. Julian pulled his gaze back, looking calm again. He gave a slight shake of his head, then reached out and pulled Anna close. Let's go home. Megan's already got dinner ready. Anna wanted to argue some more, but Julian's attitude was firm. She could tell there was no use pushing it. So she gave in reluctantly, reminding the young nurse several times to text her the moment Lucy woke up. Only then did she drag her feet and leave. Just a few steps away by the staircase, Jessica pressed a hand to her chest, leaning against the wall, heart pounding like crazy, so loud it echoed in her ears. Her cheeks were feverishly hot, like her whole face was about to burst into flames. She'd never felt her heart race like this in over 20 years. Noah poked his head around the corner to make sure the coast was clear, finally exhaling in relief. He turned around, unaware of Jessica's flustered state, his voice laced with irritation. Do you realize you almost messed everything up just now? They'd been crouching by the hallway earlier. Jessica, full of anger, had tried to storm out to confront Anna, only to be yanked back last second by Noah. Getting scolded like that made Jessica feel wronged. Trying to hide her flurry of emotions, she pouted and inched closer to Noah, whining softly, "But didn't we agree to go over there? She slapped me, remember?" Normally, Noah might have gone soft hearing her talk like that, but one look at her puffy, swollen face had him feeling nothing but disgust. Even though he had second thoughts, Noah didn't push her away. Keeping his nausea to himself, he said, "What, you want me to go beat your cousin up for you? Do you even know who the guy beside her is?" "Who is he?" Jessica was already dying to know who the mysterious man next to Anna was. The moment Noah brought him up, her eyes lit up and even her voice went a little high-pitched. Noah shot her a glance, then turned away, brows knitted. "I'm not totally sure, but he looks a lot like someone. Have you heard of Julian?" "Julian?" Jessica echoed, clearly confused. The second son of the Blake family, CEO of a Pexera corporation. Noah's voice lowered with a mix of awe and envy. If that guy really was Julian, and he could manage to connect with him somehow, then his business would be on a whole new level. The more he thought about it, the more hyped Noah got. His face even started twitching a little from excitement. Jessica had always dreamed of climbing her way into high society, but her family background left her scraping by. Hooking up with Noah felt like hitting the jackpot already. Now hearing her so-called rich boyfriend speak so reverently about that handsome man, she held her breath and forced down a gulp. Then she asked quietly, "Babe, how does Julian's company stack up to yours?" "My company?" Noah let out a short laugh. "Pexera is a global giant. You think my tiny firm can stand in the same league? So he's that powerful." Right now, Jessica felt like she was floating. Her mind was full of Julian's face. That man seemed to take over all her thoughts. Noah wasn't blind. One glance at her expression after he made that comment, and he knew exactly what she was thinking. What? She wanted to toss him aside and jump into the arms of some rich, hot guy like Julian? Classic. In the past, he'd have slapped a woman like that without hesitation and told her to pack up and get lost. But now, he just pinched Jessica's chin softly like it was no big deal and smiled. "Wonder how your cousin got so lucky to land Julian. Honestly, I think you're way better looking than her." A bold claim, especially with her face still swollen like that. Jessica's eyes dimmed, a mix of bitterness and jealousy rising in her chest, but she forced on a fake smile and replied sweetly, "Babe, you're so annoying. You know you're the only one I love." They hugged, smiling like a picture-perfect couple, but each had their own hidden agenda. Jessica rested her cheek against Noah's greasy neck, eyes flashing with resentment. She always thought Anna would end up with some rich old man, but instead she got someone like Julian. That man should have been hers. Why did Anna always come out on top? Why? Blake family estate. By evening, The mansion that was usually buzzing with life had gone strangely quiet after Anna moved in. It was like everyone knew to tread lightly, voices hushed, movements careful, as if afraid of breaking the fragile peace. Woof! Woof! Oblivious to human tension, the husky, Snowy, barked cheerfully at the bedside, trying to get Anna to play. "Megan, take Snowy outside," Julian said as he walked in carrying a tray. He frowned slightly at the scene. Megan nodded quickly and led the oblivious pup away. Snowy clearly wasn't ready to leave, though, clinging to the floor dramatically, and even let out a howl as he was dragged off like he was being exiled. "Come on, eat something." Julian set the tray down by the bed and spoke gently. Anna curled underneath the blanket into a tiny ball, barely showing a strand of hair. Honestly, she looked a bit like a cocoon. From under the covers, her voice came out muffled. "Not hungry. Don't want it." Julian's expression sank. He walked over and tugged at her blanket. "What are you trying to do? Suffocate yourself? You skipped breakfast, didn't touch lunch, and now dinner too. You're not going to suffocate. You'll starve first. Get up." His voice sharpened with worry, unable to hide his growing frustration. But Anna was stubborn as ever. She clutched that blanket tightly like her life depended on it, refusing to let go. And just like that, the tug-of-war began. "Julian, leave me alone. I said I don't want to eat." As the blanket was about to be ripped off, everything she'd tried to hold in finally snapped. Anna, already on edge, completely lost it. She was in a terrible mood. All she wanted was to stay at the hospital with Lucy out of basic decency, but Julian wouldn't allow it. He was the one paying, after all. Even if it tore her up inside, she said nothing and followed him back. But now, all she wanted was some quiet time to calm herself, to be alone. Just a moment, and he insisted on dragging her up to eat. Bossy, cold, totally controlling, not even giving her a moment to breathe. Yeah, he spent $2 million on her. So what? She was still a person. She had feelings too. She couldn't fake a smile 24/7. She couldn't keep bottling everything up all the time. She'd had enough. Anna snapped, threw off the blanket, sat up and wiped at her tears, shouting at him, "Why are you like this? Don't you get how annoying you are? If it were your mom lying in that hospital bed, would you still be in the mood to eat?" As soon as she said it, the air in the room froze. Anna clearly saw the shift in Julian. His face darkened, his features tightening like a silent storm rolling in. He radiated this intense chill that made her hairs stand on edge. He looked at her, not like usual, not with those warm, smiling eyes, but distant and empty, like she was a stranger. Anna panicked, a deep gut-level fear creeping in. She had never felt this scared before. Her anger drained away, swallowed by dread. Then it hit her. That one conversation with Megan flashed in her mind. Megan had warned her, never ever bring up anything about Julian's mother. But she'd blurted it out, just like that, in the heat of the moment. The ticking clock on the wall clicked softly, but every second felt like it echoed through her chest. What now? Her mind went blank. She bit her lower lip hard, desperate to fix things somehow, but no words came. Then Julian moved, reached out toward her face. His hand cutting through the air made her flinch. Was he going to slap her? Anna braced herself, eyes shut tight. In that split second, only one thought raced through her mind. Of course. Rich boy loses his temper, turns violent. Guess this is who he really is. But the slap never landed. There was no pain, just his cold hand awkwardly brushing her face, and then, unexpectedly, he laughed. "If you don't want to eat, fine. But do you have to cry that ugly?" "Anna, ugly? Seriously?" She opened her eyes and glared at him, cheeks puffed in annoyance. "Everyone looks bad when they cry, okay? Who actually looks good sobbing? Come on, don't watch so many soap dramas. It's frying your brain." Julian calmly pulled a couple of tissues from the box. He slapped one on her nose, the other he used to wipe something unidentifiable off his hand. "Cried over a lot of things in my time, but only you turn it into a full-blown snot and tears mess." "You?" The word barely left her lips before it hit her. He wasn't mad. Anna blinked, then couldn't hold back a toothy grin. "Yup, I'm totally ugly. The worst." At this point, she couldn't care less if people said she looked terrible. Heck, she'd even admit she looked like a dude with a smile on her face. Julian looked at the girl who had clearly tossed her dignity out the window and couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. Honestly, Anna wasn't exaggerating. She really did look awful right now. After hiding under the covers and crying her eyes out, her face was all puffy and red. Not exactly flattering. And yet, despite looking like she'd been hit by a truck, Anna still grinned as she scooted close, clinging to Julian's arm and playfully said, "Hey, you're not mad at me, right? I didn't mean to say those things earlier. I'm not mad." "That's a relief." Her smile brightened even more at his response, and she immediately started buttering him up. "I knew a gracious man like you wouldn't hold it against someone like me. You're totally above all that. So noble, so mature, way too classy to waste time picking on small fry like me." Julian didn't interrupt her endless stream of flattery. He just gave her that same calm, unreadable look like none of this fazed him. When Anna finally ran out of fancy words and was clearly struggling to think of more, he finally tilted his head slightly and asked, "That's it? That's it?" Wait, was he still not satisfied after all that? She panicked a little, but could only blink and nod honestly. "That's all I've got." Next time, she swore she'd memorize the whole idiom dictionary front to back. "If that's all, let's eat. By now the food should be just the right temp anyway." Julian glanced at the food on the bedside table and smoothly dropped the bomb. Anna's expression instantly shifted, flushing 1 second, turning pale the next. She'd thought he would just let the whole dinner thing slide, but apparently Julian was nothing if not persistent. All that scheming for nothing. She was this close to blowing things up earlier, just because she didn't want to eat. But now, no choice. Eat it is. So even though she still didn't have much of an appetite, Anna reluctantly grabbed the fork under Julian's gaze and started digging in. And honestly, the food looked pretty good. Steamed egg, sweet and sour pork, braised eggplant, all her favorites. It was obvious Julian had kept her preferences in mind. There was barely any spice, everything was mild and easy on the stomach. But the real MVP? Maple syrup cookies. Yep, maple syrup cookies were her ultimate weakness. She'd planned on just nibbling a bit, but Julian sweet-talked and tempted her into finishing more than a full bowl of rice. By the end, her belly was completely stuffed. Lying on the bed, one hand on her now very round stomach, Anna couldn't help but think of how she'd insisted on skipping dinner earlier. All that drama for nothing. Now she just felt kinda embarrassed. Julian had finished tidying up and washing up, then climbed into bed and lay beside her, turning slightly as he gently rubbed her tummy. Anna might seem careless most of the time, but her gut told her Julian was about to bring up something serious. She tilted her head towards him, signaling she was all ears. "I don't think I've ever told you about my birth mother. Would you like to know about her?" The soft chandelier light cast a gentle glow across Julian's face as he bowed his head slightly, eyes lowered, gaze unfocused. His expression was distant, like he was wrapped in a quiet haze, making it hard to read what he was really thinking. Anna, who had been slowly drifting off thanks to his soothing touch, snapped to attention the moment she heard what he said. Her drowsiness vanished instantly. Thinking about it? Or not? To be honest, Anna had always been curious about Julian's birth mother, but after what Megan told her and seeing the look on Julian's face just now, no way she had the guts to dig deeper. She figured this whole thing would just fade away quietly. Who would have thought Julian would bring it up himself? She had no clue how to respond. No matter what she said, it felt like she'd be stepping on a landmine. Thankfully, Julian didn't seem like he actually expected a response. He was casually rubbing her belly while he started talking. "My mom was a real beauty, grew up in a pretty well-off scholarly family in Southdale." Anna didn't doubt that for a second. I mean, with Julian's looks, how could his mom not be gorgeous? You could tell. Most of his features were from Charles, but those dreamy, slightly upturned eyes, totally unique. Looking up at him, Anna asked, "Did your mom have eyes like yours too?" Julian paused, then reached over to tuck some stray hair behind her ear and nodded. "She did. My parents' love story was actually pretty romantic for that time. They fell in love on their own, and their families were a good match. From what my brother told me, when my mom first married in, she was genuinely happy." "Wait, your brother told you?" Anna's mouth moved faster than her brain, and the words were out before she could stop them. "Because," Julian's eyes darkened, deep and endless like a night sky, drawing her in. Because from as far back as I can remember, my mom never smiled. Everyone said she'd lost her mind. Lost her mind? Anna was stunned into silence, her mouth slightly open, staring at him in shock. Julian seemed to get pulled into the memory, not even noticing her reaction. His handsome features were suddenly clouded over, cold like frost. My dad's business kept growing. More social dinners, more late nights. Even before she got pregnant with me, he was already cheating. My mom, she was a sensitive type. My dad thought he was sneaky, but she knew. She always knew. If they'd just split up back then, maybe it wouldn't have ended the way it did. But, life doesn't really do what-ifs. The stress from being pregnant, the constant arguing, it pushed her into depression. Julian's voice was low and calm, almost too calm, like the quiet before a storm. But to Anna, every word was heavy with sorrow. When the heart breaks that deeply, maybe it just goes silent. And that stillness? It's the saddest thing of all. Back then, depression basically meant you were crazy. My dad's career was booming, so of course he didn't want any bad press. He wouldn't let my mom get help either. After I was born, they locked her up in a room on the 6th floor and stopped her from going out. That period, my dad got worse. He didn't even bother to cover it up anymore, just started bringing different women home, like it was perfectly normal. He thought he was untouchable, like nothing could touch him. Julian gave a cold laugh, his face full of irony. So yeah, she eventually lost it, completely broke down, all because of the man she loved the most. Julian. Anna's heart tightened, like something invisible had just stung her. She'd never imagined Julian had gone through something so dark as a kid. Who would have thought a family like the Blakes had this kind of tragic history behind the glamour? I'm fine. Julian shook his head slightly when he heard her soft call. After a brief pause, he continued. It was a sunny afternoon. There was a party going on in the main hall. The younger son thought he'd sneak off and bring his mom a piece of cake. But just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he heard this loud thud. Next thing he knew, the woman was lying right there at his feet. He was still holding the cake. She smiled at him, said his name, but her mouth was full of blood bubbles. She died. Julian's mom had jumped right in front of him, landing at his feet. Bloody, brutal, unforgettable. Anna could barely picture it. What must it have felt like to be a little kid and watch your own mom die like that? A pain that probably never fully heals. No wonder he barely talked to his dad. No wonder the Blake family avoided the topic like the plague. And she, stupidly, had just said what she had. Way to open old wounds. Anna, good job. Her eyes had already started to sting, but now the tears wouldn't stop. It was like she couldn't hold it in anymore. It was like those movie scenes, when the main guy spills his deepest secret, and then boom, everything collapses. Anna was crying so hard she couldn't breathe. She threw herself into Julian's arms, wrapped her arms tight around his waist, and just sobbed uncontrollably, mumbling, "I'm sorry," over and over. She swore she'd never go poking around again. Curiosity really did kill the cat, and she was the cat. It's okay. Julian didn't know what was going through her head. He just figured she felt bad. He brought a hand up to gently pat her back and said softly, "It's been so many years. Keeping it bottled up doesn't help either. Talking about it kind of clears the air. You've got nothing to be sorry for. My dad's sins aren't yours to carry. And honestly, if you at least looked cute while crying, that'd be something. But you're crying so ugly right now." Anna. She held him tighter, her face still buried against his chest, listening to the way his heartbeat pounded steadily in her ears, while her tears just kept falling like water from a broken tap. She didn't even know why she was crying so hard. It's not like she was good at comforting people. She could only cling to him tightly and whisper, "It's over now." Julian's lips lifted in a small smile. He hugged her back, resting his chin lightly on top of her head, like he could soak in the warmth there. After a long pause, he exhaled. It's over. He'd already lost his mom. There was no way he could let her be the next one. Only now, after all that crying, did Anna notice the vibe in the room had shifted just a little. They'd known each other for a while, but Anna barely knew anything about Julian aside from a few things she'd heard secondhand. And now, out of nowhere, Julian had opened up about something so personal, something he'd usually keep under wraps. Was he trying to comfort her? That was the only explanation that made sense. Just thinking about it made Anna's cheeks burn. She didn't dare dig too deep into what that meant, so she quickly tried to change the subject to cover her nerves. She subtly wiped whatever was on her face onto his shirt, thinking he wouldn't notice. Then she looked up and said, "Dead serious. I'm fine. Really, I'm okay." Yeah, right. Her eyes were practically swollen shut. Julian held the girl in his arms, knowing she was probably a nervous wreck inside, but he didn't call her out on it. Instead, he grabbed a tissue nearby and gently helped her wipe away the mess. "I know. It's late. Get some sleep." Anna normally acted all tough, so breaking down like she had tonight was super embarrassing for her. As soon as she heard him say that, she dove headfirst under the covers. Didn't matter if she could fall asleep or not. She just kept her eyes shut tight. Only those trembling eyelashes gave away the fact that she wasn't nearly as calm as she claimed. Julian watched her for a while, then turned off the lights. In just a few moves, he pulled her, who'd purposely stayed far away, right into his arms. The shirt he'd been wearing earlier had Anna's tears and snot all over it, so that was definitely off. Now his chest was bare. Anna immediately felt a wave of heat on her back. Just a thin layer of sleepwear separated her from those well-defined muscles. The sudden closeness totally threw her. She jerked away a bit, freaking out. "Whoa there, champ, don't just grope people out of nowhere, okay? I'm still on my period." Panicking, Anna blurted out that excuse, flailing a bit as she unintentionally bumped him here and there. "Stop squirming." Julian let out a low groan, his voice raspy and tinged with something else. Even Anna, as clueless as she usually was, figured out what was going on. She immediately froze like a statue in his arms, totally stiff like a salted fish. Maybe go take a cold shower," she offered, blushing like crazy as she tried to be helpful. "Pass. Sleep now. If you don't, trust me, you won't be sleeping at all tonight." Julian grabbed her fidgeting hands, pinned them down, and then pulled her even closer. Seeing her still wide-eyed, he added, "Don't think I didn't notice your period ended days ago." Anna. What kind of messed up threat was that? Still, somehow, she actually fell asleep in his arms. She thought she'd lie awake all night, but the sleep came easy and deep. She dreamed of Sophia, of her mom, and Julian? Seriously, what the hell? When Anna woke up early the next morning, hair a total mess, the memory of the dream hit her like a truck. Fine, dreams are dreams, but why did he have to show up in it? Luckily, her thoughts didn't have time to spiral because her phone rang. Call from the hospital. Lucy was awake now. Anna splashed some cold water on her face in a rush, barely managing a few bites of breakfast that Julian forced her to eat in the car. Even then, she just nibbled a little. She was jittery the whole ride, glancing out the window one second, raking her fingers through her hair the next. The car was top-notch, and thanks to Tom taking a shortcut, they reached the hospital in just over 10 minutes. But standing at the ward door, Anna, who had been all but ready to fly here, suddenly froze. She hovered there, legs stiff like they were glued to the ground. For the first time, she truly understood what "the nearer you get to home, the more hesitant you become" meant. "Why aren't you going in?" Julian's voice lowered behind her, calm and gentle. Anna turned her head and swallowed hard. "I'm scared." She hadn't even noticed how much she'd started leaning on this man. "Don't be." Julian reached out, gently patting her head, then casually stepped forward and twisted the doorknob open for her. The door creaked. Okay, that was like pushing her right into the lion's den. Left with no choice, Anna forced a smile and braced herself as she stepped in, with Julian following behind like it was the most natural thing in the world. "Aunt Lucy, are you feeling any better now?" Anna hadn't even crossed fully into the room before her brows furrowed. Inside, besides Lucy, sat two very unwelcome faces, her uncle and Jessica. What were they doing here? "Oh, Anna, you're here. Your mom just woke up and was asking about you." Her uncle spotted her first, his face lighting up as he moved toward her. Anna wasn't having it. She dodged him cleanly, clearly uninterested in his fake enthusiasm. She hadn't forgotten how he pinned her arms yesterday just so Jessica could get a lucky shot in. Yeah, she held grudges. So what? "Anna, how can you treat my dad like that? He's your elder. Aunt Lucy just woke up. Do you really want to upset her again? What if you make her collapse or something?" Jessica was sitting by the bed, peeling an apple like she was the most considerate person in the room, and instantly put on some wise older sister act. "You think you can lecture me? Please." Anna shot back, her tone cutting. Now that masks were off, she had no intention of being polite. Jessica clearly didn't expect Anna to snap at her in front of Lucy, and for a moment she was completely speechless. With that, Anna shut her down and moved on like she didn't exist. She turned her gaze to Lucy, softening up instantly. "Mom," she said, voice low and cautious. The little wildcat from moments ago had turned into a sweet kitten in a split second. Watching her do a complete 180 was almost surreal. Lucy still looked a little pale, but much better than before. Her cheeks even had a hint of color now. Her gaze settled on Anna for a few moments, then drifted to the man standing behind her. Her expression softened further as she nodded. "Julian, you came too." "Julian came?" Anna blinked and spun around in surprise. Oh my God. She'd waltzed in thinking he'd stay outside, but the man just slipped in quietly behind her without even a heads up. "Okay, smooth move, Julian. You're worried he might say something weird." Anna frantically shot him look after look. Julian, however, just smiled and met her eyes like nothing was amiss. Whether he caught her silent plea or not, no one could tell. "Ms. Young," Julian said politely, "Anna told me you weren't feeling well, so I brought some health supplements and came to check in on you." So he's basically saying he and Anna are pretty close, huh? Julian showed up in a casual outfit today, looking sharp and gentle, exactly the kind of guy parents would adore. Lucy's gaze flicked between her daughter and Julian, with a knowing smirk on her face. "Mom, come on, don't overthink it. I just happened to bump into Julian." Anna noticed things might take a wrong turn and quickly jumped in to explain, even giving Julian a look, like, "Seriously, help me out here?" I got it," Lucy nodded, but her tone clearly screamed, "I so don't believe you." Anna just stood there, speechless. Seriously, was this really her mom? But weirdly, that tiny little moment totally lifted her previously tense mood. Lucy also didn't bring up her fainting episode again. The banter flowed easily between mother and daughter, with Julian occasionally chiming in. The whole room was filled with laughter. Meanwhile, Anna's uncle and Jessica got completely left out. Anyone else would have sensed the awkward vibes and left, but not Jessica. She just glued herself to the couch, pretending not to notice. "Anna, don't you know basic manners? Your friend came all this way and you're not even offering him some fruit?" Jessica suddenly cut into the conversation, a fake sweet tone in her voice. Anna glanced over at her like she'd lost it. What the heck was she even talking about? Once Julian finally looked her way, Jessica's plan clearly worked. She gave him a flirty smile and subtly puffed out her chest. She'd obviously dressed to kill today. Tight black dress, low neckline, everything tailored to show off her curves. She walked over with a peeled apple in hand, sweet as sugar. "This one's imported. Super sweet. I just peeled it. Want to try?" Oh God, she's not giving out apples. She's handing out bait. Anna saw right through it. Back in the day, she might have even pushed Jessica toward Julian just to escape the awkwardness herself. But now, every glance from Jessica just made her queasy. Why did Jessica's face suddenly feel so punchable today? Anna had to fight the urge to actually sock her. But glancing over at Lucy reminded her this wasn't the time to go full WWF. Still, that didn't stop her from reaching right out and snatching the apple from Jessica's hand. Jessica had been batting her eyes at Julian and didn't even register what happened for a second. Then, realizing, she practically shrieked, "Hey, why'd you snatch my apple?" But Anna had already taken a big bite. "I was thirsty, sorry. Sis, you're not going to get mad over one apple, right?" That sis hit harder than any insult. It had been years since Anna used that word, and not because they were close. If anything, it just made Jessica more bitter. Any more complaining would just make Jessica look petty, so she had to swallow her frustration, literally and metaphorically. Her face turned an ugly shade of red, but she wasn't ready to give up. She turned her eyes back to Julian, all dew-eyed and pitiful. "Mister, my cousin's a bit impulsive. If you like apples, I can peel another for you." Seriously? After all that, she was still trying to flirt with him. In front of her? Nope, not happening. Anna rolled her eyes dramatically, then suddenly linked arms with Julian and grinned. "Sis, you've got it all wrong. I was just trying to save you from an awkward situation. Save her from embarrassment? Jessica's mouth twitched. Yep, totally trying to save you. Anna took another bite, leaned in closer, and whispered near Jessica's ear, Julian's allergic to apples. Like seriously, I grabbed it before he could take a bite. Thought I was being helpful. No clue you'd still try to feed him. Then she even let out a dramatic sigh and turned to Julian, asking sweetly, Isn't that right? Allergic to apples? Where did she even come up with that? Anna's uncle was just sitting there baffled while Lucy, lounging on the hospital bed, glanced between the two, clearly amused but staying quiet. Come on, Anna, don't play games. I know that's not... I really am allergic to apples. Julian cut Jessica off mid-sentence, nodding slightly to back up Anna's claim without missing a beat. I've been like this since I was a kid. Anyone close to me knows. I know it sounds dumb, but yeah, it's real. He turned to Anna with a soft, lingering look, his eyes gentle and clear. I'm kinda touched you remembered something like that. Thanks. Julian's eyes were stunning. Deep, clear, not a single flaw. When he looked at you like that, it felt like the rest of the world disappeared. You were it. Even though Anna always told herself she was already used to that ridiculously handsome face of his, that she was immune by now, well, she was clearly wrong. Her heart was beating like crazy. She forced an awkward smile and waved her hand, trying to act cool. No biggie, seriously. And then it hit her. What the heck was she even thanking him for? That whole allergic to apples thing? Totally made up. But the way he just went along with it, like it was the most natural thing, even her uncle bought it. The man was still patting his legs in disbelief. Wow, I had no idea people could be allergic to apples. Anna. Across from them, Jessica gritted her teeth, practically seething. Watching Julian interact so naturally with Anna drove her nuts. She didn't even really know the guy, but she was buzzing inside. And yet, the dude had done nothing but look at Anna the whole time, not even a glance her way. Why? What was so special about her? She had curves, Anna was flat as a board. Weren't guys usually all over her type? Refusing to give up, Jessica tugged at her collar slightly and leaned in, trying to make conversation again. So, what's your name, sir? And, got a girlfriend yet? Anna rolled her eyes so hard it was a miracle they didn't get stuck. Seriously, when someone's that shameless, what can you even say? Sis, are you here to visit my mom or scouting for a date? If it's the former, great. You've seen her. She's doing fine, no need to fuss. If it's the latter, maybe try the matchmaking agency down the hallway. Oh, and by the way, where's that balding guy you used to date? The one who looked like my uncle? Julian kept his smile the whole time, eyes focused on the fiery girl beside him. Yup. She was totally jealous. Anna had no idea what Julian was thinking, but after snapping back at Jessica, her pretty little face lit up with smugness. From her brow to her grin, oh, she was full of herself right now. Lucy looked over and chuckled softly. Lucy, look at your girl. She's grown, but still speaks like a kid. Unable to reason with Anna, her uncle just gave up and turned to Lucy instead. This is straight up shameless. Anna's face immediately scrunched up the moment she heard that. Normally she wouldn't care if they targeted her, but bringing her mom into it, that crossed the line. Uncle. Lucy, lying in bed, interrupted first. She gave Anna a calming glance, then spoke slowly, voice steady. Doing this, you're just taking advantage of a widow and her kid. Anna's words might have been rough, but she wasn't wrong. Julian is just a family friend, and Jessica asking about his relationship status out of nowhere. Bit too forward, don't you think? I get that you came to see me today, and I appreciate it, Lucy continued, pausing briefly. But it's getting late. You two should head back now. Then, turning to Anna, she added, What's wrong with you, standing there like that? Go open the door and send your cousin and uncle out. Even though she sounded like she was scolding her daughter, everything Lucy said was clearly in Anna's defense, and also a not-so-subtle way of kicking them out. Go, Mom. Anna was stunned for a second, then she broke into a huge grin, almost laughing out loud. Her uncle and Jessica looked like someone had slapped them across the face. It was priceless. Anna wasn't just soaking in the drama. She also remembered what her mom said. She got up happily, strolled over to the door, tilted her head with a cheeky gesture, and said in a deliberately drawn-out tone, Uncle, Jessica, this way please. At that point, even if Jessica wanted to stay, she had no excuse. Fuming, she grabbed her purse and stormed off on her 10-centimeter heels, shooting a death glare at Anna as she passed. "Oh, you think you can glare?" Anna wasn't letting her win that one. She widened her big brown eyes and fired back an even icier stare. Jessica, still a little traumatized from the previous day when Anna bit her like a rabid dog, saw that look and instantly recalled the madness in Anna's eyes. Her finger throbbed at the memory, and she shuddered. Forget the grudge. She bolted, looking like she couldn't escape fast enough. "Hey, wait up, Jessica! Why the rush?" Her uncle called after her, clearly embarrassed. He mumbled a quick goodbye and awkwardly shuffled out after her. With the two most annoying people finally gone, the room suddenly felt peaceful. The second they were out, Anna felt the mood lift. Maybe it was all in her head, but even the air seemed fresher. "Ha! Mom, you were amazing just now. You should have seen Jessica's face. It was priceless." Anna put her hands on her hips, grinning like a cat who'd caught a mouse. She turned to close the door, only for Lucy to stop her. "You go out too, huh?" Anna blinked, thinking she misheard, but the next words hit harder than expected. "You leave. Julian stays. I need a private word with him." Julian's eyes clouded slightly at her request, but he gave Lucy a respectful nod. "What the heck? These two chatting alone? That could lead to who knows what." Anna obviously didn't agree. She stuck out her bottom lip and tried to play the cute card. "Mom, what's with all the mystery? Can't I at least stay? I swear I won't say a word. I'll sit here quiet as a mouse. Just pretend I'm a plant, please." Lucy knew her daughter inside and out. She wasn't buying the act this time. She just shook her head firmly. No room for negotiation. If she gave up this easily, she wouldn't be Anna. Seeing that her whole act of playing cute got her nowhere, Anna still wasn't ready to quit. She fished a tissue out of her pocket, tore it up into pieces, and stuffed them into her ears. Then, with a dead serious face, she looked at Lucy and said, "Mom, my ears are blocked now. Whatever you guys say, I can't hear it." Of course, no one was buying it. In the end, Anna still got kicked out. Right before the door shut, she shot Julian a deadly glare, as if to say, "You better watch yourself. Betray me, and you're toast." Anna thought she'd been super sneaky with her little tricks, but Lucy had caught every bit of it. The moment the door closed, Lucy sighed and gave Julian a helpless smile. "My daughter's always been like this. She's in her 20s already, but still acts like a little girl. Hope she didn't make you laugh too much." Julian glanced away with a gentle smile. "No, I think it's nice. Anna's pure, cheerful, and carefree. That's a rare combo nowadays. It's great she's still innocent, but I'm not getting any younger. I can't keep shielding her forever. With her temper, always ready to argue with people, she's bound to run into trouble one day. There'll be someone who'll look out for her." Julian's tone was firm. Facing Lucy's curious gaze, he didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled openly. Talking with someone smart really skips the need for explanations. Lucy didn't show any particular reaction. She coughed lightly and casually asked, "Julian, you told me before that you're a college professor, right?" "Yep," Julian nodded. "Funny thing, it's actually at the same university Anna goes to. I also dabble in some small business stuff. Nothing fancy, but enough to keep things comfortable." While chatting with Julian, Lucy's eyes scanned the room. This room felt more like a luxury hotel suite than a hospital ward. Anna definitely couldn't afford this with what she's got. And thinking back to how the nurse treated her when she woke up, Lucy was already putting the pieces together. She figured Julian was being modest. Lucy usually wasn't one to push, but time wasn't on her side. "Julian, I need you to be straight with me now." She suddenly turned serious. Julian instantly caught on and straightened up, his expression solemn. "Ask me anything. I'll be honest, I promise." "My condition, is it really that bad?" Lucy's lips trembled slightly as she asked. Her eyes were full of trust, like she firmly believed Julian would give her the truth. Julian was silent for a few beats before he nodded. The report was already in, mid-stage brain cancer. "I figured," Lucy murmured, her face a mix of acceptance and sorrow. She smiled bitterly. "I kind of sensed something was off before I even came here, and turns out I was right." "Please don't lose hope, things can get better," Julian said firmly. His voice gave Lucy a tiny sliver of comfort, but she quickly shook her head. No need to sugarcoat it, I can take it. But promise me this, don't tell Anna, okay? All right. Hearing Julian's promise, a faint smile finally crept onto Lucy's pale, weary face. Her eyes softened as she looked at him, a mix of relief and gratitude in them. She had been holding herself together in front of Anna this whole time, but now all that tension had completely let go. Just one glance, and anyone could tell she wasn't well. If it weren't for that trace of strength still in her eyes, she looked like she'd aged a whole decade. She leaned slightly against the wall, like she was recalling something. Anna always acts all carefree and nothing can touch me kind of vibe, but deep down, she's so timid, so fragile, she just hides it behind that tough shell. If she knew I was like this, I don't even want to imagine how hard she'd cry. Julian remembered her red, puffy eyes and the way her voice had trembled when she said, "Julian, I'm scared." "She won't cry," he replied quietly. At least not in front of Lucy. More likely, she'd curl up somewhere and cry in silence. "Right? I always forget that part." Lucy chuckled softly and gave her forehead a gentle tap. "She keeps stuff bottled up. If she cries, it's got to be behind closed doors." Then she let out a weary sigh. "Honestly, I'd rather she just let it out. Crying isn't a weakness. Holding it in like that, it's not good for her, mentally or physically. Girl's got one heck of a stubborn streak. No idea who she got that from." Julian didn't interrupt, just listened patiently as Lucy rambled on like any mother would. In her memories, Anna seemed full of flaws, timid, overly cautious, kind of slow, not the neatest. Of course, Lucy had her reasons for bringing all this up. When two people first fall for each other, they're all about the spark, seeing nothing but the good stuff. Can't get enough of each other. But life's not just candlelight dinners and love songs. Over time, when the sparkle fades and the routine kicks in, those little flaws start popping up. Lucy figured it was better to lay all Anna's not-so-great sides out now instead of later. She was hoping to catch a flicker of annoyance or hesitancy in Julian's expression. But nothing. Julian stayed calm the whole time, his warm smile never wavering. If anything, when Lucy mentioned Anna's quirks, his eyes even softened a bit more. Lucy, now a woman with years of experience, trusted her instincts. She'd been observing him closely and saw no trace of pretense. All of it stirred up a whirl of emotions. After a quiet pause, she finally got to the point. "Julian, just one last question. Do you love Anna?" Out in the hallway, Anna was bored out of her mind. She had planned to eavesdrop, but turns out the hospital's soundproofing was annoyingly good. She'd been squatting by the door for ages, ear pressed against it, and still caught nothing. Almost got mistaken for a shady stalker by a nurse. It took some convincing and flashing her student ID to avoid being dragged off. So yeah, eavesdropping was a fail, and she had no clue what was going on inside. Anxious didn't even begin to cover it. After scanning around a bit, she gave up and turned her attention to the nearby nurse who'd been eyeing her suspiciously the whole time. Might as well strike up a conversation. Anna had that sweet, unthreatening kind of look, and when she started throwing compliments around, she did it with zero shame. Faced with that kind of bold charm, even the slightly guarded nurse quickly let her guard down. The two of them sat side by side, chatting away like lifelong friends, like a pair of long-lost twins. And let's be real, when girls talk, it's usually all about gossip. So, from the nurse, Anna heard about the on-again, off-again drama between the heads of surgery and internal medicine, the hospital director's juicy history with his wife's little sister, and even how the cleaning auntie and the security guard were starting to look like an old married couple. Wait, what? Anna had originally been kind of into these hospital gossip bits. The first few were pretty entertaining, but after hearing the same few stories on a loop, she was over it. Honestly, this stuff couldn't even compete with the drama on TikTok. Okay, time out. Seeing that the nurse was still deep into her soap opera retelling of the security guard's story, Anna felt her brain short-circuit. Grabbing the nurse's arm playfully, she smiled and said, "Let's switch it up. Got anything juicier?" "Juicier how?" The nurse looked puzzled, clearly not on Anna's wavelength. Like, any hot guys working here or what? Anna finally felt a tiny bit of relief. This was what she'd originally been curious about anyway. Somehow, their convo had derailed all the way to the uncle at the hospital gate. Guys in lab coats, wire-frame glasses, looking all stoic and mysterious. That stuff was straight up dangerous. Hot guys? Oh, totally. The nurse instantly perked up and started listing. There's Owen Turner from the ER, Caleb Brooks from OBGYN, and oh, David White from psychiatry. David White. Anna muttered the name with a strange look on her face. You know him? The nurse asked quickly. Anna shook her head coolly. Nope, name just sounds a little extra. Extra? I think it's kinda normal. Let's move on. Anna waved it away and leaned in, eyes bright. Tell me about this Dr. Tang guy. How old is he? What's his build? Who's his celeb lookalike? The nurse answered all her questions one by one, then motioned Anna to come closer, her cheeks slightly flushed. Wait a sec, was this girl into her or what? Anna shivered at her own wild thought, but leaned over anyway, teasing, Just FYI, I'm super straight. The nurse blushed even harder, to the point her ears were practically glowing. She stammered, No, don't get the wrong idea. I'm straight too. I just wanted to ask, do you know that super handsome guy who was in the room with you earlier? That room? Anna followed her gaze. It was the one she'd walked out of just a bit ago. Oh boy, another one caught in Julian's face trap. With the sense of duty that only someone deeply familiar with his effect on women could have, she smiled and nodded. Know him? Of course I know him. He's my cousin's aunt's sister-in-law's neighbor's classmate. We go way back. The nurse blinked at her, totally stunned by that ridiculous web of connections. After a beat, she asked, So what's his name? Clyde Blake. Clyde Blake? Molly Nurse just couldn't wrap her head around such a tacky name being stuck on a guy as classy and good-looking as that. For real, Anna said all serious, face innocent like butter wouldn't melt. You know what they say, ugly names ward off bad luck. The wild name kind of killed Molly's heartbeat a bit, but that pretty face kept haunting her, so she still didn't give up. So, does he have a girlfriend? Girlfriend? Anna glanced around like some undercover agent, then leaned a little closer with a whispered tone. Honestly, he's emotionally unavailable. Really? And he's got anger issues, like real bad, bites people when he's ticked, especially girls with soft skin like yours. I mean, I wouldn't normally spill this, but you seem nice. Just please don't tell anyone else, okay? Watching Molly's expression shift from daydreamy to alarmed, Anna knew she'd nailed it. Mission, save the innocent, accomplished. Feeling triumphant, she poked Molly's shoulder. Hey babe, you still haven't given me that hot Dr. Tang's number. Think he'd be into someone like me? Should I wear something pink when I meet him, or go full classy in black? Anna. The chill in that voice froze her spine. One thought exploded in her brain. Karma's faster than Wi-Fi. Yes? She jumped up like a guilty cat, teeth chattering, legs shaking. The guy in front of her looked like he just stepped out of a freezer, eyes cold and sharp, staring down at her in dead silence. Too icy. She almost wanted to curl up right there. Anna, I just remembered the head nurse is looking for me. I need to go. Molly bailed faster than a rabbit, not even glancing back. Seriously? So much for ride or die. What a sellout. Anna had zero clue how long Julian had been standing there or how much he'd heard, so she slapped on a bright smile and tried her best to act clueless. Hey there, you're back already? Thirsty? I got a bottle of spring water, brand new, unopened. She waved the bottle in front of him like a peace offering, grin plastered on. Julian gave the water bottle a lazy glance, bold red label, free sample, staring right at him. Yup, no way she bought that herself. He didn't bother taking it. Instead, he sat down on the corridor bench like he owned the place, made himself comfortable, and then nodded at her. So start explaining. Explain what now? Anna blinked at him, all wide-eyed and innocent. Were you just talking trash about me? Nope, she denied in a flash, head shaking like crazy. Why would I say anything bad about you? You're basically my sponsor, my god, my everything. I'd be too busy praising you. The hallway was already pretty empty, and now it just felt like a ghost town. Seeing him still not buying it, Anna knew if she didn't pull something fast, she was done for. So she bolted over and gave him 2 loud, wet kisses on the cheek. Classic distraction move. Julian, I swear on my dignity I wasn't talking trash about you. After planting a kiss on his lips, Anna raised 3 fingers like she was making some sacred oath. No one could pull off shamelessly backpedaling like Anna did. Julian, who had been keeping a straight face a second ago, finally cracked. He reached out and ruffled her hair gently. "Go see your mom. She's asking for you," he said softly. Anna's whole face lit up like she'd just escaped death row. She squinted with a grin, watching Julian throw on his coat. "You heading out?" she asked. "Yeah, got a few things to deal with at the office," Julian answered with a nod. The moment she realized he was leaving, Anna could hardly contain her joy. Freedom was just within reach. She almost broke into a happy dance, but since he hadn't left yet, she had to keep up the act. "Don't worry about me. Work comes first. Go be the boss you are. Be good. I'll be back soon." Anna nodded obediently, watching as he walked out of sight. But the second he disappeared, something clicked in her brain and a suspicious thought crept in. Wait a sec. What he asked earlier wasn't even a statement. It was a question. So, he probably didn't actually hear anything. He just saw her panic and used that to his advantage. Ugh, what a scammer. Julian was striding down the hospital hallway, and the mental image of Anna's nervous little face made him smirk. He was already handsome as hell, and with that smile, literal heart attack material. Two young nurses passing by couldn't help but steal glances, whispering excitedly to each other behind cupped hands, thinking no one noticed. Leaning casually against the wall was Jessica, eyes shimmering with intrigue. She didn't leave after stepping out of the room. Honestly, she'd only come by on a whim, figuring she might get lucky. Now that she had, there was no way she'd let this golden opportunity slip by. Noticing Julian heading her way, Jessica straightened up, fixed her outfit, and put on her best smile. She'd hoped Julian would at least stop and chat for a second, but nope, he walked right past as if she were invisible. That stung. Panicking a bit, Jessica hurried after him. "Mr. Blake, wait up!" Julian paused and glanced at the hand she raised to block his way. There was the briefest flicker of annoyance in his eyes before he quickly masked it. "Yes, miss, can I help you?" His tone was polite but distant, his gaze treating her like any random stranger. Jessica was slightly out of breath, and when she heard that question, her arm froze mid-air. Forcing a little smile, she said, "Mr. Blake, surely you remember me? Or are you just that good at forgetting people?" "Sorry," he replied flatly. That said it all. Jessica, who'd been used to being fawned over by guys since forever, was sure of her charm. She'd thought getting Julian's attention wouldn't be that hard, but here she was, trying her best to make an impression, and he didn't even recognize her face. "If this is all, miss, I'm a little busy right now," Julian added, clearly ready to end the conversation. Seeing her chance slipping away, Jessica didn't even have time to nurse her bruised ego. She quickly looked up, took a breath, put on a confident smile, and said, "Mr. Blake, I'm Anna's cousin, Jessica. We grew up together, so I actually know a lot about her past. Stuff you might really want to hear." Julian paused in his tracks, eyes pitch black as they locked onto Jessica. Jessica's heart fluttered. She thought she saw a spark of opportunity. Her smile deepened, deliberately softening around the edges. She was well aware every guy, no matter how cool he played it, had issues with their girlfriend's past. Especially someone like Julian, proud to the core. Even if Anna was just a hookup to him, the way he came to the hospital with her didn't scream casual. That meant she still had a chance, as long as she played it right. "1 minute," Julian said flatly, his deep voice echoing slightly in the empty hallway. His tone yanked Jessica right out of her fantasy of becoming Mrs. Blake. Jessica wasn't dumb. She knew she couldn't lay it all out at once. After a brief pause to collect her thoughts, she smiled and started. Anna, she wasn't exactly quick when it came to love stuff, but she did have some interesting experiences in the past. She glanced around with a hesitant expression as if weighing her words. "Honestly, it's a long story. Maybe we can grab some coffee, talk where it's quiet?" The implication in her tone was crystal clear. Paired with her red lips and subtle pout, anyone with half a brain would get what she was offering. "Coffee first, then what, a hotel?" Jessica blinked in surprise and looked up, only to meet a face that was unfairly good-looking. Her heart pounded like crazy. She was so caught up in how stunning he looked, she missed the sarcasm in his voice. She just nodded, dumbly. "Sorry, not interested." Julian shot her down without even blinking. Cold, direct. Jessica froze, the sting like ice water pouring down her spine. Her dream shattered in real time. Turning away, Julian strode down the hallway without hesitation. Jessica instinctively stepped forward to block him, but one look from those icy eyes instantly rooted her in place. Unwilling to let it go, she blurted out just before his figure turned the corner, voice almost shrieking, "There's no way you're totally fine with her past." Julian didn't even glance back. His eyes were like a bottomless sea, calm but terrifying. Tom had been waiting at the end of the hallway. He'd seen a woman approach his boss, figured it wasn't the right time to interrupt, so he stayed hidden. But even from a distance, he saw most of what went down. He originally thought, maybe a flirt-off. After all, girls trying to hit on Julian weren't exactly rare. But after hearing that last outburst, he almost did a double take. Was this chick trying to get herself killed? "Mr. Blake," Tom cautiously stepped forward, watching Julian's face like it might explode any second. "What?" The word was sharp and ice cold, the kind of tone that made people flinch. Tom instantly played dumb. Smiling like nothing happened, he scratched his head. "Oh, nothing really. Traffic sucked just now. I literally just got here." If playing clueless were a sport, Tom could definitely credit Anna as his coach. Julian, of course, saw right through it. But he wasn't the kind of guy who took his mood out on innocent bystanders. With a simple, "let's go," he walked off. He had a meeting at 5. It was already 4:30. If they hurried, they'd still make it. Tom could hardly believe Julian actually bought it that easily. He gave silent props to Anna's quick thinking and hurried after him. "Oh, and boss," that Santana broke down. "Looks like it's out of commission for now." As Julian's assistant, Tom had to stay on top of everything. He opened his notes on his phone while keeping pace, speaking with a whole new level of seriousness, replacing his usual laid-back face. "I'll call someone to get it fixed right away." "No need," Julian said, shaking his head. He'd been driving that Santana to fit the image of a college professor for Lucy, but after today, there was really no point. This mother-in-law of his, definitely sharper than his little wife. Anna still had no clue what exactly her mom and Julian had talked about that day in the hospital room. She'd pulled every trick she could think of and still didn't get a single word out of either of them. "Mom, come on. Just tell me." She couldn't sit still for more than 3 seconds. Eyes scheming, she latched onto Lucy's arm, gently swinging it and whining. Lying in bed, Lucy looked a bit pale but very energized. She chuckled, eyes full of affection, and said, "Really? Nothing much. We just chatted about some funny stuff you did as a kid." That only made Anna more suspicious. This clearly sounded fishy. She narrowed her eyes and teased, "Mom, if you want to get remarried, just say it. I won't stand in the way of your happiness." "Don't talk nonsense." Lucy was nearly startled by that. She frowned at Anna. "You and your wild imagination." Taking full advantage of the moment, Anna flopped onto the bed, rolled over, and pouted. "Then why don't you even care about me anymore? You're whispering behind my back. If you won't tell me, I'm not getting up." She was full on playing the brat card now, fake crying while sneaking peeks at Lucy through her fingers. Of course, Lucy knew her daughter was pretending, but she couldn't help but give in. Anna had been pulling this act since she was little, and it worked every single time. Just as Lucy was stuck wondering what to do, the door opened. Her eyes lit up like she'd just spotted her savior. With a warm smile, she said, "Julian, you're here." "Hi, Miss Young." Julian took one glance at Anna sprawled out on the bed, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "What's up with Anna? She's being dramatic. Just ignore her." "I'm not." Anna immediately objected, clearly feeling wronged. "You two are ganging up on me, whispering and not including me." "Auntie's just trying to save you some embarrassment," Julian said gently as he set the bags he was carrying on the bedside table. "After all, bedwetting isn't something to brag about." "Bedwetting?" That woke Anna right up. She shot up like a spring, eyes wide. "That's a lie. You can joke about anything but that. I never wet the bed." "How would you even know what you did as a kid?" Julian's casual response threw her totally off. Her bold attitude suddenly shrank, and she glanced in panic at Lucy, silently begging her for backup. But Lucy, she didn't let her off the hook. She had already caught on when Julian mentioned it, and when Anna looked at her with pleading eyes, Lucy didn't hesitate to throw her under the bus. "It's true." Anna. Oh God, can a lightning bolt just strike me down right now? She seriously couldn't even look Julian in the eye anymore. Wetting the bed wasn't exactly something to brag about, okay? So all this time, that was what had been bothering her? Right when she was mentally debating whether it'd be better to overdose on sleeping pills or just jump from the rooftop, someone yanked her up from the bed. A girl with dignity does not get dragged around like a sack of potatoes. Anna had to admit it. She was totally mortified. Her face turned bright red, and she yelled at the man behind her, "What are you doing? Do you have no sense of boundaries? Mom, quick, get a picture of this criminal in action." Ugh! Before she could finish, her mouth was stuffed with something. She immediately shut up, chewed out of reflex, then her eyes curved into happy little crescents. Maple sugar cookies. Fresh out of the oven, still warm. The best kind. Julian plopped her down on a chair and shoved an entire box into her arms. That sweet smell kicked in fast, instantly overpowering the usual sterile hospital scent she hated so much. Anna had eaten a ton of fancy stuff at the Blake house, but nothing, and she meant nothing, beat Julian's homemade maple sugar cookies. The store-bought ones just didn't cut it. But he was always busy, and she couldn't exactly ask him to bake on demand, so most days she just salivated in silence. Now with her mouth full and hands holding a whole box, any trace of bad mood vanished. Yep, she was that kind of girl. One cookie and her principles were out the window. Principles? Can you eat those? Are they crispy and sweet? Julian gently patted her on the head, his voice warm. Slow down, there's more where that came from. That's when Anna noticed all the bags he'd brought. Snacks, supplements, and some seriously expensive stuff. Even she could tell. Julian, you bring all this every time, but Mom can't even eat some of it. Just take it back with you. It's nothing fancy, just a little goodwill. If you keep refusing, I'll think you're trying to kick me out, he said smoothly, his tone so polite and sincere it left Lucy with no room to argue. Anna chewed her cookie, but it didn't taste quite the same anymore. Her expression shifted as she looked at Julian, warm, grateful, but a bit tangled too. Everything he'd done these past few days, she'd seen it all. Rushing around for her mom, basically living at the hospital, barely stopping for breath outside of work. But why? What could he possibly want from her? You're one lucky girl, having such a sweet and good-looking boyfriend. The young nurse dripping Lucy's IV couldn't even pretend not to gossip, her eyes full of envy as she said that to Anna. Normally, Anna would have jumped to explain, but this time, the words got caught in her throat, and all she could do was force an awkward smile. Something had definitely clicked inside her. For once, Anna didn't argue when Lucy asked them to step outside. Julian, noticing her unusual quietness, wrapped an arm around her and asked softly, "Hey, you okay? You tired? If you are, we can head home and get some rest." "I'm not tired." Anna gave her head a little shake, then tugged Julian toward a quiet corner and pulled out her phone. "Hey, Mr. Handsome, how about we settle up?" Julian blinked. "Settle what?" "Hospital bills, meds, room fees. Oh, and all the tonics, too," Anna muttered, counting on her fingers like she was doing serious math. Honestly, she was broke. Flat broke. Pretty much everything for Lucy's treatment had been taken care of by Julian. "Anna," Julian said, face darkening slightly. Anna immediately shrank back, practically pulling her head into her shoulders. "Don't take it the wrong way. You know the saying, clear accounts keep friends close. I can't just freeload off you." Translation, she wanted to draw a line between them. Fast. Didn't want to owe him, huh? Julian pressed his lips together, and Anna braced herself for a lecture. But instead, he flashed a grin and grabbed her old-school flip phone, tapping in some numbers at lightning speed. "I'll be nice and round it down for you, since we're familiar." Anna had been ready for a whole debate, so when he agreed just like that and even gave her a discount, she lit up like a full moon, grabbing the phone happily. She squinted at the screen, then read it out loud. 26,000? Phew, still within her expectations. Look again, there are 5 zeros at the end. Anna rubbed her eyes, blinking hard until her stomach dropped. Wait, no decimal? It's 2.6 million? 2.6 million? She squawked the number like it was going to physically attack her. She felt like the ground under her feet had vanished. Honestly, asking her for $260 right now would be a stretch. "Are you scamming me or what?" No way this added up in just a few days. You think I'd lie to you? Julian gave her a crooked smile. I can have the hospital print you an itemized breakdown if you'd like. He was clearly ticked off now. Anna rushed over with a fawning look. You? Scam me? Never. You're rich, charming, and trustworthy. I was obviously just joking. So, since we've got such a special bond, maybe? Discount? Discount? He repeated, raising an eyebrow. Clear accounts keep friends close, he added flatly, throwing her earlier line right back at her. Anna's face flushed in an instant. But seriously, expecting her to cough up 2.6 million? Might as well ask her to buy a planet. Sure, I said that, but we're not exactly friends, are we? Then what are we? She had just been rambling, but Julian suddenly looked dead serious. His sharp features were clear under the dim light, and his eyes stayed locked on her, as if waiting on an answer that would make or break everything. Anna panicked. It felt like that nightmare where the teacher called on you and your mind went totally blank. Brain short-circuited, her mouth beat her to it. Hookups. The moment she said it, she knew she'd stepped in it big time. She peeked at Julian nervously and mumbled, Boyfriend? Maybe? Husband? Anna, you better stop talking or I swear I'm gonna pop a vein. Chill, chill. If that happens, I promise I'll spring for a fancy tombstone, she said, holding up 3 fingers in a solemn oath. Julian gave her a long look. Something primal kicked in, and Anna instinctively wanted to take a few steps back, but she was just a second too slow. Before she could even move, he caught her wrist and gently tugged her into his arms. Without warning, he kissed her. It was intense, fast, overwhelming. Anna was completely thrown off guard. His heated breath brushed against her cheek, laced with that familiar minty scent. Her body was burning up, locked tightly in his arms like she'd snap in half if he held on any tighter. You? For a second, her brain cleared. She tried to talk some sense into him. Weren't they just talking about hospital bills? How did it suddenly turn into this? Shouldn't there be some logic, some process? That thought didn't get far. Right as she opened her mouth, he took the chance to kiss her deeper. He was like sugar-coated poison, pulling her in and dragging her down, yet she didn't want to pull away, couldn't. Her whole body trembled. Those glassy almond eyes of hers welled up, misty and confused, looking up at him like a helpless little creature who still hadn't figured out how the world worked. Even after being together for this long, how could she still look so lost? Julian fought the heat rising in his chest and slowly let her go, leaning in to kiss the corner of her lips gently. You're such a dummy, still don't know how to kiss after all this time. Anna gasped for air like she'd just been dragged out of water. Took her a good while to feel like herself again. In that kiss, she honestly thought he was going to swallow her whole. But the second he spoke, irritation surged up. She poked a finger at him aggressively and snapped, You're a freaking perv in a suit. This was a hospital hallway for crying out loud. Even if it was empty now, you couldn't just do stuff like that. Julian didn't seem fazed. He chuckled lowly, then pulled her right back in just as she tried to sneak away. Same move as before. This kiss lasted longer, long enough that she started getting lightheaded. By the time he let her go, her lips were stinging. Still want to yell at me? Not a chance. Anna stared at him warily, eyes wide as saucers, clutching her lips and shaking her head like crazy. Good girl. Julian's lips curled into a rare smile as he reached out to ruffle her hair. In seconds, it was a total mess. The afternoon sun poured in, warm and lazy. Julian's hand was dry and gentle, and before Anna knew it, her eyes grew heavy. She could fall asleep just like that. Anna, she murmured, barely awake. How many boyfriends did you have before? That did it. Her brain snapped awake in a flash. She blinked up at him, cautious. Why are you asking that? It's not part of our agreement. Nothing serious, just curious. If you don't want to answer, that's fine too. Anna looked at Julian with a calm face. He didn't seem fazed at all, but that's exactly what felt off. After thinking for a moment, she spoke up. It's not that I didn't want to talk about it. I've only had one boyfriend, just didn't expect he'd turn out to be trash. As soon as she said that, it hit her. She just called the man's nephew trash right in front of him. She stuck her tongue out in embarrassment. Honestly, ever since that last party, she hadn't seen Ethan again. Not that she minded. Out of sight, out of mind. Life's been more peaceful anyway. Julian didn't dig deeper after hearing her answer. It was like he mentioned it in passing and moved on. Still, something in his eyes was hard to read. He glanced at her phone, then said gently, "Don't bring up money with me again. We're on the same household register. Your mom's my mom too, as long as we're married." Wait, is he saying she doesn't need to pay him back? Later, when Anna thought about it, that one kiss saved her a truckload of cash. Honestly, kind of a sweet deal. Meanwhile, neon lights flashed inside the nightclub, and in the private room, a bunch of guys and girls were belting out songs like it was their last night on Earth. "Noah, you're looking extra happy tonight. What, that Jessica girl you were chasing? Is she your type, or what?" A skinny guy clinked his glass with Noah's, grinning. The room full of guys all gave suggestive smiles. "Don't forget to invite us to the wedding, man." "Congrats, bro." Noah snuffed out his cigarette, pulling a smirk onto his chubby face. He casually grabbed a hostess next to him, hand slipping to her chest. The girl gave a flirty whine, and he pecked her cheek before turning to the group. "Wedding? You're joking. Jessica? Please. She's just something to mess around with. A used-up tramp thinking she's girlfriend material." Not long ago, he and Jessica had been hot and heavy, and everyone had seen it. They'd all thought he was serious about her. But hearing this now, yeah, awkward. The guys who were just hyping him up realized they'd seriously misread the room. "Dude, what got you so riled up? We all thought you were into her," someone asked. "Me? Mad?" Noah laughed and shrugged. "Not at all. Come on, drink up. No need to waste time talking about a whore." A couple drinks in, Noah leaned back, eyes narrowing into a sleazy look. "Gotta admit though, for all her drama, she's crazy good in bed. Wild and fun, if you know what I mean. Tell us more." The room burst into dirty laughter, egged on by Noah's crude stories. Jessica had been down after Julian turned her down. She did her makeup in a hurry and came over after getting a call from Noah, only to catch all those degrading words right at the door. Her face burned red with rage. She stood there for a moment, furious, then she kicked the door open and walked in. Everyone inside froze when they saw her standing there. Smiles dropped. The room went dead quiet. One guy tried to step in, nervous. "Hey, Jessica." Noah had a bit too much to drink. "Don't take it to heart." "I'm fine." Jessica clenched her fists, but in the end just shook her head gently, looking a little fragile. She glanced at Noah slumped on the couch and said to the others, "You guys should head out first. Looks like he drank a lot tonight. I'll stay and help clean up." Given how awkward the vibe was, everyone quickly said their goodbyes. In no time, only Noah, that girl clinging to him, and Jessica were left in the room. Jessica didn't expect the other girl would still be draped all over Noah like glue, and that look she was giving Jessica? Not friendly at all. "Noah, let go of me, will you? Your girlfriend's watching us." The girl seemed to be barely over 20, had smoky eye makeup on, wore something barely there, and though she looked young, the sass in her words was full on. From the moment Jessica stepped in, Noah hadn't looked directly at her even once. Now he just glanced sideways, voice lazy like he couldn't care less. "I told you to stay, so sit your ass down. Don't worry about her." Jessica was totally thrown off. Just a second ago, he was all sweet nothings on the phone, and now he's this cold. Trying to hold it together, she walked over with a smile plastered on her face. "Babe, did you drink too much? You're kind of saying crazy things." She knew Noah liked the soft, gentle type, so she'd always tried to fit that mold. "You really know how to save face, huh?" Noah finally stopped flirting with the girl and looked straight at Jessica, tone dripping with sarcasm. Even the most patient person has limits. Jessica couldn't take it anymore. Her chest tightened with frustration and tears spilled down her cheeks. "What the hell is that supposed to mean, Noah?" She wasn't from a poor family or anything. Sure, she liked his money, but she never saw herself as one of those gold diggers. "It means exactly what I said. I'm done. That's it." He said it so casually, like he was just tossing a used napkin. The words hit Jessica like a slap. The filthy things she'd overheard outside now echoed in her head. She was shaking all over from rage. "You bastard, you think you can just dump me like that? I stayed loyal to you, and now you say you were just messing around? And you've been bad-mouthing me behind my back? Do you even have a conscience?" Smack! The sharp crack of a slap cut her off mid-sentence. Jessica's face turned, her brain going blank for a second. Then she looked at Noah in disbelief, trying to hold back the sob in her throat. You actually hit me? Fine, let's go then. She charged at him, flailing like someone who had nothing left to lose. But Noah wasn't Anna. He was a grown man. He easily pinned her down, slapping her again in the process. Blood from a scratch on his cheek had him seeing red. He kicked her twice in the side, snarling, "Innocent girl. Huh? You think I'm an idiot? That fake virgin trick. Yeah, I know exactly what it is." Jessica's eyes widened in shock. She had dated a few guys before, done some stupid things, and after hooking up with Noah, she'd cut ties with all of them. She even went so far as to have surgery just to play the part of a pure girl. She thought she'd covered it all up perfectly, but she never expected Noah to bring it up right now. I didn't. You can't just accuse me like that." Jessica tried to defend herself, but Noah kicked her again, snapping, "You think I don't know, huh? Bet you went crawling to Julian, didn't you? You really think a guy like him would bother with trash like you?" Everything was out in the open. No matter how hard Jessica tried to deny it, she still ended up getting beaten badly. She dragged herself home in a total mess. "My baby girl, what happened to you?" Her mom froze in shock the moment she saw her at the door. Jessica's face was bruised all over, her hair a tangled mess. "Don't tell me that Anna hit you again. I swear, we have to settle this. How can someone be so outrageous? I was being nice to her mom, and she thinks she can just walk all over us. Wait till I give her a piece of my mind." "Mom, hold off for now," Jessica mumbled. She couldn't bring herself to admit that it was Noah who beat her. She'd always made it seem to her mom that their relationship was perfect. So when her mom blamed Anna, she just quietly let it go. "My girl is the best, pretty and sensible too." Her mom gently cupped her daughter's face, eyes burning with anger. "Stay away from that, Anna. That girl's got no shame, trying to hook up with rich men. She's already ruined her own reputation. Don't get yourself dragged down with her." Jessica nodded tiredly, went back to her room, took a quick shower, then broke down crying. It was obvious now. Noah knew everything she'd been hiding. She didn't know why he snapped like that all of a sudden, but one thing was clear, it was definitely over between them. It wasn't easy finding a rich guy like Noah, and after all the effort, it was all down the drain. To say she wasn't gutted would be a lie. "Noah, you bastard, just wait till the day you fall into my hands," she cursed under her breath, lying on the bed. Julian's face popped into her head. Strangely, her heart felt a bit lighter. Well, no use crying over Noah. If she could snag Julian instead, who even needed that loser? Jessica wasn't stupid. Once the idea hit her, she jumped up, opened her laptop, and started digging for info on Julian to help plan out her next move. But not long after she started browsing, a pop-up ad appeared. She moved her cursor to close it, and suddenly her face went pale like she'd seen a ghost. Back in an upscale office, the same man who'd been furious in the private room now stood obediently a few feet away, flashing a nervous smile. "Mr. Blake, everything's been taken care of. I swear it all went as planned, smooth as silk." The man in front of him was tall and slim, back straight like a pine tree. The breeze stirred the sheer white curtains. Though the man's expression was calm and gentle, it somehow sent a chill down your spine. His vibe didn't match his face. He gave off a pressure that wasn't easy to ignore. Noah broke out in cold sweat just thinking back to the stunt he'd just pulled. This man was not someone to mess with. "Tom," Julian said lightly. Tom stepped forward with a manila envelope in hand and passed it to Noah. "Mr. Brown, this is the transfer contract for the Galaxis project. Take a look." The folder in Noah's hand wasn't heavy, but he could barely hide how hyped he was. His hands were shaking a little. He'd been chasing after that Galaxis project for a while now, pulled God knows how many strings, and still ended up empty-handed. Watching a deal worth billions slip through his fingers, that one hurt bad. But now, it was back in his hands. He quickly bowed slightly toward Julian, grinning from ear to ear. "Mr. Blake, you're really something. I'll be counting on you for everything from now on." Desire, man, it never has an off switch, and since Noah finally got in with Julian, he wasn't about to let that go. That line, said halfway like a joke, but 90% serious. "Mr. Brown, you're too polite. This is something you deserved. Julian finally turned around, his eyes meeting Noah's, calm, unreadable. Was he really just handing it over like that? Noah felt a wave of relief. For like 2 seconds, until Julian's next line knocked him flat. Ever heard that old saying, greed knows no bounds? A gust of wind blew in from the window. Noah shivered. That line hit straight to the gut. He instantly regretted running his mouth earlier. How did he let a file get to his head like that? Julian saw his face fall, clearly satisfied that he'd gotten his point across. He gave a half smile, nodded toward Tom. Show Mr. Brown out. We're not serving dinner, so we won't keep him. Noah didn't dare say another word. Hugging that folder like treasure, he followed Tom out. Tom moved fast and was back in just a few minutes. He's gone? Julian poured himself some tea and took a casual sip. Yep, slipped him out the back. No way the missus saw him. Tom nodded. Now that it was just the two of them, he loosened up a bit. Julian paused, a half smile tugging at his lips. She's probably still out front, waiting for those sweet dumplings we promised. She's not paying attention to anything else right now. The image popped into Julian's head. Anna sitting at the dining table, staring longingly into the kitchen, probably drooling already. Mr. Blake, I don't really get it. If you wanted to help out Mrs. Blake, couldn't we just handle things ourselves? Why let Noah swoop in and bag the project like that? Tom finally blurted out what he'd been holding in all night, cheeks flushed. Galaxis was basically a no-man's land near the provincial border. Dirt cheap because no one wanted it. It was all hassle, zero return. Then out of nowhere, Julian, fresh off his studies abroad, went and bought the whole thing. The move caused quite a stir in the capital. Most people thought it was hilarious, said the future head of the Blake family was a total joke. But Julian, not a peep. Dude kept running his business like clockwork, and eventually people moved on. Then, bam, just a year ago, the government announced a new interstate highway plan, and guess what? That forgotten wasteland happened to be right in the path. Suddenly, everyone remembered that so-called joke. Some nosy folks claimed that the deserted land Julian casually bought for $5 million back then had soared to billions after being sold off. That little deal gave all those who mocked him a solid slap in the face and added another legendary touch to his track record. Now, just as everything was about to be wrapped up, the deal that seemed like easy money suddenly got snatched by Noah for $40 million. It was like watching a stack of cash grow wings and fly off. Tom was dying a little inside just thinking about it. Julian took a sip of his tea, eyes on the night view beyond the floor-to-ceiling window, letting out a low chuckle. You think we lost out on this? What else could it be if not a loss? About a month ago, locals spotted signs of lynx activity near that area. A team came in, ran some tests, and turns out it's a recognized habitat. The news hasn't broken yet, but it's only a matter of time. Tom frowned. Okay, but what does that have to do with the project? He stopped. His eyes narrowed as the pieces clicked into place. The Eurasian lynx was a protected species. Once one's confirmed in the area, development is frozen. No roads, no buildings, nothing. So yeah, that land's going nowhere now. Still just a patch of nowhere. Julian narrowed his eyes with a sigh. Such a pity. We used to think there'd be roads built there someday. Guess nature had other plans. Tom finally caught on and broke into a grin, showing off his teeth. Julian, you planned this, didn't you? You totally set up Noah with this move, huh? Sure, not building the road meant missing out on $1 billion, but turning $5 million into 40 wasn't exactly losing either. He wondered if that chubby Mr. Brown would completely lose it once he found out. Tom couldn't stop staring at Julian with sparkly eyes full of admiration. Julian let out a small laugh, the corners of his lips lifting. I'm not that wicked. Didn't trap anyone on purpose. He just came to me offering help and insisted on buying the Galaxis project. So I let him. Honestly, if he hadn't come, I'd have had to go find someone to take it off our hands. That would have been more trouble. Tom looked at him, stunned. This kind of calculating was truly next level. Back at home, Anna sat in the living room, anxiously waiting for her sweet glutinous rice dumplings. But her mood was instantly wrecked by the presence of an unexpected guest across from her. Sam, you eaten yet? The big-eyed, thick-browed Sam gave a shy shake of his head. Not yet, Anna. He was still dressed in his camo outfit, that sun-kissed skin practically glowing under the light. Normally, Anna would be thrilled to host such an eye-catching guest, but not during dinner time. Especially not when dumplings were on the stove. The second she heard his reply, she nearly lost it. Ms. Moore had only made 3 bowls. Julian gets 1, she had dibs on 2. Now, though, the air was thick with the sweet scent of red bean. Her stomach growled loudly, and she felt an urge to cry. "Big bro!" Before she could decide whether to kick Sam out, he suddenly yelled excitedly at someone behind her. Julian hadn't expected Sam to drop in either, but he barely batted an eye. He just gave a nod and pulled out the chair beside Anna, sitting down right next to her. "What, aren't things busy at the base these days?" "On leave. Just happened to pass by, thought I'd drop in." The two of them were casually chatting while Megan was in the kitchen wrapping things up. Soon enough, she brought out a bowl of sweet, glutinous rice balls filled with red bean paste for each of them. Anna couldn't care less about their back and forth. All her focus was on the red bean rice balls, popping them one after another into her mouth. So happy her eyes were practically closed in bliss. In no time, her bowl was nearly empty. Sam had been glancing at her from time to time. When he noticed her bowl almost wiped clean, he offered, "Hey Anna, want more? I've barely touched mine." Of course she wanted more. She'd just been thinking about how to send this guy off, but now, hearing those words, she was suddenly seeing him in a new light. She peeked at his bowl. Yep, full to the brim, looked totally untouched. Though secretly thrilled, she tried to keep it cool. "Didn't you say you haven't eaten yet? You go ahead. Don't worry about me." But then, just to be safe in case he actually ate it himself, she added under her breath, "I mean, you can just leave me a few." Sam laughed and nudged his bowl her way. "Go ahead. I'm honestly not into sweet stuff like this. Rather ask Megan to heat me up a bun or something later." Anna didn't hold back. "Well then, I'll help you finish these." Wasting food is basically a crime. Right after that righteous declaration, she reached out to grab the bowl, but before her hand even got close, a sharp tap landed on the back of it. Startled, Anna yelped and turned to glare at Julian sitting next to her. "What was that for?" Julian's face was calm, but his eyes were chilling. In a low voice, he said, "You're not eating that." Letting her eat food another man had touched? Absolutely not. He even shot Sam a sharp glance. Clearly not thrilled. Sam, who had always been a bit intimidated by Julian, scratched his head awkwardly. He wasn't too bothered usually, but now he had to awkwardly explain, "Boss, seriously, I'm in good health, not contagious or anything." Julian ignored him completely, picked up his own bowl, and placed it in front of Anna. Then he turned to the kitchen and called, "Megan, make another batch." Anna had been a bit miffed earlier when he smacked her hand, but hearing those words, her mood instantly lifted. Food came first. Everything else could wait. Julian probably forgot to take his meds again, she thought. Once he'd settled things with Anna, Julian turned his gaze back to Sam. "Sam, it's getting pretty late. You should be heading back." Totally blunt, not even pretending to be nice about it. Anna was sure Sam would take the hint and leave right away. But to her surprise, he just stubbornly shook his head. "Boss, I took a taxi here. The driver left already. Seems like I'll have to crash here tonight." After saying that, he even shot Anna a bashful look. Anna looked up right at that moment, caught off guard by this sunny guy suddenly getting all shy. She choked and accidentally sprayed the rice balls in her mouth. Thankfully, Sam was quick on his feet and dodged just in time, managing to avoid the sweet mess. In the end, he didn't even get mad. Instead, he flashed Anna a grin, clearly trying to please her. "Take your time eating, Anna. Don't choke. I'm staying over tonight, so we've got plenty of time to chat." Anna felt like the air around her dropped several degrees, goosebumps all over. She turned and saw that familiar handsome face now dark as a thundercloud. Damn it. Could he have made this any more awkward? She instantly forgot about her beloved dessert, grabbed Julian's arm, and started a clumsy explanation. "Hey, look, babe, I swear there's nothing going on between me and Sam. Zero. Seriously, fine if he had to stay over, but did he have to look at her like that?" So bashful it was ridiculous. Julian already remembered Anna having a soft spot for guys like Sam. That's why he usually kept Sam out of her sight. Yet today, These two suddenly looked like they shared some deep, unspoken secret. And Sam, that open book, couldn't hide anything. He'd been staring at Anna nonstop. "Don't tell me." Julian's hand balled into a fist, but his face was all gentle smiles. Sam panicked. That expression? Classic Julian when he's angry. "Boss, there's nothing between me and Anna, really. I swear." Man, these two who never shut up were now both stumbling over their words. "No need to panic. Slow down. Take your time," Julian said with an even brighter smile, waving for Megan to bring some tea. Yeah, as if anyone had the mood to sip tea right now. Given Anna's sketchy history, she had made a fool of herself once in front of Julian. She quickly lifted her tiny hand, swearing loyalty like her life depended on it. "Babe, you're practically a walking dream. Charming, suave, everyone's type. Why on earth would I ditch you for Sam, a literal human fridge?" She felt a tiny flicker of guilt saying it, but hey, when it came to survival, friendships could sink for all she cared. "Sam, I've done my part. You're up!" Feeling a bit more at ease after whispering in Julian's ear, Anna turned to Sam, giving him a pointed look. "You'd better get this right. One wrong word and we're screwed." Sam took a deep breath and said, almost nervously, "Anna, actually, I came here today to ask for your help with something." The sudden change of tone caught Anna off guard. Wasn't he supposed to be clarifying things with Julian? Now he needed a favor? She gave an awkward laugh and shook her head. "What could I possibly help you with? Seriously, just focus on clearing our names first." She refused to let go of the topic. If Julian got the wrong idea, her life wouldn't be worth living. She could already visualize her tragic demise. "This is something only you can help with," Sam said, grinning sheepishly as he glanced at Julian, then turned to Anna. "We went to that party the other day, remember? There was a girl in red who left with you. You two seemed close, and I was hoping you could get me her number." Sam's tan face looked genuinely shy. That party, girl in red. Anna's eyes went wide and she blurted out, "Wait, you like Sophia?" "No way!" Sam instantly blushed bright red and gave a helpless laugh. "Anna, come on, don't tease me like that." No matter how much Anna pressed for details, Sam kept his lips sealed and refused to say anything. Fine, whatever. She gave up. Even though she was dying to find out, she couldn't exactly pry his mouth open. With a sour look, she handed him Sophia's number and left the room, feeling annoyed. Julian looked like he had something to discuss with Sam, so he didn't follow her. The room felt oddly empty. Anna flopped onto the bed and rolled over once, grumbling to herself. There's definitely something going on between Sophia and Sam. Her gossip radar was going into overdrive, but one refused to talk and the other had vanished without a trace. It had been over a month since she and Sophia last saw each other after that fallout. Anna thought for a moment, then opened her laptop and logged into their dorm group chat. Her roommates were still chatting about daily nonsense and ranting about some teacher's insane assignment. "Anna, you're finally online. Any later and we were legit gonna file a missing person report." Before she could type anything, someone had already noticed her. Her fingers flew over the keyboard. She cracked a couple of jokes and brushed it off. They weren't exactly close, so no one pressed further. They just reminded her to submit some paperwork. Anna had already planned to make a quick trip to campus to see if Sophia had left anything behind, so she agreed right away. Buzz. Just as she was about to disappear from the chat, her phone started buzzing like crazy. It was Sandra. "Anna, did you see what I sent you?" Sandra's voice was practically buzzing with excitement as soon as the call connected, leaving Anna totally confused. "What are you talking about?" Between hospital visits and her mom's treatment, she hadn't touched anything digital in days. "I knew it. I knew you hadn't watched it," Sandra muttered, then dropped her voice in a conspiratorial tone. "I'll resend it now. You've got to see it. Pretty sure your dear cousin won't be running her mouth anytime soon. She's basically trending citywide." My cousin? Anna was still lost, but the file had already started transferring over. A video. Trust me, nothing I say can top the real thing. Just watch it yourself. Oh, but make sure your volume's low, close the blinds. And hey, maybe watch it with Mr. Blake. Get lost. Anna's face flushed instantly at Sandra's parting words. She hung up quickly after tossing out a few curses. She thought it'd download in a second, but nope. The file was huge, 3 whole minutes and still only halfway done. She had been stewing over whatever Sophia and Sam were hiding, but now her curiosity did a complete 180 and latched onto this mystery video. Volume low, blinds drawn. Surely, it's not that kind of video, right? Sprawled on her bed, Anna waited, chuckling to herself as she imagined wild possibilities. But the second the video finally finished downloading and started playing, her face morphed through about 5 different colors. No joke, it actually was. The screen was a chaotic mess of tangled limbs and steamy gasps, enough to make anyone's imagination run wild. Anna freaked out and scrambled to lower the volume, glancing around like she'd just gotten caught stealing. Her heart was thudding like crazy, thump, thump, thump. Seeing that no one was around, she let out a small sigh of relief and widened her eyes excitedly, watching like a movie critic on opening night. And damn, those legs? Woo. She was halfway through her in-depth analysis when she froze, eyes narrowing at the woman on screen. Wait a sec. That face looked way too familiar. She leaned in even closer, double-checked, triple-checked. No way, that was Jessica, the same cousin who once accused her of clinging to rich men and dragging down the family name. Now Anna finally got why Sandra sounded so smug on the phone earlier. Made perfect sense now. They'd known each other for years. Jessica had never liked Anna, not one bit. Back in high school, Jessica didn't even bother hiding her little sabotage games. Sandra was well aware of that long-standing feud. So now Jessica had gotten herself into this mess? Of course, Sandra was the first to send the video. Apparently, a bunch of people had already seen it. Anna couldn't help but imagine her uncle's reaction. Anna felt like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. She was absolutely gleeful, eyes squinting up in a half moon with how hard she was smiling. "You look pretty happy." A smooth and low voice startled her right out of her smug little moment. All the tiny hairs on her arms stood up. She turned her head sharply and nearly had a heart attack. Julian, who she thought was still downstairs, was already a few steps away, casually walking toward her, long legs closing the distance fast. Anna's mind went blank for a split second. Dang it, how had she not noticed him come in? She cursed her lack of awareness internally while trying to keep her smile cool. Quickly, she slipped her hand behind her and gently shut the laptop like nothing happened. "You're back already? Did Sam leave?" She thought she'd played it off so well, smooth and natural. Heck, she even let out a discreet breath of relief. Too bad Julian hadn't missed a single move. His eyes flicked to the now-closed laptop, and he let out a low chuckle. Then, without warning, he leaned down and playfully pinned her to the bed. The scent of his cologne wrapped around her instantly, and Anna stiffened in pure instinct, shooting a wary glance up at him. "Sam got called back to his unit. Emergency stuff," Julian said casually, fingers weaving through her hair like someone lovingly teasing a pet. Anna waited, half expecting something else, but he didn't move, just stayed there lazily, like he had all the time in the world. She slowly relaxed, letting her shoulders drop a little. "You never told me what had you so cheerful just now," he added. After a moment of hesitation, she went with the truth. "Someone I really can't stand had a big old fall from grace. Watching it kind of made my day." She'd panicked earlier and slammed the lid shut just because she didn't want Julian to think she was watching, well, something totally different. Not that she intended to hide anything serious from him. He hummed in response, apparently not all that curious. But Anna, now that she'd started, couldn't help herself. Tugging at his sleeve, she looked up at him. "Remember the girl we saw at the hospital that one time? My uncle's daughter?" Jessica had shamelessly thrown herself at Julian back then. Anna was sure of it. No way he didn't pick up on that. Thinking about the footage she'd just seen, then glancing at her own petite frame, Anna sighed internally. Yeah, she was definitely feeling just a tiny bit jealous. Under the soft lighting, Anna's skin almost seemed to glow. Julian had heard folks say stuff like, her skin's like polished jade when talking about beautiful women, and he'd always thought it was a bit much. But looking at Anna now, yeah, maybe it wasn't that far off. His eyes darkened slightly, a flicker of something dangerous, though his expression stayed gentle. He chuckled softly. "I see so many people every day. Can't possibly remember each one, can I?" Anna, completely unaware she'd caught the attention of a certain wolf in sheep's clothing, opened her mouth like a clueless bunny. I bet Jessica heard what you said and almost choked on her own breath. The whole thing with her is a mess I couldn't untangle in 3 nights straight. Long story short, I can't stand that girl. Like, really can't. If she actually drops dead from anger, I'm showing up at her front door with fireworks, Anna said, her face all lit up with smug satisfaction, eyes twinkling mischievously. She reached up to touch her scalp. It was still a bit tender. That girl had gone in for the kill. Julian squeezed the soft flesh at her waist, his eyes sharp but voice calm. Did she do something really awful to you? Not really, just some petty stuff, Anna muttered, suddenly not so chatty under Julian's gaze. She'd always felt like the arguments between girls were better kept private. Bringing them up out loud just made everything seem childish. Anytime they clashed as kids, if Jessica came out on top, it was whatever. But if Anna won, Jessica always ran crying to the adults. Anna used to get beaten regardless of who was right. Her dad never listened, just figured she was out there embarrassing the family. She could still remember the sting of the feather duster on her palms and arms, and Jessica hiding behind their aunt and uncle, smirking like she'd won something big. That was all in the past now. Anna blinked and forced a smile, chin lifted confidently. Back in our neighborhood, I was kind of the boss. Me, getting bullied? Not a chance. Julian stayed quiet for a few beats. Just when Anna began to get nervous, he leaned in and kissed her gently on the eyelid. His lips were cool, light as a feather, no heavy feelings behind it. Just a moment, then he pulled back. And just like that, Anna felt a weird emptiness in her chest. The feeling was so quick and fleeting, she couldn't really grab hold of it. What's with the dazed expression all the time? Julian teased, and before she could react, flicked her forehead lightly. Hey! Anna snapped, waving her tiny hand up at him, voice full of mock outrage. You perv! Why'd you flick me? Then she started fighting back, raising her hands to get him. She kicked her legs like a little storm and trapped Julian down, going straight for his forehead in retaliation. 2 people, 1 room, no supervision. Add in some harmless wrestling and Anna's stubborn energy. You can guess where that went. Halfway through her attack, she realized something felt off. Why did it feel like she was missing some clothes? Too late to think it through. Her plans had already been completely derailed by Julian's smooth and calculated moves. Afterward, Anna weakly lifted her hand and gave Julian a big old middle finger to the back of his head. Seriously? You talking smack about me again? Julian's hand caught hers tightly. His voice, lower and a little rough from satisfaction, hit different in the quiet night. Anna instantly shook her head like a rattle drum. No, of course not. Worried he might suddenly feel inspired to start another deep conversation, Anna quickly steered the topic away. It's just weird, don't you think? Jessica's always super careful. How did something like a scandalous video of her even get leaked? In the video, Jessica's face was crystal clear, but the guy was either out of frame or blurred beyond recognition. Even the brief flashes of him were pixelated. Felt like someone deliberately set her up just to ruin her. She probably messed with the wrong person. You play dirty long enough, you get what's coming, Julian said, pulling her closer and locking his arm around her waist. Stop overthinking it. Just sleep. Anna molded over and admitted he made a good point. Jessica's always carried that nose-in-the-air attitude. No doubt she's burned plenty of bridges. But the person who exposed this? Cold-blooded. Dropping something like that? Ruthless. She gazed off sleepily, eyelids fluttering as she drifted off. Slept like a baby. The next morning, Anna was curled up in Julian's lap, looking completely spaced out and radiating that pure don't-mess-with-me-today energy. Madam, you okay today? You look kinda off, feeling unwell? Tom was driving up front and, trying to be a good employee, turned slightly to ask in genuine concern. Anna twitched at his words but stayed slumped in Julian's arms, drained. Her lip gave the slightest twitch. Tom totally misunderstood. He thought she was smiling in appreciation and, encouraged, continued, "Want to swing by the hospital? There's a top-tier one nearby." In his mind, he was already seeing his salary bump. Mr. Blake cares this much for his wife. If he played along and made her happy, wouldn't that fast-track a raise? Anna didn't feel the love. If looks could kill, Tom would have bitten the dust 1,000 times by now. A hospital? Seriously? Julian, flipping through a finance paper, glanced at Anna with a half smile when he heard Tom's words. If you're not feeling well, just say it. We can skip school. After endless persuasion, she finally got his okay to attend class. She wasn't about to let that go. Forcing her face into something resembling a smile, she said stiffly, I'm fine, really. By then, the car had stopped by the school gate. It was a Wednesday, and classes were in session, so people were flowing in and out. Vendors were selling stuff outside. Anna originally wanted to take a car that wouldn't draw attention, but joke's on her. Julian's garage was full of nothing but Lincolns in all shapes and colors. Total Lincoln fanboy. Of course, such a flashy ride stood out. Even in the short time they'd parked, she noticed several people already looking this way. Worried someone she knew might spot her if she waited too long. Anna hastily pulled her bangs over her face and quickly slid off Julian's lap. I'm heading out first. She opened the car door and hopped out without so much as a backward glance. Honestly, if you ignored her slightly funny gait, she actually pulled off a pretty cool exit. Mr. Blake, Tom called out softly from the driver's seat. Julian kept his eyes on Anna until she disappeared into the crowd, then nodded. Everyone's in place? All ex-special forces, top-notch, and no way she'll catch on, no worries. Okay. Julian answered faintly, then shut his eyes, clearly exhausted. Ever since stepping into the business world, he'd never gone easy on an opponent. The rule was simple. Winners take all, losers get nothing. Over time, he'd collected more enemies than he could count. Plenty of them wanted his life and his money. But his life, it was still here, untouchable. And his money, only growing. People called him ruthless, cold, like he had no weaknesses at all. But what if one day that changed? Don't worry, ma'am's safe. She's got people watching her. Tom spoke more to calm himself, not expecting a reply. When none came, he glanced back. Julian sat with his eyes shut, face pale, lips pressed together tight. Tom had never seen him like this. He started to panic a little. Sir, he called, voice low. I'm fine, just haven't shaken the cold yet. Julian picked up on the tension in Tom's voice and tried to sound steady, reopening his eyes, now sharp and clear again. Should we head back? That meeting can totally wait. No need, let's go. Tom opened his mouth to argue again, but knowing how stubborn his boss was, he just swallowed it and stepped harder on the gas, silently praying for a quick finish today. On the other side, Anna had zero clue what was happening out there. All she could feel with each step was damn pain. Every step tugged on her nerves like a sharp needle. God, this sucks, she grumbled in her head. Right then, a guy with glasses and a few pimples on his face stepped in front of her. Anna looked up, didn't recognize him. So whatever, she tried to sidestep and move past him. But when she went right, so did he. She moved left, he followed. After a few rounds of this ping-pong, her patience wore thin. Stopping in her tracks, she looked up at him and said, Hey, can you move? I've got stuff to do, kinda in a hurry here. The guy wasn't expecting her to be so blunt. He froze for a beat, then gave a look he probably thought was cool and said, You? Number. Seriously? Anna blinked. So he was hitting on her. If that kind of cold tone came from Julian, maybe girls would swoon. But from this dude, it just didn't land. She hadn't slept well the night before, was already cranky and sore, so, eyes flat, she tossed out a no and tried once again to leave. Except, the guy wasn't done. He actually blocked her. Still. You should feel honored. Do you know how many freshmen line up to talk to me? Don't act all stuck up. Just say yes and save face. Ugh. Gross. Anna let out a cold chuckle, hadn't expected to run into this level of delusion on campus. She looked him square in the eye and said, Did you forget something before leaving home today? Huh? He looked confused, clearly missing the point. Anna grinned, sweet but sharp. Your face, and your brain. She had already spotted a group of guys nearby watching with interest, dressed about the same, probably dared him over. Took all of 2 seconds to figure that one out. If it was just some random guy trying to chat her up, Anna would usually keep it polite, basic manners and all. But today was way over the line. If it had been a shy girl, she might have burst into tears already. Anna! From a distance, Sandra came walking over. The guy clearly wasn't as tough as he pretended to be. The second he saw someone backing Anna up, he chickened out and bolted back to his crew. Before he left, he even threw out a half-baked threat. You'll regret this. Anna blinked. Seriously? Sandra glanced warily at the group of guys. They didn't mess with you, right? You know I'm usually the one giving people a hard time, not the other way around. Just a bunch of childish wannabes. Sandra linked arms with her and said, "That's not being childish. That's being a creep. Lately our campus vibe's been a bit off, huh?" Then she peeked behind Anna, a little disappointed. "So, Julian didn't come with you?" "Why would he?" Anna blinked innocently. "Oh, please. You don't have to pretend around me. I know all about your little situation." Sandra poked her cheek, clearly unimpressed. "Next time bring your man out with you. The second he stands there, I bet not a single guy will dare come near." The way she said it, it almost made Julian sound like some sort of guard dog. Anna gave a dry chuckle, took a sip from her water bottle, and pulled this gossip machine of a girl toward the dorms. Sandra kept talking on the walk, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Hey Anna, let me ask you something." "What's up?" Anna immediately perked up, sensing danger. "So, how often does your Julian go at it every night?" Pfft. Anna choked on her water and speed-walked ahead, covering her face. This friend of hers had zero filter. Unreal. Back at the dorm, most people were still in class, so it was pretty quiet. Anna's eyes went straight to Sophia's desk. It looked totally empty, not even a paper crane left. "Are you really sure you didn't fight with Sophia?" Sandra asked while snacking, mumbling through a bite. She looked super upset when she came back, packed her stuff and left. Anna didn't get anything new from that, and with Sandra's words echoing in her head, she felt even worse. She forced a smile. "Why would we fight? Her mom said she went abroad for a trip. Maybe she just ditched me to go flirt with hot guys or something." But that look of disappointment on Sophia's face that night, Anna could still remember it so clearly. Guess there's no fixing it now. Gotta take it one step at a time. Worst case, she'd just show up at Sophia's place over the holidays and wait at the door. What, she won't come home even for New Year's? Anna had come out all cheerful and now was dragging her feet. She called Megan and then just wandered around campus, waiting for the car. As she strolled, she noticed a guy ahead of her with hands in his pockets. He looked kind of familiar. She squinted. Crap, was this bad luck or what? She turned around and bolted, but too late. The guy had already spotted her and closed the gap in just a few steps, grabbing her wrist. "Anna," his voice was laced with excitement. Knowing there was no escape now, Anna sighed deep, turned with a sweet little smile. "Ethan, wow, back from coal mining in Africa, huh?" She wasn't the one who cheated. What the hell did she have to feel guilty about? That thought instantly relaxed Anna, and she calmly turned her gaze to Ethan. He still had that usual pricey label look, though he seemed a bit tanner now, and there was something more mature in how he carried himself. Ethan stared at her for a moment before finally giving a small, bitter smile. "Long time no see. How've you been?" Anna gave a casual nod, her tone light like nothing ever happened. "Eating well, sleeping great, couldn't be better. You?" She'd only asked out of politeness, but Ethan took it way too seriously and shook his head. Not good at all." "Anna, if you're okay, it's a thunderstrike on a sunny day. If you're not, works for me." That idea made Anna grin. She patted him on the shoulder like she was trying to comfort him, all while pulling her hand back. "My condolences." But Ethan clutched her wrist tightly. "Anna, deep down, you still love me, don't you?" "In your dreams." Anna rolled her eye and was just about to shoot back when Ethan suddenly pulled her into his arms, his whole body trembling slightly. "I've been back for a while, trying everywhere to find you. The housekeeper wouldn't even let me near the Blake estate, so I waited outside your place instead, but it was always shut. I came out today hoping for a miracle, and well, here you are. Anna, this feels like fate." His words were rushed and jumbled, his face buried deep into her shoulder. "Ethan, are you nuts? We're in the middle of the street." Anna frowned, shoving him away. "Cut it out with the heartthrob act, it really doesn't suit you." Whatever feelings had existed between them had been completely wiped out that day he cheated. Whatever this was now just made her uncomfortable. The way Anna didn't even try to hide her disgust made Ethan freeze. His head hung low, expression dark, but then without another word, he grabbed her wrist and started dragging her toward his car. The second his grip tightened, Flashes from that charity gala night rushed back to her. Instantly panicked, she crouched down and screamed, "You forced me again, and I'm calling the cops." "Julian!" She frantically fumbled for her phone, trying to dial Huv, but Ethan yanked it out of her hand before she could. Anna didn't waste the opening. She turned and bolted, but Ethan caught up within seconds. By now, the scene was drawing a crowd. Seeing Ethan block her path, Anna felt her scalp prickle. She looked like she was about to cry out of frustration. "For God's sake, can you chill? We're done. We've been done. You leaving for Africa had zero to do with me. Swear to God." "Anna, are you really that scared of me?" Ethan sighed, looking exhausted. "Like you said, we're in public. What could I possibly do? I just wanted to go to that old spot by the school, the one with your favorite Sundays?" He handed her phone back, hands raised like a peace offering. "If I was going to do anything, I wouldn't give you your phone back, would I? And that night, I lost it. I wanted to say sorry." Anna stared at him warily, not entirely buying it, but still took her phone and cleared her throat. "I've already moved on from that. Since you apologized, that's enough. I need to head home now. Bye." And by bye, I mean for good. "Hey, I heard that ice cream shop dropped some new items." Ethan's voice drifted from behind. Anna rolled her eyes. "Seriously? Trying to lure her back with desserts? Like really?" Granted, their stuff was actually good, just a bit pricey. Back when she dated Ethan, she used to tag along and freeload quite a bit. Yeah, he messed up a lot, but this one thing, she had to admit. They don't make the strawberry sundae anymore, but I ran into the owner by chance, and he said he'd make one just for me if I came by today. Anna paused mid-step. That sundae, it was magical. She used to buy one every time she aced an exam. Nothing had ever come close to that taste since they stopped selling it. Too bad I don't like strawberry sundaes anymore. Got all these vouchers and nowhere to use them. "Excuse me? No way." Anna snapped her head back, all pride tossed out the window, and rushed back over. "Let's hurry. It's almost lunchtime, and the line's going to get long. We can't let those vouchers go to waste." "All right." Ethan flashed a bright, almost dazzling smile. Anna was already dreaming about ice cream, but she still remembered to text Ms. Moore, telling her to pick her up later. The shop had gotten a facelift, looked artsy now. It was early autumn, slightly off-season for ice cream, so the place wasn't packed. Same shop owner as before, round face, jolly vibe. He clearly remembered Anna. He brought out the sundae himself, smiling like an old friend. "It's been a while, huh? You used to come here a lot with your boyfriend. He made a special request today, so I'd make this sundae for you. Gotta give him credit for the effort." He glanced at Ethan with a knowing smile. Ethan just nodded modestly. "It's nothing. He's not my boyfriend." Anna's comment hit out of nowhere. The owner froze a bit. Ethan smiled slightly. Anna took the sundae, thanked him, and dropped her gaze. She didn't look at Ethan's reaction. She just focused on her dessert, spooning it up like it was a serious task. Tasted just like she remembered, like time hadn't passed at all. She inhaled the whole thing in minutes. "Want another?" Ethan perked up, ready to wave a server over, but she stopped him. Anna pulled a $50 bill from her purse and handed it over. "For the sundae. Thanks for the treat. Keep the change." Ethan's face changed instantly. He didn't take the money. His voice turned cold. "Anna, what's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing, just paying for what I ate." She pressed the bill under his glass when he didn't take it. "I just want to say, let's leave the past in the past. We're not meant to be. I'm happy now. I really love him. I really love him." Anna froze as the words left her mouth. She agreed to meet up with Ethan today mainly because she wanted to get everything out in the open. She had no clue why he was suddenly chasing after her like crazy, but she really didn't have the energy to play along with his drama. Anna had always hated anything that felt like a hassle, especially stuff that made her think too much, totally not her vibe. She had it all planned out in her head, but what actually happened totally took a wild turn. She couldn't believe it herself. Those words came out way too naturally. She actually said she loved Julian. Ethan's face went stiff, like his fake affectionate act just cracked a little. He gripped the tablecloth tightly and said, "Anna, come on, don't joke like that. I know you're just mad at me right now. I messed up a lot, I know, but after spending some time away, I realized I really do love you, Ethan." Anna raised her head, cutting him off mid-sentence. She looked right at him and said clearly, "I'm not joking. I love him. For real." The sun outside was bright and warm. As Anna spoke, she let out a soft sigh, like something heavy she'd been carrying for way too long had just fallen off her shoulders. It felt like stepping into the light for once. Her feelings were a total mess. All she could think about was one particular face and voice. Yep, she'd fallen hard. And of all people, why him, the smug wolf in a suit? She could already picture how ridiculously pleased he'd be if he found out. Shaking her head, she tried to shake off those random thoughts and gave Ethan a casual smile. "Well, nephew, your aunt's got stuff to do. Enjoy your lunch, all right?" She started to get up, but then noticed Ethan's eyes were red. They had dated for over a year, so he knew her decently well. Anna was always that easygoing, nothing really bothers me type. But just now, she'd meant every single word. She actually fell for his uncle. You've got to be kidding. He wasn't ready to accept that. "Anna, how did we even end up like this?" His voice was so soft, barely more than a whisper. Anna paused for a second, then replied honestly, wanting no loose ends. "Because our story's over, Ethan. And dude, don't act all heartbroken now. You're the one who cheated. You're the one who helped wreck my family. I didn't stab you on sight. That's already being nice. So seriously, cut the performance. It's gross." She could still remember that time clear as day. Getting cheated on, her family's company going bust, her dad taking off with her sister, and what little money was left, leaving her mom sick in bed, and debt collectors knocking at the door. All thanks to the guy in front of her. If she wasn't afraid of jail time, she might have actually gone after him with a knife. Haha. Ethan suddenly burst out laughing, and it ticked Anna off instantly. Yep, she shouldn't have come. What was the point of trying to reason with a lunatic? Just asking for trouble. Her fists clenched, jaw tight. Without thinking, she snatched up her cold drink and splashed it right in his face. "You think this is funny? Go choke on it, jerk!" The cold, sticky drink soaked Ethan through and through. His usual suave, flirtatious charm vanished in an instant. He looked like a drowned rat. After making her move, Anna immediately backed off 2 meters, gripping the glass tightly, eyes locked on him like a cornered animal, just waiting to strike again if he dared come closer. One wrong move, and she'd probably smash the glass over his head without a second thought. But to her surprise, Ethan didn't lose his temper. He calmly pulled out a handkerchief, wiped his face, and even gave her a smile. Only, that smile had a weirdly creepy vibe. Honestly, not smiling would have been better. Goosebumps broke out on Anna's arms. She involuntarily shivered. She glanced around. Plenty of people nearby. No way Ethan would just pull a knife out of nowhere and stab her here, right? Killing someone's a crime, you know. Don't do anything stupid. Ethan acted like he didn't even hear her. He leaned back into the sofa, crossed his legs casually, cool as ever. "Anna, do you think my uncle loves you? Does Julian love her?" For a second, Anna was at a loss. She'd never really thought about it. He probably does, right? If he didn't, why would that proud man go out of his way to cook for her? Why would he put up with her tantrums or gently dry her hair afterward? But when it came down to it, she couldn't be sure. Julian had never once said he liked her, let alone that he loved her. A woman bought with 20 million like she was some kind of possession. Could he truly care for her? Her mind was a mess, like a ball of tangled kite strings she didn't know how to fix, just like when she was a kid. Still, she couldn't let Ethan see through her. Never lose face, especially not in front of an ex. She straightened her back forcefully, head held high. Of course he does. He loves me like crazy. He's full of cheesy love talk every day. It's almost too much, like we've been married forever. Even she cringed a bit after blurting all that out. Julian sweet-talking her? Yeah, that image was more than a little hard to picture. Ethan's hands clenched, veins standing out. He stared at Anna with a look that was nothing short of heart-wrenching. The tablecloth beside him was already twisted out of shape under his grip. He took a deep breath, like he'd finally made up his mind. "There's something I think you'll want to know." "Save it." Anna had zero interest in dragging this out with him. Clutching her purse tightly, she was ready to bolt. "You'll care," Ethan said, voice low but pointed, "because your family's bankruptcy might have something to do with my uncle." His words hit her like a punch to the gut. Anna spun around like she'd been electrocuted, finger pointing at him. "You're disgusting. Can't take responsibility for what you did, so now you're blaming someone else. Why are you yelling then? Nervous? Scared of finding out the truth?" Her reaction made Ethan even more certain. If she didn't have doubts, she wouldn't be so worked up. Love's like that. One crack, and the whole thing starts falling apart. "I'm not yelling," Anna said through gritted teeth. "I just think you're despicable." She shut her eyes hard for a second, then reopened them. "Back then, I called you and asked why you would do that to my family. You didn't deny it. You even told me to beg you. So yeah, you did all of it, and now you want to drag someone else down too? You think I'd fall for that?" "It was my fault," Ethan answered almost instantly. "Honestly, I was shocked when you asked me that, but in a messed up moment, I didn't deny it, just so you'd give in. I've screwed up a lot since we were kids, but this one's the one I regret the most." He pulled a wry smile, the kind that doesn't reach the eyes. "I keep replaying that day in my head. If only I'd flat out denied it, if I'd picked up your call, maybe everything would have ended differently." Anna couldn't look colder if she tried, clearly over it. Of course, Ethan noticed. He let out a bitter chuckle and shrugged. "Whatever, it's all in the past now." "Anna, haven't you ever thought anything was off?" "Nope. The only weird thing here is you." She wasn't even trying to hide the disdain, fully leaning into that Ice Queen energy. If someone paid close attention, they'd notice a slight resemblance to Julian's calm tone. But Ethan wasn't ready to shut up just because she didn't care. He wiped his damp shirt absent-mindedly and pushed on. "My uncle might seem easygoing and polite, but even Grandpa says he's cold as ice inside. I always thought he was. Off. I mean, all the guys in our circle start dating at 14 or 15, but he's 30 and still squeaky clean." Anna rolled her eyes. "And that proves what? You guys are busy collecting trophies, and he's not. Big deal. 14 and already having women? Gross. Just thinking about being involved with Ethan before was enough to make her skin crawl now." "Chill, will you? Just hear me out." Compared to Anna's annoyance, Ethan was now all calm and composed. "Really think about it. For a guy like my uncle, who's never been close to any woman, why'd he suddenly marry you? And right after your family's company crashed? Flip it around. Why did your family's business fail so suddenly? And why did my uncle just happen to marry you?" Anna felt like her head was about to explode. What was this, a riddle? "My family's company failed because you tried to screw me over. Your uncle married me because I'm hot. Can't two people be in love or something?" She was so confident saying that, like her pride had gone out the window ages ago. Ethan shook his head, eyes serious. "Believe me, I had nothing to do with what happened to your family. I don't have any real power in the Blake family. I've got just enough pocket money to waste. Taking down a company? That's way above my pay grade. As for you being beautiful, do you really think my uncle hasn't met prettier women?" Anna was speechless. "I mean, just look at Vera. She's drop-dead gorgeous, with a vibe that beats half the celebs out there." Compared to her, Anna felt like background noise. Seeing her go quiet, Ethan knew his words were starting to sink in. "If I'm right, you must have had some kind of run-in with my uncle before your family's problems began. Left a strong impression? Maybe? Whether your bankruptcy was pure bad luck or someone's plan, I'd bet my uncle was the one who buried it." He paused, his voice suddenly tightening. "And in return, did he ask you to marry him?" Just like that, Ethan's theory seemed to link everything together. Her family's mysterious downfall, that chance encounter with Julian at Night Charm, her plan to seduce him to settle the debts, and how it all somehow worked out. But no, that couldn't be it. She was the one who made the first move. She remembered it clearly. Ethan had to be twisting things again. Definitely. Clenching her fists, Anna forced herself to stay calm and looked Ethan straight in the face. "Done with your nonsense yet?" Anna curled her lips with a smirk. "If that's all, I'm heading out now. Just a tip, next time you want to make stuff up, maybe scroll through TikTok first. Your plot's got zero spark. Total flop." With that, she grabbed her bag and took off, chin high and back straight like some kind of proud swan, though her footsteps were just a bit unsteady. "You all right, sir?" The chubby store manager finally dared to speak up once Anna had disappeared from view. His tone was respectful, Well, how could it not be? Just a month ago, this wealthy young man had gone all out and bought the entire dessert shop. Technically, he was the big boss now. Seeing Ethan's damp clothes and generally miserable state, the manager silently gave Anna a thumbs up in his mind. I mean, this guy pulled out all the stops for her, and she still walked away like it was nothing. Girls that unshakable? Rare as unicorns these days. Of course, he wasn't dumb enough to say it out loud. Keeping his expression neutral, he quickly suggested, "Would you like to change into something dry, sir? We've got extra uniforms in the back, brand new, never worn." Ethan, used to designer everything, just scoffed, as if he'd wear some store uniform. Then, flashing a crooked grin, he asked, "Do you think today was a loss for me?" The manager gave him a nervous laugh, assuming the rich guy must have been hit in the head. "Women are mysterious, sir. Maybe she just needs some time. I didn't lose. Today was a win." Before the poor manager could finish, Ethan cut him off and turned to peer out the big glass window, a twisted smile on his face. His eyes narrowed, voice low like he was murmuring in a dream. Once that seed of doubt's planted, it just grows into a giant tree. Something about the way he said it gave the manager serious goosebumps. By the time Anna got back to the Blake estate, it was already afternoon. Early autumn sunlight filtered gently through the air, and the cool breeze made everything feel just a bit hazy, like you'd had a glass of wine even though you hadn't. Megan stood at the steps with a few maids behind him. His always serious face actually lit up a little when he saw her. "Madam, you're finally back. Mr. Blake's been home for a while now." Anna hadn't expected Julian to beat her back. Her smile froze for a second, but she took a deep breath and walked inside. No point trying to dodge it now. She barely stepped into the living room when a series of barks erupted, and bam! This black and white furball came charging at her like a cannonball. Caught totally off guard, she staggered backward, nearly twisting her back. Looking down at the round fluff ball on her chest, she huffed, "Snowy, we really got to talk about your weight." In just a few weeks, the pup had gone from tiny to practically a stuffed animal. Once barely ankle-high, now he was halfway there, and with that bottomless appetite, Chubby didn't even begin to cover it. But Snowy wasn't fazed. He clearly knew she wasn't really mad, just teasing. He gave her wrist a big slobbery lick and wagged his tail like a total suck-up radiating "please love me" energy. Anna didn't have the heart to scold him. She tapped his forehead lightly with a sigh. "He started barking like crazy a minute before you got here," came a deep, calm voice that seemed to ripple through the room like the sound of smooth porcelain clinking or rain tapping on leaves. "Miss Moore thought something happened. Turns out she just sensed you were back." Anna froze for a moment and instinctively looked over. The guy was lounging on the couch in casual homeware, looking all relaxed and put together, with his head turned slightly toward her. The sunlight just happened to stream in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, softening his sharp features. Only that faint smile at the corner of his lips stood out, clear as day. "Zoned out again?" He sighed lightly. Maybe because she was still frozen in place, but she could swear there was a hint of fondness in his voice. The big, fluffy husky that had been glued to her leg finally sat down. She tossed a resigned look its way and walked over to Julian. She didn't make it to the couch before he called her to a stop. With his charming eyes narrowed slightly, Julian looked her over from head to toe, his gaze finally landing on her hands. "Wash your hands first." "Seriously?" All that sweetness, definitely hallucinated. Grumbling inside, Anna turned and headed to the bathroom. The client's always right, after all. On her way there, she mentally roasted Julian for being such a neat freak. Oppression breeds rebellion. Even if she couldn't act out, at least she could talk back in her head. But whatever. By the time she stepped out of the bathroom, she looked totally normal. She even pulled off a picture-perfect smile with all 8 front teeth showing. Under Julian's laser-like stare, Anna cautiously edged her way back to the couch. This time, Julian didn't say a word, just reached out and pulled her straight into his arms. It happened so fast, Anna barely had time to react before letting out a surprise squeak. The next second, that familiar warmth wrapped around her, like his presence was melting right into her skin. His arm wrapped securely around her waist. She looked up, and there was that beautifully handsome face right in front of her. The heat crawled up her cheeks instantly. Her fair skin went pink, like someone had dabbed blush across her cheeks. Her heart thumped wildly in her chest. This wasn't some cute butterfly fluttering heartbeat. This was a whole deer stampede. If things kept going like this, she'd probably end up as one of those tragic memes. Girl gets too excited about her crush, heart can't handle it, immediate KO. Just thinking about it was kinda pathetic. And she didn't even get it. They'd been this close before, even more intimate stuff had happened, and her heart hadn't done cartwheels back then. Was it because she finally knew her own feelings now? While Anna was lost in her whirlwind of thoughts, Julian's gaze stayed locked on her, warm and intense, impossible to ignore. "You're home late today." He said it softly, like he was just making conversation. But the quiet tone snapped Anna right out of her pink cloud daydream and snapped her nerves taut. She peeked at Julian quickly. His face didn't give anything away, so she hesitated before finally saying, "My roommates hadn't seen me in a while, so I stayed and hung out with them a bit." Yeah, she lied. Anna had always sucked at lying. Back in elementary school, she once bombed a math test and tried to pass off her 16 as a 96. She ended up blabbing the truth 5 minutes later and got a major scolding for it. Looking back, it was dumb. And after that, she pretty much gave up on lying, barely any practice. She didn't even need a mirror right now to know her face probably looked stiff as hell. Was he gonna see right through her? Makes sense. Been a while since you saw them. Unexpectedly, Julian didn't seem to catch on. He just gave Anna's hair a gentle ruffle and said softly, "Try to come home a bit earlier next time. Don't make people worry." That was the thing about Anna. If you scolded her, she'd go full-on defensive and talk back immediately. But treat her nice, and she'd melt like butter in a hot pan, completely defenseless. Instead of feeling relieved, a wave of guilt washed over her right then. She couldn't shake the feeling that Julian was like this clueless little lamb, and she was the shady wolf pretending to be innocent. It honestly made her feel awful. "I actually ran into Ethan today." She finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Twisting her fingers together, she hesitated before blurting it out. Julian's hand froze for a beat on the top of her head, but then he gave a quiet to show he was listening. Once the first words were out, the rest came easier. "Ethan was just downstairs from my dorm. He took me to a dessert place. The strawberry sundae there was amazing." Anna started getting more animated as she spoke, eyes lighting up like a kid. She could almost still taste it. But mid-sentence, she met Julian's eyes, those dark ones, and suddenly realized she'd wandered off topic. Pulling her neck back slightly, she quickly held up 3 fingers and said seriously, "I swear it wasn't the sundae that made me go with him. I just wanted to settle everything between us. Okay, maybe the sundae was really good." That last part came out in a mumble, like even she knew it was bad timing to say it. Julian, knowing all too well how much of a foodie she was, just sighed inwardly. He wasn't mad, more amused than anything. "I'll get you a personal dessert chef if you want. Unlimited strawberry sundaes." "No, please don't. That's way too much." Anna's head shook so fast it was like a bobblehead. She was terrified he might actually follow through on that. If she'd been smarter, she would have stopped there. But Ethan's words kept clawing at the corners of her mind, not letting her be. Hesitating for a long moment, she tugged his sleeve gently and asked, "Before I left, Ethan told me a joke. Want to hear it?" Julian looked down at her. No nod, no shake of the head. Anna took that as a yes by default. She gulped, stared straight into his eyes, and said carefully, "Ethan said, 'Your family was the reason my parents' company went under.'" She had planned to laugh it off, maybe make it into a joke like Ethan did, but that laugh never came. It just stuck in her throat. The air went still. You could have heard a pin drop in the room. Julian's smile vanished, like someone had just erased it clean off. Anna saw a layer of frost glaze over his eyes, but underneath, the emotions were swirling like a storm trapped in ice. "Anna, do you really trust what Ethan said, more than what you know about me?" His voice wasn't loud. It was even calm, but it made Anna completely panic. Trust? She didn't know anymore. She looked totally lost, gripping his sleeve like it was the only thing keeping her steady. Her words tumbled out quickly. "I didn't mean, It's not. Julian lowered his eyes, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his lips. But the fact you asked means you are starting to doubt me. I really thought you understood me. Anna couldn't say a word. All she could do was watch as he stood up and quietly walked away. The sleeve she'd been holding onto slipped slowly from her fingers, inch by inch, until it was gone.